Welcome back to the Vidarbha Cricket Association Stadium here in Jhunjhunwala in Nagpur. It's a surprise to me, Harmy, I said we talk about the England team, that they announced it mid-afternoon the day before. I understand early announcement of teams before a test match. That makes a lot more sense, but it caught me by surprise that we got an England team so early yesterday afternoon. I mean, were you surprised by that?
Not really. It just seems this modern way that England have gone about things is naming the team the day before. They actually named it before India's last preparation training, so that's a little bit of a surprise. Sometimes when England do name their team the day before, you know, they'll have had, the opposition will have had their last prep and training session. But I think once the team's been picked, as in it's told to the 11, then you might as well just name it, because you get whispers out of a dressing room and you get a little steer, and then there is speculation. I think sometimes it's better just to be the sort of clarity and get it out there. But what we've just seen on the screen and the pictures in front of us is India have sprung a surprise, Chetan, Narula. We've just seen, you know, your Yashasvi Jaiswal getting a cap, and Rana's going to get a cap as well. Has got a cap as well. So two players I didn't have in my first 11 playing. Is that a surprise, Chetan?
It is indeed a surprise, and that makes the two of us.
You got your left-hander.
Well, yes. I was talking earlier about the fact that if they don't play Jaiswal or Rishabh Pant, then it's all right-handers. And I think this is a good point, because they're saying, okay, you know what, let's get Yashasvi in now, give him a start, give him his ODI debut and see what he does. Because going into the Champions Trophy, you want three options for that opening spot. You don't want to be giving the ODI debut to Yashasvi Jaiswal during the Champions Trophy, but doing it in the first game, that is a big surprise. Why? Shubman Gill, vice captain. 2 days ago, he was in the press conference as well as the vice captain, and now he's not playing, or potentially not playing. That would definitely be a surprise. With Harshit Rana, that just puts the permutation of the playing 11 up in the air a bit. What are they doing? Are they playing Arshdeep? Are they playing Mohammad Shami? Because both of them are warming up. Mohammad Shami did mark his run-up as well. Is Hardik Pandya playing or not? But he did mark his run-up as well. So are they playing a spinner shot today? That is the big question. Are they going in with three pacers, Hardik, and maybe just the two spinners?
It was a bit of a surprise when Harmy and I went out to look at the pitch yesterday. It looked like an absolute belter. There looked like a bit of live grass on it. It had a green sheen to it. It was not what we were expecting. We thought that would be something dry and spin-friendly. It's obviously had a very close shave this morning, Harmy. It's been cut. A lot of that live grass has gone. But it did look like a good pitch. It didn't look like a three-spinner pitch yesterday.
No, it didn't. It looked like an absolute belter, and there is a little bit. I think the pitch has gone to the same barbers as Jacob Bethel, who's bowling on the practice pitch just to the left of the main surface. It looks a belter. It's a fresh pitch. It hasn't been played on. It looked. We couldn't quite get up to it to sort of feel to see how hard it is. But there was a lot of live green grass down the sides of it, not so much in the centre, not from stump to stump. There was a lot of bare areas from stump to stump, and around the outsides of the pitch, there was a lot of live green grass. They're still there on either side, but it has been cut down, and it did look a very, very good pitch, and I think a good pitch to bat on. I still think they'll look to chase. Teams will always look to chase like they did in the T20s, but it'll be intriguing not only to see what the captains do at the toss, but like Chetan says, what the makeup of the Indian 11 is, because if they've gone without a spinner, that I think that might tell you how good this surface is, because if you're playing against England at this moment in time, you'd fill your team full of spinners, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Chetan's got his binoculars out in the action in the middle. He's absolutely bursting to know what the starting 11 is. He's as surprised. He's more surprised than we are. Do you think it's a sign of indecision? Might be a strong word, but do you think maybe India have got too many options? It's spoilt for choice. Yesterday, Rohit Sharma in the captain's press conference said that Yashasvi Jaiswal is obviously a great talent, but he'll have to wait his turn. Stopped just short of saying he's definitely not playing tomorrow, and here he is getting his cap, and he is playing today. But it's a 16-man squad, and you could probably name another 16 who are national players or very, very close to national players, and it just seems to me maybe that there is some truth in that. You can have too many options. Big squad, as I said, and maybe there's been a late change of mind, a late change of plan.
Well, first off, India can field two teams simultaneously. There's no doubt about that. And we saw that in November when
they have.
Yes. One team went to Australia, full strength side, and another went to South Africa to play T20 cricket. And simultaneously, there was an India A side playing Australia A down under as well. So, well, there's an abundance of talent, no doubt. And then there's the question mark. How long can you deny Yashasvi Jaiswal really his ODI spot? There is no doubt that he is the future of India in all three formats. So eventually you are going to give him his due. He's been India's most successful batter in the two formats that he was playing last year. The big question for me is about the batting balance. They thought, hold on, if we play both Gill and KL Rahul, then it's all right-handers. And they wanted a difference at the top of the order. They thought, what would be the best scenario? Would it be having a left-hander at the top or having a left-hander in the middle order? Then also there is the fact that KL Rahul has done nothing wrong as a keeper batter in the ODI format. He was absolutely phenomenal during the ODI World Cup. India did not play too much ODI cricket last year in 2024, so there's not much to go by on there. So they are just relying on their age-old formula, and I think Rohit Sharma as a captain likes to follow formulas, and that's the reason you are seeing this. I'm very excited to see Yashasvi Jaiswal make his debut here. As Harmy said, this is an absolutely batting beauty, and Yashasvi Jaiswal on that surface, against the likes of Archer with the ball rising, that's going to be stupendous.
30 seconds, Harmy. You said both teams will look to chase. Shubman Gill said 2 days ago, the pitch dries quicker here in Nagpur than anywhere else. It'll become spin friendly in the second innings. Wouldn't that suggest India would rather put 300 on the board and bowl?
Yeah, you would, but I think it just seems to be the modern way now. Even in Test matches, Ben Stokes, with a toss, we'll not bat first, we'll chase, and then that just seems to be the modern thing. So, I mean, there's a lot up in the air here when it comes to what's about to happen in the next 3.5 minutes. Javagal Srinath's walking out, the match referee. We're going to have the toss. We'll find out the teams, and let's get this party started, because I mean, this is the build-up to what is going to be an intense 4-5 weeks for both India and England when it comes to these three ODIs and the Champions Trophy.
A couple of minutes away from the toss. You're listening to the India versus England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. Welcome back to the VCA Stadium in Nagpur, the Vidarbha Cricket Association Stadium. We're less than 30 seconds away from the toss. Rohit Sharma and Jos Buttler are out in the middle. They look like medieval messengers with their rolled up scrolls. They've got their teams there, and match referee Javagal Srinath will be conducting affairs. It could be very important, it could be inconsequential. You just can't tell, but if the pitch does a bit for the seamers, then batting could be tricky in the first couple of overs. Anyway, Ravi Shastri, I should say, is standing by with the toss.
Playing for as we come up to toss time. Rohit Sharma, Jos Buttler, Javagal Srinath, the match all in readiness. Rohit will spin the coin.
Heads.
What's it, Javagal? But Jos, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to have a bat first today.
Yeah, looks a good surface. This is a new format. Not many changes in your team, so that helps when you played already 5 games here before that.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a nice thing going in the dressing room. The group's nice and tight. Looking forward to these ODIs. Obviously, we welcome back Joe Root, which is a nice guy to bring back into your team. Great atmosphere here today, so sure to be a good game.
And when you look at your side now, what's the morale like? Because you might have lost that T20 series, but you had your chances. And the fact that you've had some match fitness here in these conditions, that's a big help.
Yeah, absolutely. The morale's good. As you mentioned, we had our moments and we just never quite played well enough for long enough. That's always the aim. But yeah, everyone's good in the group. Baz is pretty good at making sure that the guys are in a good headspace, and change of format. Looking forward to today.
And good, strong competition leading up to the Champions Trophy. That helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're playing against the top side here in their own conditions. It's going to be a very tough test, and one we're excited about, obviously, leading into the Champions Trophy.
And what's your combination today?
We're going with 3 seamers today: Saqib, Jofra and Bryden Cars. So playing the extra spin bowling all-rounder.
Have a good one, Jos. Rohit, looks a good pitch. Would you have batted as well?
I would have bowled first. We wanted to bowl first, but again, it doesn't really matter what you do. You have to do it well, whatever you do. So we know that we have ball in hand first. We have to come out and be aggressive with the ball at the start, and then try and see what we can do thereafter.
I mean, long tour of Australia, so good break for a few of your players.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a decent break. It's always nice to get some time off and reflect what has happened in the past, and then try and start fresh. This series presents us a fresh opportunity to come out and play well. It's going to be a great series, I believe, and then hopefully we can do things that is required from us.
And to the lead up to the Champions Trophy, you want these 3 matches, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very important to get some game time since we've hardly played this format after the World Cup. So it's important that we try and maximize whatever opportunity we have and try and do that well.
Now, when we saw the huddle a little while earlier, there were a few claps there. So what's the combination of your team today?
Yeah, look, Jaiswal is making his debut. So is Harshit. Unfortunately, Virat is not going to play. He's got a right knee problem. That happened last night, which was very unfortunate. But we have got 5 batters, 3 all-rounders, 1 spinner, and 2 seamers.
Have a good one, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's England who won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
Thank you very much indeed to Ravi Shastri. Well, hold the back page. Breaking news. Virat Kohli. Well, we drove past about 25,000 fans wearing Virat Kohli replica shirts. So they're in for a big disappointment, Army. And I'm laughing in irony because I can't believe the news myself. Virat Kohli's not playing.
No, Virat Kohli, it's a huge news. It is huge news. And we bumped into Chetan for the first time this morning at breakfast. And Chetan Narula, he said Virat Kohli wasn't on the team bus when he come back to the hotel. And all the noise and all the stuff that came out of the review of Australia, that all the players had to travel together. Well, me and you, Manners, we seen him on the team bus on the way into the ground. He was sitting in seat 1A and the window, the curtain open, the only one, so you could see the great man Virat Kohli, and he wasn't on the team bus on the way back to the hotel, Chetan Narula, because it sounds like that knee problem he must have been getting it looked at.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. Most of his teammates made their way into the hotel lobby, and he wasn't there. I waited there for a bit to see if he comes in, but again, he wasn't there. So probably went for the checkup, because obviously he's a vital part of India's ODI plans for the Champions Trophy coming up. So India, well, we'll be waiting for more news on that. But yes, absolutely right. We have around 40,000 people coming in today, and at least half of them, if not more, had the Virat Kohli jersey on. So they will be disappointed for sure.
I was wondering why Jos Buttler was smiling.
You know what? I think he was also smiling because, like you say, gone are the days you used to say, "Oh, okay, we'll have a bat first," because it's more like, or we want to chase, or we. And I think Jos Buttler there is more like won the toss. We've decided not to face Indian spinners in the second innings.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think common sense. Hopefully the ball will not spin as much in that first 50 overs. And utilising what looks an absolute belter of a pitch, it really does look a magnificent surface. And you've got Rana on debut. It couldn't have gone any better for Jos Buttler in the last sort of 5 minutes, because, look, he's one of the greatest of the game. I've said Joe Root at this moment in time is the best player in the world. But in my modern day generation, the last sort of 20 years, I think the best player in the last 20 years in world cricket is Virat Kohli, because of what he is, how he has to play his game, the pressure that he's under, the style that he plays in. So for him to not be playing, especially in the first game when you're trying to set the tone, I think that's massive for both teams, and a good positive boost for England going into this match.
So the news from the VCA Stadium in Nagpur is that England have won the toss and they will bat first. Let's continue with a change of voices now to look ahead to the action with Jon Norman and Darren Gough, and it's all thanks to Village Hotels.
Stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. Waking up in the UK, maybe at the start of the school run, maybe breakfast just being cleared up, and getting ready for the day ahead. Hopefully you're going to be able to join us, if not for all of the next, 6, 7, 8 hours of action, but certainly dipping your toes in and out as the innings progresses. It looks an absolute beaut in Nagpur, where the ground is looking a picture. There's not a cloud in the sky, and we've just had the teams and the toss. It's England who have won it, and it's England who are going to have a bat first. The team was named yesterday. Ben Duckett and Phil Salt opening up. Joe Root back in the side, playing in his first ODI since England's last match of the 2023 World Cup in India. He scored a half century then. Harry Brook, Jos Buttler at 5 with Liam Livingstone at 6, Jacob Bethel, then Bryden Cast, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Saqib Mahmood. We're just waiting on the exact 11 that India are putting out on the field, but we do know, we just heard, Virat Kohli is not playing. Nitish Rana and Jaiswal make their debuts in ODI cricket today, and it'll be live and exclusive, not just on the talkSPORT 2 network, but also over on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as well. So join us there, subscribe, plenty of content and some fantastic videos that have gone up over the course of the last week or so in and around the T20 series. But now the focus very much on one-day cricket. Okay, we have just heard Jos Buttler with Ravi Shastri out in the middle, but he also caught up with our man in Nagpur, Scott Taylor, talkSPORT producer and cricket reporter, and he caught up with Scott yesterday ahead of today, the first ODI.
Josh, thanks for joining us on talkSPORT here at the start of the ODI series. How excited are you for a sort of change of format?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Another great ground. Obviously playing against a top team in the Champions Trophy round the corner. So really looking forward to getting the ODI series going.
And how important is this series for the Champions Trophy, as you mentioned? Because not a lot of your players, or not a lot of England players, play ODI cricket in general. So to get these 3 games under your belt before a major tournament must be hugely beneficial.
Yeah, it'll be great for us. Obviously, we've had the T20 series of having the team together and the group together for a number of weeks, which is great. Obviously, welcome back Joe Root into this team as well, which is obviously, any time you can do that, is a great guy to bring into your side. And yeah, 3 really important games to sort of continue to commit to the way we want to play leading into the Champions Trophy.
And how important is not only Joe on the field but off the field, bringing in a new face from the group that was different to the T20, so just to lift morale more than anything, I guess.
Yeah, well, as a player, he's always a great guy to bring in, and like you say, it's not just the stuff he can do on the field, the experiences he's had in India and being around the group, someone with loads of experience. Yeah, it's a special player, so it's great to have him in the dressing room.
And a couple of days on from the T20 series now, have you had any further reflections? What do you take away from that series that you can take into this one?
Yeah, I think look, we did some good stuff in patches. Obviously, you just want to continue that and do that for longer to win games of cricket. So, but yeah, we obviously want to continue to try and play the way we do, be really watchable, play an exciting brand of cricket, take the game on, and that's exactly how we want to play the ODIs as well.
Do you expect a little bit of learning on the job on this series with the team? I know you're experienced in ODI cricket, but as we mentioned before, a lot of the squad isn't. So is it a case of just learning how to get used to that 50-over format again, I guess?
A little bit, yeah. I think myself, I've probably not played an ODI for a year or so. So yeah, tapping into that experience, and like say myself and Joe played a lot, can sort of try and pass on any of that stuff. But we've got some exciting players, and that's the thing that we're really looking forward to seeing them go out there and play that way. Really suited to ODI cricket. So absolutely, really looking forward to testing ourselves against the top side.
And have you got a team for tomorrow, or you still have to look at the pitch and conditions and stuff?
Yeah, we'll sort of have a look at the conditions and the pitch, but yeah, we'll name a team as soon as possible.
And you look at your bowling unit that you've got 4 out-and-out really quick bowlers with Abdul Rashid and Rayan Ahmed as well. Is that the combination you sort of fell into, and how pleasing are you to have all those options fit and firing at once? Because there's been times Jofra's out, Mark's out, Saqib's out, they're all together now fit and firing.
Yeah, they are. We've obviously got a really strong squad and exciting options, wicket-taking bowlers, which is what you need. So yeah, we've got great combinations that we can find from those guys. So yeah, it's nice to have a really full squad to pick from, and yeah, we can work out the best combination for tomorrow.
Just finally, you've seen Virat and Rohit come into the squad. You've seen the atmospheres in the ground anyway without them, but now they're added into the squad. What's it going to be like here tomorrow night to play in front of such a good atmosphere?
Yeah, it's always special. These guys are absolute superstars, A-list celebs out here, and any time you play against them and the crowd gets going, it's always a privilege to experience. And yeah, we're very lucky to get to be a part of that and take them on and hopefully quieten the crowd as well.
So that was the white ball skipper, England's white ball skipper Joss Butler, speaking with Scott Taylor yesterday. Made mention of Joe Root, who's back in the ODI side, playing his first ODI since 2023, which in itself sounds quite a long time. I suppose it is, but just over a year since he played in the World Cup, and there hasn't been a lot of 50-over cricket played since then. But a big addition to the squad, of course. He's going to bat at 3. India, a happy hunting ground, as he explained on TV shortly before the toss.
Swam over Test debut, so nice to come back, nice to get the opportunity to play here again, and looking forward to the series. Should be a great series.
Do you remember your numbers from that game?
No, but not exactly. But I got a 70 odd in the first innings and around about 20 not out second innings. So the fact that we were able to win here for the first time in a long time, well, we haven't won since. So it was a big feat for the Test team. And it'd be nice to replicate that in this ODI series as well.
Spot on with those numbers. Just coming back to you, more than 20,000 runs, 1600s in ODIs, 36 in Test match cricket. What does Joe Root bring to the table after so many years in this era of baseball?
I think just a bit of experience more than anything. Obviously played a lot of cricket now across the formats, and a bit of a wealth of knowledge of these conditions as well. I've had quite a few tours out here, so hoping I can exploit that and use that to my advantage, and pass on to some of the younger guys who might be playing here for the first time.
You mentioned the wealth of knowledge. You debuted in India. You've got a great record against India. Is it because you debuted in India that you've got such a good record?
I think it certainly helped. Like I said, I've been on quite a few tours here, even before that, Lions tours and things like that. So I always enjoy coming here. I enjoy playing in the conditions, and obviously the atmospheres within the grounds make for a great stage to go out and express yourself. And I think that's the opportunity that lies ahead of this group, this series. You know, going into a big tournament like a Champions Trophy, to have such a brilliant place to play cricket, some brilliant stadia, and some passionate fans to perform in front of should be a really good way to, you know, hopefully bring the best out of each other.
I suppose for India, you're an opposition, Joe, but I'm pretty sure they're all looking forward to some runs from you and some from good games from you. So thanks a lot for your chat.
Cheers, thank you. Hope you're right. Thanks. Bye.
Joe Root speaking before today's game. If you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, good morning to you. It's England who have won the toss, and it's England who will bat first. No Mark Wood today. The team was named yesterday. Duckett, Salt opening up. Joe Root, Harry Brook, Joss Buttler, Liam Livingstone, Jacob Bethel, Bryden Carse, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Saqib Mahmood. They're the 11 for England. And India's 11, Rohit Sharma, with Jaiswal making a debut. Shreyas Iyer, Shubman Gill. No Virat Kohli. He reported a knee injury, and actually the pictures from the ground showed him wearing some strapping on his right leg. So that's a shame for the fans who've turned up, no doubt wanting to see King Kohli in action. Hardik Pandya and KL Rahul, with Axar Patel, Jadeja, Nitish Rana, the impact sub from the 4th T20. Kuldeep Yadav back in the side. Can't wait to see how he goes. And Mohammad Shami, so no Arshdeep Singh. So two different attacks and two sides backed and stacked with real talent. So that was a look ahead to today's ODI, thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
So we are 14 minutes away from the start of the first of 3 ODIs. England will be hanging around in the subcontinent because the Champions Trophy gets underway shortly after this series comes to an end, and it's one of the reasons why both sides have gone in with their strongest 11s, well, the strongest 11s that injury have permitted. Let's have a look at the odds, an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
So, after winning the toss and choosing to bat, England are 7-4. India, well, they're still favourites, 4-9. For Joe Root and Harry Brook to both score a 50. That was 6-1. It's been enhanced by William Hill to 7-1. And for England to win, hit the most 6s and 4s. That was 8-1. It's now been boosted to 9-1. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
So we are just coming up to national anthems time. It's at the start of the match as well. Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison wearing his Newcastle shirt. I'm not wearing my Fulham shirt. We're happy to talk about football with Harmy anytime. And Chetan Narula, Manchester United fan, I think. We can find out. Either way, it's England who have won the toss, and they're going to have a bat first. You're listening to the India versus England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
You don't just check in to a Village Hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
Sounds a little like someone hasn't had their free Greg's coffee. Ah, there it is. Get a free Greg's coffee every month when you buy insurance through Confused.com. Insurance is more rewarding when you've just used Confused. Just use confused.com. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
With over 50 years' experience, at Fidelity, we believe there's a difference between investing and being invested. Investing is having access to guidance, tools, and expert insights. Being invested means feeling confident about your future. Investing is choosing from a wealth of investment options. Being invested means focusing on your long-term goals. For ISAs, pensions, or advice, be truly invested with Fidelity. Go to fidelity.co.uk. Your capital is at risk. Terms apply.
If you're in the trade, you need workwear that works as hard as you do. Portwest Protective Workwear is designed to provide total protection and maximum comfort for trade and industry specialists. With award-winning product innovations, Portwest only uses world-class stretch or protective fabrics, trims and technologies, meaning our products are built to last. Portwest's design team also ensures that the products look as good as they perform. Portwest. Workwear that works overtime. Find out more at portwest.com.
You don't just check in to a village hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com. Live international cricket. England versus India. Exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
Welcome to our coverage of the first of 3 ODIs between India and England. I'm delighted to say Goughy's with us. Goughy, not only is Joe Root back in the side, so are you.
There's only one Joe Root. Yorkshire are strong, England are strong.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, look, I'm looking forward to this. I really am. I think you've got 2 fantastic teams. Yeah, look, England's form has not been great. We know that. But they're on paper, fantastic side, full of talent. With a bat, can play shots all around the wicket from 1 to 11. You've got exciting players who can bowl good at the death and bowl some heavy balls. Look at Braden Cass, really excited about him. So I've been waiting for this series, the 50 overs, the real skill. This is where the real players stand up and you get to see who's the most talented one-day cricketers in the world.
Of course, the Champions Trophy is coming up, and you know it's a little bit of a derided and sometimes forgotten competition. And the reason it's forgotten is because it didn't exist for a while. The last time it was played, we actually covered it, 2017. Pakistan won it at the Oval. They beat India, and then it was kind of put to bed for 8 years.
It's making a comeback now,
It's
Johnny.
back. It's all about the Champions Trophy. One thing I'll say about the tournament is it is a back to basics, stripped down, knockout clash of a contest. I mean, the top 8 teams, no faffing about. Everyone goes head-to-head, top 2 go through, semi-finals, final. You know, it's over before it started, unlike the overblown 50 over World Cup. It's actually, whisper it quietly, a pretty damn good tournament.
It is. Look, like I say, I like the longer format and one-dayers. I think it is a real test. I know we're a bit tongue-in-cheek there, joking a little bit, but batters have to start off. Yeah, you've still got to be looking to hit with the power plays and score runs, but you've got a chance to have a little look, play some proper cricket shots. And the best players, without doubt for me, are the ones who can play proper cricket. And you look at England now, I think Brendan McCullum is getting his hands on this 50-over side. It looks like that's the way he wants to go as well. He wants proper players who play proper cricket shots. This T20 is brilliant to watch. It's an awesome format all around the world. It's watched by millions and millions of people, and there is T20 players that are just outstanding. But you put them in a 50-over game, and it's almost like they're lost, right? But I think this England side, when you look at it, I say on paper, they've got to perform. They're playing against a very, very good team, but they've got all the skills there. We've got leg spin, we've got, you know what I mean? We've got left arm spin, we've got off spin, we've got seamers, we've got good bowlers at the start and at the death. We've got batters who can bat in any part of the innings. And same with India. You look at India's team. They brought Jaswal back in. I think that might have surprised a few for him to come up the top when you got Shubman Gill. Oh, Gill's in. Look,
all the way along again. They've got wrist spin, they've got left arm spin, they've got they've got all-rounders. Rahul's an all-rounder, let's be honest about it. He came into the side when Pant had that accident, and he's kept his place.
They are very strong sides, aren't they? How, you know, unfortunately, you'll know how it feels to be Rohit Sharma off the back of a painful tour of Australia. How important is it for him and India just to be able to put the Border Gavaskar Trophy to one side, silence some of the critics, and just get back out on the field and do what you're paid to do?
Who's criticising Rohit Sharma? He wants to give his head a wobble. Rohit Sharma, yeah, great World Cup 2023. What did he score in that World Cup? It was ridiculous. He got run after run after run. He's played 265 ODIs, 3100s. I mean, I'm not going to criticise him. I'm giving my head a proper wobble. But because he can play, anybody is allowed a bad series. Virat Kohli's had 4 or 5 bad series. He's still playing. He's still world class. Still one of the best players in the world. Yes, he's at an age now where the performances, you've got to come out of that bubble. You know, you've got to start getting the runs. He's there. He's leading the team. The pressure of playing in India is massive. Full stop. He's a legend of a player. I don't think his captaincy skills were that great, but obviously with India doing well around the world in some of the competitions, he keeps his place up there, and he's well liked within the team. So it's a series where he's got to perform. The Champions Trophy, can he stand up for his country one more time?
Well, you'll find out here on talkSPORT 2, as well as the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Darren Gough, alongside myself, Jon Norman, Steve Harmison, Neil Manthorp, Chetan, Narula, Abhishek, Jhunjhunwala, ably supported by
to a stadium that sits on the outskirts of the city. It used to be a lot harder, but there's more infrastructure now, more local transport options, and but still a very, very noticeable and one might say heavy police presence, perhaps on occasions heavy-handed police presence, but they've got a job to do, and they're getting on with it. Well, some unexpected changes in the Indian team. Biggest change of all, most unexpected, is the absence of Virat Kohli, but it does give a chance to Yashasvi Jaiswal, who was capped half an hour ago. Phil Salt and Josh Buttler, no sign of them just yet, but they'll be making their way out shortly. And you'll not be surprised to hear, if you're an Indian local this time of year, or familiar with India, that there is no rain forecast. It's a little cooler actually than normal. It was really quite fresh this morning, a few clouds in the sky and a cooling breeze, but it's warmer now, and I'd say actually it's very hot. Steve Harmison, the tension builds, as I said to Chetan Narula. You don't need to contextualise this. You don't need to talk about the Champions Trophy. Now that we're here, now that we've been involved in the build-up for the last 48 hours, and the moment is upon us, you just reminded, if you needed reminding, that it is India against England. That's occasion enough.
It's occasion enough, it is, and it's always a fantastic occasion, no matter where it is played around the world, in whatever situation it is, whether it is a build-up. I mean, you ask these players, they don't for 1 minute think this is a warm-up game towards a Champions Trophy. This is 3 games against top opposition, and one, when you look at, you know, down the road, you know, straight, the man with the ball in his hand, Mohammad Shami's been out for 15 months. That's mouth-watering enough for me, because I think, along with Jasprit Bumrah, Pat Cummins and one or two others, before he got injured, for me, this guy was one of the very best in the world. One of the most underrated bowlers in the world, but one of the very best seam bowlers in the world was Mohammad Shami.
I said Joss Butler, didn't I? I'm still in T20 mode. It's Ben Duckett, of course, who's with Phil Salt, but it's Salt on strike, Mohammad Shami in, and a drive first delivery up towards mid-off. That has gone straight to the fielder along the ground. But Mohammad Shami, wonderful to see him back, as Steve Harmison says. So much speculation about him potentially playing a role in the Border Gavaskar Test Series in Australia, but I think he knew that he wasn't ready. All the speculation, he was not amongst those putting his hand up and saying, yeah, I'm ready, pick me. Here is Mohammad Shami again, up to the crease now, bowls, Salt back and across on to off stump, clips it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Axar Patel, and there's no run. Chetan Narula would know more about that. But, you know, I don't think, I got the impression that Mohammad Shami's far too experienced and sensible to rush his comeback. I think he always knew what he needed to do, the work he needed to do. His left knee in particular was heavily strapped, wasn't it, when he made his comeback to domestic cricket. 2 slips, cover, or backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, orthodox looking field. Salt swings and misses, doesn't move his feet at all at that one, plays and misses, and it's taken behind by KL Rahul.
Well, it was mostly a workload issue with Mohammad Shami. He was on course for his comeback. That was, I think, around September, October. But when he started bowling at the NCA, his knees started swelling up. There was a lot in the media about it as well. Rohit Sharma and Mohammad Shami both having a lot to say.
Here's Shami once again from the south end. Phil Salt does move his feet now, straight down the pitch, and drives and misses again. 2 play and a misses. Particularly...
he got nowhere near them. You're trying to look after Phil Salt there.
Yeah,
no.
I was going to say a particularly unconvincing start.
No, Ben Duckett, somebody who doesn't move his feet that well either, just needs to take a pair of scissors down to their end. Phil Salt, just to clip them shoelaces, because they're tied together at this moment in time. He got nowhere near that one, and he missed the one before by a country mile. This is a very, very good start from Mohammad Shami.
2 slips wait in anticipation. Shami in, bowls Salt here, plays defensively. It was full and straight. Pushes it straight back to the bowler. He tosses it to mid-off.
And as I was saying, it was a workload issue. I mean, the more he bowled, there was an issue of swelling in his knees, and that is why he did not make it to the Australia tour. There was a lot of discussion. The medical team was following him around when he was playing for Bengal in the domestic circuit. He was being monitored constantly, Mohammad Shami, but eventually it was decided that they couldn't take him to Australia.
Shami in again. Salt has one to cut, does cut straight to backward point, and it's fielded by Ravindra Jadeja, and a maiden for Mohammad Shami. Bang on the money, right on the spot, and Phil Salt just you need a bit of luck opening the batting, and he had it there. Didn't help himself though.
Yeah, he didn't. He doesn't help himself. He looks for width. He gives himself natural width. Does Phil Salt? He's a typical modern-day opening batter in more 2020 cricket than 50-over cricket. I think the 2020 format suits him better than the 50-over format, but both batters here don't move their feet as well. Ben Duckett is slightly smaller than Phil Salt. Salt's not the Zach Crawley where you, as a bowler, you go and, you know, from a sort of definition of length between Crawley and Duckett. It's massive. It's not that much now obviously with Duckett and Salt, but even still, both of them don't move their feet that well, give themselves natural width. So as a bowler, you'd urge the bowler to sort of not err too far away from off stump.
Second over will be bowled by Harshit Rana. Here he is over the wicket to Duckett outside the off stump. Think Duckett. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt as well. He left that one. He's pulled the bat inside the line. I did Phil Salt 2 favours in the first over. Duckett might have played at that, and then having missed it by a long way, then pulled the bat inside the line. But he missed it by a lot, so I'm giving him the credit.
Yeah, he did. He's pulled the bat away, and you look at Harshit Rana. He's not striking me as like 6'4", probably about 6'2". Big shoulders, strong, hits the deck hard. And what we noticed there was bounce.
Harshit Rana in again. Duckett plays defensively off the back foot up towards mid-off. He does have a very strong build. I don't know whether that's natural or whether it's been enhanced by some lot of gym time, but geez, a big upper body, isn't he? Really strong.
Yeah, he looked heavy boned. He looks, big strong legs. Seen him. He was the one. We couldn't put a face to the name the other day when we were doing the podcast from the pool side when Shubman Gill was sitting. It was Harshit Rana who was in the gym, in the pool, and he does look a big strong boy. He just had his shorts on in the water, and he big shoulders, big strong.
2 slips, 3 in the covers on the offside. That one is cut by Duckett outside the off stump. Very much a Duckett speciality shot. Long straight boundaries, and it's a very good save. Trying to work out who that was who was in pursuit.
Jadeja.
Excellent work from Jadeja. He's, of course, the man at backward point, but very much a Duckett shot. He can play that with even less width, but he was given some width there by Harshit Rana. Jadeja, excellent work. This is the second largest playing area of the major cricket grounds in India, and it's the second largest of all the grounds that host first-class cricket. Very long straight boundaries, 80 plus yards both sides, 70 yards straight boundaries, so big playing area. We're not quite in the middle of the square, so I think where Jadeja chased there, that's slightly shorter. It's even longer on the offside for the right-handed Phil Salt now, as Harshit Rana is in once again, and cut away in the air between backward point and cover, and that'll be the first boundary. Phil Salt slapped one away, width provided by Harshit Rana, falling into the trap the batting team hope when they have a left-hand, right-hand opening partnership by failing to compensate. But well played, Phil Salt. You feel a bit better for one in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it was a bit closer to him, that one, when Phil Salt, and just from Harshit Rana's point of view, is the first ball. He bowled the first 3 balls from around the wicket to Ben Duckett. That was his first ball over the wicket. We talked about the live green grass around the footmarks, and he just slipped there, and that's why he dragged it down.
Over the wicket to the right-hand Salt once again, opens the face of the bat and steers it away to backward point, fielded by Jadeja once again, and there's no run. We're going to have a problem for the next 7.5 hours with spectators standing up in front of our commentary box and blocking our view. And it's very early days, but both Chetan and Harmy are looking like they're controlling traffic at a broken traffic light.
It's a good job we didn't leave the screen for where the cameramen were. That was put up a little bit earlier, or would have been commentating off the TV.
Here's Harshit Rana again. Oh, that's right up in the slot, and Phil Salt's picked it up and dispatched it out towards deep mid-wicket. He hasn't middled it, but it will get 4, but that's the joy of opening in the power play. Nobody out there in the deep. It was not a complete miscue, but was far from the middle of the bat. Anyway, he's got enough wood on it, and he's got a second boundary. Salt moves up to 8, and England, after 2 overs, 11 without loss.
Again, the ball bounced. Phil Salt's come out of his crease. He's just apologised to Rana, and I would as well if I was Phil Salt, because he ran into him. He got high on the bat. The ball's angling towards middling leg stump. Salt comes out of his crease and plays a big shot into the leg side, goes over square leg. But as he's watching the ball go in the air, because he thought it might have been going towards fine leg, he took his eye off where Rana was and he ran into him, and he's not the smallest, Rana, so there was a little apology from the England batter, because I would apologise as well if I would have run into the big fast bowler, because he's a unit. He's a big unit.
Well, I think Phil Salt is not just apologising, but he's quite relieved that he hasn't damaged himself running into the shoulder of Harshit Rana. He's got to be like a 48 chest. Here's Mohammad Shami to Ben Duckett. Around the wicket to the left-hander, pushed out defensively into the offside. and there's no run.
Reminds me of Lungi Ngidi when I first saw him on the tour of South Africa in 2018. Built like a tank. Harshit Rana spending a lot of time in the gym trying to replicate that. But yeah, I think it's exciting for Harshit Rana. Gautam Gambhir definitely likes him a lot. Has been backing him throughout on his international appearances. And it's important for Rana to get a taste of international cricket in ODI format as well, leading up to the Champions Trophy.
Shami in. Duckett drives beautifully through mid-off for 4. That's proper. You heard Darren Gough in the build-up talking about playing proper classical cricket shots and not needing to improvise and innovate. And there's a perfect example of it. Mohammad Shami just slightly over-pitched. And what a beautiful off-drive.
Yeah, it was a lovely off-drive in a seam position. I mean, if you're asking any kids to talking about seam positions, this seam position from Mohammad Shami is unbelievable. It's just angling back in towards Ben Duckett. It bounced to touch you high up on the bat, but because he was playing with a straight bat back down the ground, he was managed to get it for 4.
Here's Mohammad Shami from the southern end and flicked away off his pads now by Duckett. Behind square on the leg side, Harshit Rana runs around from the long leg boundary to deep backward square. Keeps them down to a couple. KL Rahul fields the throw. One thing we haven't spoken about is the omission of Rishabh Pant. I mean, it's extraordinary to think that a guy like Rishabh Pant can't make the 50-over team. It is just remarkable. I mean, it's indicative of the strength and depth of the Indian squad, the national players at the moment. But I mean, Rishabh Pant, my word. You judge a team by the strength of its bench. Goodness, Shami in. Beats Duckett with an absolute jaffer. That's angled into him and has straightened and gone past the outside edge. What a beauty.
Yeah, fantastic bowling from Mohammad Shami. He really was just showing a replay of the over, the first over, which was a maiden over to Phil Salt. And this shape on the ball, the angle of the seam going towards off stump and nipping away that one there. It wobbled a little bit. It was still bolt upright, the seam, and it's just held its line and turned Duckett round, and he squared the England batter up.
17 without loss. England. Mohammad Shami in again to Duckett. Another beauty. Absolute snorter. Too good for Duckett, who just turns and phlegmatically wanders away towards square leg. So the body language saying, "There's nothing I can do about that."
You might give him the benefit of the doubt, playing inside of it to Rana, but he played it that one. He definitely played it that one. That's another beauty from Mohammad Shami.
It was perhaps a little too close to Ben Duckett, especially compared to the last delivery. I tell you what, as an Indian cricket fan, Mohammad Shami in this kind of rhythm is a pleasure to watch.
Here's Shami to complete the over down the leg side. Flick and a miss from Duckett. Hits him on the pad. Deflects to KL Rahul. And the end of the over. 3 overs gone. England choosing to bat first. 17 without loss. Come back to Rishabh Pant then. Is it just a matter of time before he's back in the 50-over team?
I think it'll depend on what KL Rahul does, obviously. Look, even in the build-up, we were talking about India's potential middle order. KL Rahul gets the nod because of the splendid job he did in the ODI World Cup for India, and you're heading into an ICC event again, so India would want to go with the formula that they used, which was quite successful. They went to the final. I mean, I don't want to talk about the final too much for obvious reasons, but yeah, they got to the final. That's a formula that worked for them. So KL Rahul gets the nod ahead of Rishabh Pant for that reason.
Width on offer here from Harshit Rana, and a little bit of fun and games from Hardik Pandya. Shubman Gill at cover. It was driven, mistimed into the ground and bounces up. Gill takes the catch and tosses it in the air, which fools a few thousand out of the 45,000 in the ground.
It's starting to fill up, isn't it? It is starting to fill up slowly, but it is. Just another word on the Rishabh Pant selection. I mean, eventually it'll come down to permutations and combinations. Do you want a left-hander in your middle order in the ICC event? That is what it's going to come down to eventually.
Beaten outside the off stump now, Phil Salt, as Harshit Rana finds a perfect line and length, and aggressive Phil Salt plays and misses for the 4th time in this brief innings. It's only the 11th ball he's faced.
Yeah, it was wide, it was full, it was up there, it was width, and Phil Salt's natural. He's trying to hit it straight. His right shoulder's coming in because he's trying to hit it too hard. The actual shot was trying to hit it straight back over the bowler's head. Then the practice shot was sort of hitting it over the top of cover point. And I think if he had gone for the second option, he might have made contact with the ball.
Extra man in the covers now, just the one slip. Harshit Rana in full and straight. Salt half digs it out, half tries to drive, but it's straight up to Rohit Sharma at mid-off, no run.
The hard thing from an India point of view, I would say, Chetan, is that England have had a similar option where they've had 2 or 3 very, very good players who keep wicket. And finding a place for them all, Phil Salt, Ben Duckett keep wicket. You've got Josh Buttler in this side. There's 1 or 2 in the Test team. But Rishabh Pant doesn't strike me as somebody who you can play as a batter alone, because you wouldn't be able to hide him in the field.
Here's Harshit Rana running away from us from the north end of the ground, and short and attempted pull shot from Salt. He swivels but doesn't get through the shot, and it hits him, so I think, on the back thigh. It's a moment of discomfort for him. Ben Duckett walks down from the non-striker's end just to give him another few seconds, make sure that he gathers his breath. Actually didn't hit him on the back thigh, it's hit him right in the solar, what's it called, the stomach,
yeah. His belly button, which is, his belly button is a little bit more shaped in his body than what it is in mine and in Darren Gough's.
Salt 8 off 13, Ben Duckett 9 at a run a ball, and England are 17 without loss in the 4th over. Harshit Rana is up to the crease again. It's just back of a length, and it's defended by Salt, and rightly so.
Just going back on your comment on Rishabh Pant, he would take exception to that. Before his accident, he was quite acrobatic. He used to do somersaults on the field. When tying his shoelaces, just would get up or fielding. He's been a decent fielder, especially in the outfield. So it's not a case of where you would hide him on the field, but it's also a case of who is your best keeper in the 11. If both KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant are there, then obviously Rishabh Pant would keep. There's no doubt about that. And KL Rahul is a pretty decent fielder himself. So it's more a question of whether the 2 of them fit in the same playing 11, and the answer is no.
Defended again by Salt now as Harshit Rana once more goes hard length, and Salt is forced onto the back foot, plays it away defensively out on the offside. You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. 17 without loss. That was a maiden from Harshit Rana, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was a maiden over, yeah. 4 overs gone. England 17 without loss. And I actually, as far as Phil Salt's concerned, given his career strike rate and his natural inclination to attack, I think that shows excellent patience and discipline. And I mean, both teams have played very little ODI cricket since the last 50 over World Cup. That's down the leg side from Mohammad Shami, a very rare poor delivery down the leg side, and Duckett has a swing at it, misses, and it's called wide. But his last 5 ODI scores, Phil Salt, 22 and 45 against Australia, 18, 59 and 74 against the West Indies. Ben Duckett as well, all against Australia. He had a cracking series, didn't he? 95, 32, 8, 63 and 107.
Yeah, all the majority of the teams, when they have been playing ODI cricket, which is few and far between, but they've looked the blood youngsters.
Here's Shami again. Duckett drives, completely mistimes, hits inside bottom corner of the bat and trickles out on the leg side.
If you remember the West Indies series for England, it was right on the verge of the Pakistan tour, so none of the big guns went and played in that series. So for what there has been of 50 over cricket in the international arena, there's been a lot of Test cricket. The World Test Championships come to a climax in the last 12 months, and the 50 overs have been fitted in around it, and a lot of the teams have obviously prioritised their superstars or their big name players for the red ball game.
Just the one slip in now. Mohammad Shami runs in from the far end towards us. Duckett drives beautifully, and Rohit Sharma's right on the edge of the 30-yard circle, and he had to hurry to slide and stop that one.
I tell you what, I was watching Mohammad Shami bowl in domestic cricket. That was in the second week of January. He looks a very different bowler to me today. He's gotten more rhythm today, looking more match fit. On that day, he was just lumbering in. You can tell, Harmy, can't you, when a pacer isn't up to his rhythm.
And it's natural because of the amount of time he spent out.
Shami again to Duckett on the back foot, looking to make some room. Chops it away to Jadeja at backward point.
The fast bowlers, they're not robots, and this is the thing that you have to have time to come back into cricket. And I've never been out as long as what Mohammad Shami is, but if you tore a side or you're looking at 8 weeks out, the minute you have 8 weeks out, it does take time to come back into it. And I think it was smart not taking him to the border Gavaskar, because you put a load of pressure on his body.
And he was never going to play all 5 T20s. I mean, just to play him those 2 T20s.
Here's Shami again to Duckett. He shows he does respect the good balls, because he's played defensively to that one.
You were building him up towards that rhythm, towards that workload. Just getting his rhythm right. Shami has always been that rhythm bowler. The moment he gets that rhythm right, that's when he is at his most dangerous. So with the question mark over Jasprit Bumrah's fitness, you need Shami firing on all cylinders in that Champions Trophy. So it's been a decent build-up, and as you said, it was a good decision not to take him to Australia, but also the way he's been managed, especially with the BCCI medical team staying with him ever since November, monitoring his workload after every spell, not after every match, after every spell.
Down the wicket comes Duckett now. He's on the charge and he slap drives it past Rohit Sharma at mid-off and down to the boundary. I didn't see that coming from Ben Duckett, but he's decided that Mohammad Shami's bowling a little too consistently, and there's a downside to bowling consistently. The batsman eventually says, well, if you're going to keep bowling that length, I'm going to do something about it, and he slapped him for 4.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball from Mohammad Shami. It was the balls he's been bowling so far and the ones that have been turning Ben Duckett around, but he's had to do something. He's thinking positively. He's 13 off 14 balls now coming out the crease, and so he likes to give himself the width. He gives himself natural width the way he plays from a standing position, but there he just come out of his crease and opened up the offside.
22 without loss, England. Here's Mohammad Shami again. Bowls. Duckett drives in the air, just over mid-on. Very, very close to being caught by the fielder at mid-on, and he thought that he was in business as well, and it's just cleared him. It's Hardik Pandya.
Hardik Pandya, yeah, and
he didn't backpedal because he thought he was going to catch it.
I could understand if it was Rana or if it was Mohammad Shami himself. It was a fast bowler that looked like that when he did it. I just wonder if he didn't pick it up quite right first of all, because he seemed to have a step forward and then he got himself in a set position, and then all of a sudden he was nowhere near it. And to be fair, I think when we watch it again, I would suggest that he was nowhere near it. Hardik Pandya is a world-class fielder. He's a fantastic fielder. So I just think he might have just not seen it first all off the bat. It was a little bit of a cloth. It didn't quite come off the middle of the bat, but a little bit of fortune for Ben Duckett there.
I think, yeah, he's just misjudged it, isn't he? I mean, he would have been backpedaling if he picked up the trajectory properly. Big top edge, slog sweep, high over the keeper's head. That might even go all the way, and it has. It's no longer a surprise to see a top edge clear the keeper and land on the full over the rope. Even here at the VCA ground in Nagpur, with its long straight boundaries, top edges aren't what they used to be.
He's gone to try and sort of pick up pull, slog sweep, whichever way you want to look at it. He's gone right across his stumps has Phil Salt. You've probably seen off stump. Rana's probably seen off stump as Phil round the legs of Phil Salt in the position when he's let go of the ball. He's gone early. He's put all his eggs in one basket. It's a big shot into the leg side, and he's managed to get a top edge of it, and it's the pierce on the ball and a little bit of bounce off a good length. It's gone over KL Rahul.
Here's Harshad Rana in once again. Salt drives handsomely between mid-off and extra cover. It's racing away to the boundary, and it'll be 4 more. It's a lovely moment after that top edge 6 when somebody obviously said something to Phil Salt, and he just raised his eyebrows as if, well, it's all part of the game, mate. You can say what you like. Top edge 6s, it's all the run of the mill.
Yeah, you pay your money, you take your chance, and if you swing hard, It literally could go anywhere, and there's a couple of times there again. That one there on the up. If there's a catching cover, which you normally have once slip comes out of play, you would have gone straight to hand.
36 without loss now, and another one. He's gone for the sweep this time, and it could well have gone for 6 more. It has. That's a sweep. There's no slog. He's down on one knee playing a sweep shot to Harshit Rana, and he swept it over deep backward square leg for 6. Wow.
Amazing shot from Phil Salt. I mean, just getting down on his haunches, and like you said, it was not a slog, really, picking up that change of pace from Harshit Rana. He was trying something different to outfox the batter, but just got beaten there.
I think he tried to go wide. I think this time Rana's seen Salt go early, so he's just changed his pace at the last minute. The ball's gone that little bit fuller, and Phil Salt's adjusted very, very well and picked it up on the leg side.
Salt 24 off 18 now, and he's got more. So this time it's a pull shot over wide long on, just one bounce for 4, but he's picked up the length incredibly quickly there. It's really interesting, Harmy, that you said that that it was Rana who spotted Salt going early. There'd have been a few people who are going that, oh, Salt spotted the slower ball the other way around.
No, I think Rana spotted. I think the bowler spotted the batter go across his stumps again. And this time Salt, because the one before, the top edge one before, he didn't get a chance to get low and go for the sweep. I think that's what he was looking for. And this time, because it was slower, he's managed to just get down that little bit quicker and pick up. And this time, really putting pressure on the debutant.
Harshit Rana in once again. He's got some hauling back to do now. He does a dot ball with the 5th ball of his 3rd over, pushed out defensively on the offside. But he's going for 11s at the moment. None for 31 coming up to the last ball of his 3rd over. And there's a word of encouragement from Rohit Sharma, just a little pat on the back. And
yeah, I don't think he's bowled badly at all. He's going at 11s, but Phil Salt took his chance. He's been given a little bit of width. He gives himself natural width because he doesn't move his feet and he stays leg side. I don't think Rana's bowled, really, really poorly here. I just think Phil Salt's took his chance.
Last ball of his 3rd over, Harshit Rana is in. Short, pulled for 6 from the moment it left the bat. What a dispatch from Phil Salt that is. Couldn't pick up whether it was another slower ball, but it was back of a length, and it's just sat up beautifully. Salt onto it in a flash, and that has not been helped on its way. That has been smashed in front of square on the leg side.
That's a top shot. That is a top shot. That wasn't the greatest of balls. Must admit, I was giving Dish Rana some credit here because I didn't think he had bowled as badly. That was in between. That was nothing or something. It was a poor length, and it was an easy length for a top international player, especially with only 2 men outside the ring, to really free his arm. So pressure on the debutant. There'll be a change now, I would imagine, from Rohit Sharma, the India captain, because to go for 26 and an over, he's going to have to take the big fast bowler probably out of the attack.
That's a belting, isn't it? He's gone for 26. Well done for adding them up. I'd lost track. Here comes Mohammad Shami again. Ben Duckett pushed it straight back to the bowler Mohammad Shami. 50 up for England after 6 overs. 52 for none.
It's interesting that Harvey said, the debutant is under pressure. I mean, they know each other very well, don't they? They played together at Kolkata Knight Riders, Phil Salt and Harshit Rana. So they're very aware of what the other player can do, which is a little surprising for me from the way Rana has bowled. As you mentioned, he's not bowled badly, but whatever he's thrown at Phil Salt, whether it be the change of pace or I think Salt expected that half tracker, and that's why he punished him duly. So it's been a little surprising that Rana has not been able to adjust, knowing how Salt is going to go after him. The one thing I can say, though, is after this ball,
here is Shami again. Duckett gives himself some room outside the off stump, tries to cut straight to point Axar Patel fields.
In the previous over, when he was driven through that gap on the offside for 4, that's where Rohit Sharma, standing at mid-off, was clapping him. That's the way he wanted his bowler to bowl, just bowl full. But again, Salt was up to the mark, taking advantage over there.
Yeah, well, he's gone for 26 off the over, but he's hit a 4, which has gone head height through the ring through the 30-yard circle. head height between two fielders, that could easily have gone to hand. He's pulled one which has gone straight over the wicketkeeper's head. That literally could have gone anywhere as well.
Here is Mohammad Shami again, and Duckett gives himself some room and cuts this one down to third man where it's misfielded by Kuldeep Yadav. He had that covered, or should have done. He's dived over the top of it. Something's gone horribly wrong. He had it covered. It should have been a single, and it's 4 instead. And England move up to 56 without loss. Salt 34. Duckett now into the 20s as well with 21.
Yeah, just getting a little bit sloppy here from India. That's a couple of misfields now, and bowlers, like I said before, it's a belter of a wicket. This is, I mean, it's got to be 300 plus, 350, even, dare I say, even more, the way the ball is coming onto the bat nicely.
Here is Mohammad Shami again, and Duckett once more shows that you bowl me a good ball and I will respect it. Interesting stats, they're not always relevant, but the average first innings score on this ground is 288. A couple of provisos, small sample size, and the last game, ODI, was 6 years ago here in Nagpur, but it has a history in Test cricket of providing some quite dodgy tracks. 2015 against South Africa, 2023 against Australia, both pitches marked poor.
But if I'm a fast bowler running up on this, I'm thinking it's a dodgy track. Just because it's a belter, it's a beaut. But even that, Jets, you know, I'll look at it from a fast bowler's point of view. Big, tall, fast bowler with pace. There's bounce. So I'd fancy myself to get carry and catch the outside edge if I get my lines and lengths right.
Well, on a poor surface, with the fast bowler banging it in, you always get that awkward bounce, don't you?
Mohammad Shami around the wicket to Duckett, tucks it away off his pads out to backwards square leg, and or Shreyas Iyer does the fielding at just behind square rather than backward. 56 without loss at the end of the 7th over.
But we don't see a lot of pacers bowl on those kind of surfaces. I mean, the go-to strategy is always to get as many spinners in your 11 as possible, with the top surface breaking up, every puff of dust coming up whenever the ball pitches. So, yeah, I mean, it's good on you that you would want to bowl on that.
Here's Mohammad Shami to complete his 4th over as Ben Duckett plays defensively out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So 7 overs gone. England winning the toss, choosing to bat first. Made a cracking start, 56 without loss. Mohammad Shami's been excellent. 4 overs, none for 19. Harshit Rama less so, none for 37 off 3.
And just a last word on those pitches at Nagpur 2012 when England won their series here, the Test series. India coming to the VCA 2-1 behind, and the ball didn't rise up above the knee roll. India played 4 spinners and 1 pacer. I think Ishant Sharma was the lone pacer. They had Pragyan Ojha, Ravindra Jadeja, Piyush Chawla, and I think it was Ashwin as the 4th spinner. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Ashwin,
played,
yes.
Yeah. Ashwin played.
Yeah. And
Peterson got him, didn't he? Peterson
so.
get runs in that game, in the Nagpur
Peterson got it in Mumbai. It was
it Strauss?
Alistair Cook.
Was it Cook or Strauss? I know one of the top order got a big 100. I thought it might have been Peterson, because Root got runs in. He got 50 in his debut. I think that's what he got. But yeah, it was a different surface to the one we're playing on right now.
Here's Akshar Patel inside the power play, the 8th over of the innings, driven straight down the ground by Salt. Beautiful shot. There was nothing sweepy or even slog sweepy about that. Just a lovely classic straight drive as Akshar Patel pitches slightly too full, and it's a slightly quicker spinner than the average, and it's just skidded on beautifully to the middle of the bat. 4 more runs, 60 without loss. Salt 38 from just 22 balls, strike rate of 172. Akshar Patel to Salt once again, and it's crunched out towards extra cover, and a nice piece of fielding by Rohit Sharma at extra cover. Well, yeah, he's the extra cover, and he's just sent a man out to the cover boundary now or the deep square leg boundary for Duckett. 61 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's in his debut, and Rana, the very first ball, Salt hits it straight back down the ground. That's poor fielding. It really is. Sorry, not poor fielding because he didn't get anywhere near it, but but poor positioning. He's far too wide on a pitch as good as this. The outfield, the way it is, you've got to make sure you don't get beat on your left-hand side. You don't get beat on the inside. There's a lot more room on the outside. You get beat on the inside if you're mid-on and mid-off, and it's a guaranteed 4. If you get beat on your other side, well, there's another man on the boundary who can help you out, and there's a lot more space for the ball to slow down and stop. It was just an easy push down the ground.
Is that just a lack of reading?
I just think it's a lack of reading. It's also, the captain and the wicketkeeper should have had him in the right place.
Sweep shot from Ben Duckett as Akshar Patel pushes it through very quickly, and another dive and another miss down on the deep backward square leg boundary. That's 4 more runs. Ben Duckett has struck that one absolutely beautifully. So it's Yashasvi Jaiswal down there, isn't it?
I don't think he's getting anywhere near that. It was a dive, but I think it was an enthusiastic dive. I don't think he was diving to get anywhere near the ball. I think it was past him by the time he put the dive in. I think he's showing on debut.
He was showing good willing.
Yeah, good willing. Yeah.
Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT, joining us here on talkSPORT 2. We're a reverse sweep from Ben Duckett. He's hit it beautifully. Oh, he's hit that magnificently. It's either just over the rope or just short. It is just short. Confirmed by umpire Anand Padadman, who just wanted a quick check from the third umpire. But England off to a roaring start. They're winning the toss, batting first, 69 without loss in the 8th over. Phil Salt 39. Ben Duckett, that boundary takes him up to 29. And England are flying along as Akshar Patel, left arm spin is in again. Duckett slog drives in down to Shubman Gill on the wide long on boundary, and they're through for a single. Cracking start, end of the over. No, he's got 1 ball left, beg your pardon.
What a shot that was. That reverse sweep from Ben Duckett. Nearly got it all the way. Just bounced on the inside, but what a shot it was from Akshar Patel. Really going well in this power play, putting India and Rohit Sharma under pressure.
This is the last ball of the over. Phil Salt forward and then initially, then retreats back into his crease and tucks it away onto the leg side for a single. 8 overs gone. England 71 without loss. Phil Salt 40, Ben Duckett 30. And the breaking news that caught everyone by surprise before the start of play: Virat Kohli not playing for India, injured his knee at training last night and wasn't able to recover in time. So a couple of new caps for India. Yashasvi Jaiswal opening the batting, and Harshit Rana took the new ball. His first 3 overs went for 37. Chetan Narula, and it's very, very early days, far too early to say that India are being put under pressure here. They've only had 8 overs, but it's been a cracking start from England.
Well, they won the toss and opted to bat, and this is what you want. 71 without loss after 8 overs. If Rohit Sharma thought Akshar Patel might be able to stem the flow of runs, he was wrong about that. Usually Akshar Patel is very tight with his line, bowls within stumps. So I was a little surprised, but then again, Ben Duckett showed us last year when the English Test tour was on that he can really sweep well, can't he? And he swept on both sides of the wicket. So maybe a thinking strategy, thinking action. Hardik Pandya's here.
Hardik Pandya into the attack from the southern end of the ground, and pull shot from Phil Salt. Pretty meditated, I reckon. He was pulling that whatever length it was, just a single up towards mid-on. 72 without loss.
Yeah, and to go on what you're saying there, Chetan, they're very difficult. I think they'd be difficult to bowl spin at the pace that Akshar bowls at against these two, because Duckett will go for the sweep and Salt wants to hit you down the ground. So getting you a length's perfect with only 2 men outside the circle. And you look at this change up to Hardik Pandya with third and fine leg inside the circle, run up and taking pace off the ball, because Pandya can go as well. He is renowned for somebody he's a wicket taking bowler at a lower pace, but he does become expensive.
Here's Hardik Pandya once again bowling to the left-handed Duckett. He has a full swing at this and misses outside the off stump. Now, if you listen to us on talkSPORT 2 or talkSPORT, you might not be able to see the pictures on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, which you can watch as well. You can see us. And there have been a few comments, Harmy, on the all of them favourable. That is assuming that I've just been told that they're all favourable. About your choice of attire, your commentary shirt today, and I'm sure that there'll be a few people watching going like, oh, that is quality. Good choice. Swinging a missed time from Duckett here as Hardik Pandya bowls a slower ball. So go on, gloat away.
No, I gloat away. I've not seen him yet this morning, but for the ones that are listening on talkSPORT, I've got my Newcastle shirt on. I'll only wear it for the first session. I'll not disrespect Arsenal fans too much. I was really hoping that Ria Parlour was in the studio when I spoke to Gabby and Alan this morning, but a fantastic result from my team last night. I mean, it was a magnificent atmosphere. The atmosphere in here is unbelievable, but St James's Park last night looked, fantastic.
Pandya into Duckett, clips it away to short fine leg, and a good diving stop from Harshit Rana. He's got a little bit of catching up to do. A couple of missed fields and a couple that he didn't get anywhere near, and his first 3 overs very expensive, but when he saved 1 or 2 there.
Harmy, you stayed up late last night to watch that game. You can wait a little longer.
No, I did. I stayed up last night, watched it on my iPad. I listened to the build-up. I listened to because it wasn't on our TV, so I listened to the build-up on talkSPORT. Stuart Pearce and Sam and Adrian Durham, and I mean, they got me so excited. But you could hear, even the way Stuart Pearce was talking and Adrian was talking about the atmosphere, you could hear and sense 5 minutes before the kickoff what it was like.
Pandya in again to Phil Salt, backs away, gives himself some room, cuts it behind square on the offside. Should be caught, will be caught. Very good chase. Oh, there's a miss. Oh, there's a terrible mix-up in the middle. There was a total lack of communication, and Salt has to go. Duckett was coming back for the third. He either changed his mind or Salt didn't see that he changed his mind. Either way, there was no call, and a brilliant opening partnership of 75 has ended in a very, very disappointing way. Salt giving himself some room. Penultimate over of the power play. They've come back for the second. It was the third that they were looking for. Shreyas Iyer was the fielder. It's good throw, good chase, good throw, but just a complete lack of communication. Harmy's been doing a bit of forensic analysis on the replays, so he may be able to apportion blame. I don't know whose fault it was.
It's Phil Salt bowl watching, that's what it is. But for me, I was just about to climb into India's fielding. The lacklustre India's fielding, because Shreyas Iyer, Hardik Pandya was about to throw the kitchen sink at his fielder for not chasing it as hard as what he's done, and all he's done is, lured them into a little bit of a false sense of security. He's chased the ball, he's not gone sprinting after it, and the bowler was not happy at all. His arms were in the air as to say, come on, make an effort. And all of a sudden, Phil Salt, because he was just dawdling, Phil Salt thinks, I can nip one here, I can get a third run. But Ben Duckett was watching the fielder, while Phil Salt was watching the fielder, and he wasn't watching Ben Duckett. And all of a sudden, by the time Phil Salt got his head up, he was more or less shaking hands with Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett wasn't moving. Ball in Keir Rowell's hand. And England, like you say, a promising start, has just gone up in the air a little bit.
I think that run out was made by Shreyas Iyer. Like you said, Hardik Pandya with his arms up, he was signalling, oh, you should run harder, you should chase harder. The last instant is where Shreyas Iyer put in that dive and got the ball just in the boundary rope and then threw it very, very quickly. That's the precise moment which really confused the two batters. Whether did it run away for 4? Last instant where he put that dive in is what created that run out.
75 for 1, Joe Root, the new batsman. And first delivery is defended away as Hardik Pandya hits a length outside the off stump. So Joe Root faced 1 ball. Ben Duckett is there for 31, but Phil Salt has departed with a rueful shake of his head. I think that he probably realised that he was largely to blame for his own demise. 9 overs gone, England winning the toss and choosing to bat first. They are 75 for 1. Time for a change of voices on commentary. The next few overs, half an hour or so, you'll be with Darren Gough and Jon Norman.
Just sitting back and enjoying watching Phil Salt and Ben Duckett continuing what has actually been a pretty productive opening partnership. Only for Phil Salt to be run out for 43, coming from just 26 deliveries. Nitish Rana, the impact sub from the 4th at T20, 26 coming from his 3rd over all of that on debut. Harshit Rana, that is. Darren Gough's alongside me. Goughy, I suppose, the man that you'd want to come to the crease after a mix-up like that has just appeared. Joe Root, he's back.
Yeah, the man is back. He's a fantastic player, Joe. He's been in good form, hasn't he? Playing in the SA20 over in South Africa with the Pal Royals. Now he's here in India on the biggest stage of all. Yeah, was a shame. A run out. Big loss. Phil Salt was on fire. He was taking him down, wasn't he?
He was indeed, but Duckett is still there. What a crowd in as well. You know, the T20s that have just taken place, you know, every single one of them, and they were packed to the rafters. And here for the start of this ODI series that we're bringing you on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, looking like, if not a full house, certainly a lively one. Big thanks to Steve Harmison. I don't know if he slept. He didn't look like he'd slept when he recorded his first podcast for the YouTube channel after his long flight from Ashington or from Newcastle. It's Harshit Rana is in, and Ben Duckett will take a single down to third. Flash of the bat. Yeah, and he moves to 32.
Not a morning person, Steve Harmison, from memory. Yeah, been a good start from England. Phil Salt and Ben Duckett tends to be the new partnership for England. Looks like it's going to be a successful one in all formats, really. Well, not the test match format, but in the shorter ball format, T20 and the 50 over format. Two good players, right and left-handed, mix it up well. Different type of players, aren't they? Phil Salt likes to hit down the ground. Ben Duckett likes to hit square of the wicket.
Root facing his second delivery, and he just tucks this fine. It won't reach the boundary, just be a single. He gets off the mark. You know Ben Duckett well, actually, don't you? Because he's friends. Isn't he friends with one of your sons?
Well, he opened the batting with him at Stowe School. They used to play against each other, Buckinghamshire versus Northants as well, and also he was on my academy at Stowe School, Ben Duckett.
There you go.
From being 13? Yeah, 13 years old. Even then, he looks exactly the same now as he did at 13. Same height.
That's quite a thought.
Same look.
Beard.
Plays the same way.
He's facing now. Takes on a short ball. It's gone aerial. There's a chance and a catch has been taken brilliantly. Jaiswal, I think it was, running from the covers. And he's made a really tricky chance look relatively simple.
Well,
Duckett's gone. England lose their second. 77 for 2 in the 10th.
Well, good call, Johnny. Got a bit of pace, hasn't he, Harshit? And it's there. He's gone round the park, but this is what pace can do. Short ball to Ben Duckett. Real good height. Ben Duckett tries to pull it. We've just been talking about how good he is. Square the wicket. Got a little bit big of him because of that extra pace, but I'll tell you what a catch there from Jaiswal. Absolutely superb. The aeroplane celebration, and the crowd went nuts. They really did. Big wicket for India.
It's not quite as important as the wicket that took place in the final of the World Cup back in 2023, but similar field position. It was Rohit Sharma who was caught by Travis Head brilliantly. And that set in motion a day that will live long in the minds of 1.5 billion Indians who watched on aghast as India lost their first game of the World Cup. Sadly for them, it was the final. But England, as is customary at times, have lost a couple quickly. 75 for without loss has become 77 for 2. Two new batters at the crease, and you know them both pretty well. Two Yorkshiremen, Joe Root and now Harry Brook.
Yeah, two very good players. World-class players, actually. You got one who's been around and done it for many years, and then you've got Harry Brook. Since he's come into an England international shirt, he's showed his true talent. He still gets a little bit carried away, if we're going to be a little bit critical of him now and again. When he finds his feet, he's already a top player, but when he finds his feet, I expect that average 39, he's averaging just over 39. I expect that to change pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Harry Brook during the mid-innings break, actually, because I want to pick your brain about him. But he's about to face his first delivery. Little trigger movement to the offside and drops this ball down into the offside. And it's no run. He's only played... this is actually quite an inexperienced ODI side. Brooks played 20 50-over games. Duckett, 16. Phil Salt, 27. Livingston, 33. Bethel, of course, new to international cricket. Has played 8, as is Bryden Cast, 19. 27 to Archer. Of course, he's had an injury-ravaged career to date. And Saqib Mahmood, 9 ODIs. So, it's not the finished article. Plenty of cricket to come. As again, Brook comes forward and opens the face of the bat. Can't beat backward point. But yeah, that average pushing 40. His last 3 ODI scores, though, at home against Australia. 110 not out, 87 and 72.
Pretty good, eh?
I'd take it.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, look, inexperience when you compare him to Rohit Sharma, 266 one-day internationals. Virat Kohli, who's not playing this game, 295 one-day internationals. You've got Jadeja in there. You've got Mohammad Shami. Yeah, there's a lot of games there, but I don't think it matters in this day and age, the way they play.
Last ball of the over, and as Harshit Rana just got Harry Brooks strangled down the leg side. He's actually looked like he's tried to take the bat out the way of the ball, but it's bounced a bit more than he expected. A touch straighter, it's flicked the glove, and the keeper's done the rest. England, 75 without loss, now 77 for 3.
Well, we said it earlier, it's the pace again, isn't it? New to the crease, just wants to have a couple of sighters, hits the pitch hard. It's done him for pace. It really, really has. I think that's a fantastic delivery. Rising into the hip, into the breastbone. Absolutely. Just tries to tickle it round the corner. But that extra pace just left him surprised when he just comes to the crease. And unfortunately for England, Harry Brook, so much talent, goes for naught off just 3 deliveries. And 77 for 3 now are England.
Wow. I mean, you never know. I mean, Geoffrey Boycott always used to say add 2 wickets to the score. Well, with England, you add 3. Hopefully it finishes there. But Jos Buttler now having to come out onto the field of play when he would have been expecting to have had his feet up for a good 10, 15, maybe 20 overs. England were going so well.
Absolutely. And I think India will be happy, but... you've got so much pace in the attack here now, and Josh Butler's coming to the crease. So he's a good player. He's used to Indian conditions. He'll be a little bit nervous because they've just lost 3 wickets. He knows it needs a calming presence. He's got Joe Root at the crease. He's now got Butler with him. Can they have a partnership together? Because we all know, I know they don't like using the word partnerships now in cricket because that's kind of gone out the window, hasn't it? But still, when you have wickets go bang, 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 you need that partnership just to settle the nerves again and go from there and try and build it onto a huge score.
You're listening to the India versus England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. Hardik Pandya in for the start of his second over. Joe Root defends. Back to the bowler who fields. Liam Livingstone down to come in next. I mean, Liam Livingstone was talking up his abilities as a number 5. He's playing, this is in T20 cricket, he's playing at number 6 here. Jacob Bethel to come. Surely Butler and Root have just got to stick around.
Well, they have. They've got to build a partnership. And like I say, this modern day cricket, people don't like using that word because it's about just going to the crease and playing with a free spirit.
Pitched up by Pandya and defended again by Root. Back to the bowler, no run.
But you've got 2 players who are experienced. They know the conditions. They've both played in India a lot. They know how important it is to get a score on the board. Just have a look for 5 or 6 overs, and then they've got the firepower. They've still got lots of firepower. Butler, Livingstone, Bethel, Cass, Archer, and Rashid can all strike the ball really, really well.
Joe Root with one wide slip in place as a backward point, cover point, extra cover, and again playing with the straightest of bats down into the turf. It bounces up and over Hardik Pandya, who tries to field, but mid-off comes in and prevents a run. Root and Butler. Would have been fun and games in South Africa.
Sounds like a lawyer's firm, doesn't it? Root and Butler. At the crease.
When Will Jacks opens with a full sort, sounds like a packet of crisps, doesn't it? Salt and Jacks. I'll have a packet of those. Here is Hardik Pandya. This time Joe Root playing on the back foot. Can't beat backward point. So Jadeja there, I imagine. If it isn't Jadeja, I'd like to see. I'd like to see the fielder that's going to take Jadeja's place at backward point.
Absolutely, Jadeja, without a doubt. He is one of still. It's getting on now, but still an unbelievable athlete. And let's say when you got someone, you want your best fielder there. Back when I played, Paul Collingwood used to sit in that position, save so many. He dropped a few as well, because your ball's going to come at you there at pace. But I always classed them as he stopped to 4. Because they come that hard.
This time Root lets this wideish delivery from Pandya go through. Taken by KL Rahul. There is a lot of experience just going through it, wouldn't we? I mean, when you look at Jadeja and Sharma, KL Rahul, Virat Kohli's not playing today. He's picked up a knee injury. Hardik Pandya's an interesting one, isn't he? I'll be interested to see how you feel he goes today, because he's a perceived snub went his way when Surya Kumar Yadav and Axar Patel were given the captaincy and vice-captaincy of the T20 side for India. Last ball of the over, and once again Root coming forward, defending to cover, no run whatsoever. So maiden from Hardik Pandya, who I thought bowled, he wasn't asked to bowl a lot. He would very often bowl the second over of the innings and then come back and bowl one over in the power play, or the death overs, but he batted well. He bowled at good pace, good variations. He mixed up his lines, his lengths, cutters, slow ball bouncers. You know, the full repertoire is very difficult to get away. And he still has that touch of class about him, even if maybe his career hasn't reached the heights, certainly in Test cricket, that we possibly expected a few years ago.
I think he's a gun. I really do. I think it's important, but you get players like Hardik Pandya. He's such a big player for India. It's his power hitting for me. In bowling is a huge bonus. He's very, very skillful with ball in hand, and he can do a great job for India, but it's the power hitting.
Butler to face his first delivery, and much like his fellow right-hander, just defends back up the track. Nitish Harshit Rana, I keep calling him Nitish Rana. Harshit Rana, whose third over went for 26. He's picked up 2 wickets since then. Ben Duckett caught brilliantly by Jaiswal. And Harry Brook departing without scoring, caught down the leg side, a ball that gave him the hurry up, took the glove, he tried to withdraw the bat, and KL Rahul did the rest behind the stumps. He's bowling right arm over the wicket to Jos Buttler, who again plays with a straight bat and defends.
Do you know, John, I mean, that's why in a 50-over game especially, I think it's in all cricket, but in 50 over especially, you've got to take wickets, right? And a quick bowler is such a must. It really is. England have got quite a few of them now, haven't they? Let's be fair. We got Archer, we got Wood, we got Mahmood, who can bowl quite heavy. Bryden Cast can bowl quickly as well. You've got to take wickets, and that for me is the reason a quick bowler has to play that Harry Brook dismissal. Caught down the leg side, did him for pace totally.
There's still a slip in place for Butler, who again comes forward and defends on the up, no run. 77 for 3. England collapses in the T20 series that we brought to you on talkSPORT 2. 7 for 26 at Mumbai, 7 for 67 at Kolkata, 7 for 71 at Pune. I mean, it does happen in T20 cricket, but India will be mindful that there's, you know, Livingston, Bethel and Cast to come. A lot of pressure on these two. Butler doesn't come in to this match in great ODI form. Pitched up, on off stump, and Buttler again comes forward and just pushes this to mid-on, no run. Butler's only passed 50 once in his last 15 ODI innings. 6 single-figure scores in last 10 innings, including 4 of his last 6. That's from Gary Morgan, our scorer. I mean, it's difficult to take much from that because, of course, they play ODI cricket so rarely.
It is, and look, we talked about at the start, didn't we, about Rohit Sharma under a bit of pressure, and I said people should give the head a wobble. I think, but realistically, Butler's under pressure this series, not this series, but the Champions Trophy. If he doesn't deliver, I think they'll look to change.
Again, defended by Buttler, who actually shapes to run, but this is pushed straight to a straight mid-on. Quite short as well, so looking like we could be seeing back-to-back maidens in Nagpur, where England have stuttered somewhat. 75 without loss, 77 for 3. If not Buttler, though, and I mean, we are being a bit presumptuous because there's no reason to think that England won't do well in this series and the Champions Trophy to come. It's not obvious to me who would take over the captaincy.
Well, it'd be Harry Brook, wouldn't it?
Buttler will get off the mark. Touch short from Harshit Rana, and actually Butler's picked up 4, square of the wicket. Didn't seem to time the ball particularly well, but this has raced along the turf and has reached the boundary. So some much needed runs for England. 4 added to the score, but they're still in a little bit of trouble after a lightning fast start on talkSPORT 2. England 81 for 3. Harry Brook then, well, he's a vice captain, isn't he?
Yeah, I think.
Bit early for him, though?
No, well, is it ever too early? I mean, when I look at some of the best captains, look at Fleming in New Zealand, look at Smith, South Africa.
Your nemesis.
Yeah. I still text him now. I've spoken to him last week, you know, and I still say to him, the man who finished me.
Pandya in, and Joe Root just moves to the offside a touch. Buttler is actually really quick down the track. Root wasn't totally sure there was a single on there. It was Axar Patel running in from square leg. Butler's made it home comfortably despite the throw at the stumps at the striker's end. 82 for 3.
Yeah, I mean they've been lining him up, right? He's Superchargers. He did a job there under Flintoff, who was coach, and he was captain. And I think that they definitely they'd want Butler to keep going. We all do. We want him to be successful, come the Champions Trophy, and him carry on with this growth, with some experienced players and some of the young players that are coming through. And we got lots of young talented players. You only have to look at the Lions tour, you look at the under-19s tour, some very talented youngsters waiting for their chance.
Buttler facing up, forward, pushes this to mid-on and calls Joe Root through for another single. Decent running between the former Test skipper and the current white ball captain. 83 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2.
And what I don't forget, although some people might forget within Team England, but there is a county championship and we have tournaments, and there's some very talented players playing that, and if they deliver they should get their chance within this England side, although I think they'll probably go to the Lions first.
Roots again playing with a really straight bat to Pandya. Hardik Pandya, who's targeting off stump. He's bowling in low 130s, but mixing up his pace. Just bowling in and around off stump. No width on show. 3 fielders out on the boundary. One at deep point, one at third, and then backward as square on the leg side. We had Bumble in last month. He was saying he might put a cheeky pound on Yorkshire to win the county division, the county championship. Surprised by that. Push to point, Root again. He's trying to get onto the front foot, but he's also playing very defensively. No run, 83 for 3. Promoted last year, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the big league.
Well, he lives.
Congratulations.
He lives there, doesn't he? So he's got kind of have some kind of little bit of loyalty, even though he's a Lancastrian. But look, they've got lots of young players, Yorkshire. We always said it was a 3-year plan. Last year they got promoted, should have got promoted the year before if it weren't for the points penalty. Got some very, very talented youngsters. They might need to find an overseas player for the county championship. They've got 2 for the T20s.
I saw they signed William O'Rourke for the T20s. He's a proper player.
And Sutherland from Australia.
That's right. Root's going to score here through the offside. Just eases forward, opens at the face of the bat and punches this through vacant cover point. Fielded on the boundary, so it's another run to the score. England 84 for 3, 1 ball left of the 13th. Because you've lost a bowler to Surrey, haven't you?
Yeah, a good one as well. Yeah, he's had a lot of injury. We all know that. But Matt Fisher, we were talking about. But it's a good signing for Surrey. He'll probably play, what, 6 matches, 7 matches for him. And he'll do a very, very good job.
Last ball of the over. And it draws Jos Buttler forward, trying to caress this through the covers. But it's a thick inside edge, which flies towards the leg side. It's fielded at backwards square. And it's another run. So decent over from Hardik Pandya. 4 runs coming from it. 13 overs in. England 85 for 3. They were 75 without loss. So the rebuilding phase of the innings is on. Joe Root 3 from 12 and Jos Buttler 6 from 8. Yeah, they've got some... he's going to have some competition at Surrey, isn't he? But so give us a couple of names of some of these the Yorkshire players you feel are worth looking at this season, or keeping an eye out on.
Well, James Wharton, obviously, come in last year, did really well in Division 2. He's still a developing player, very hard-hitting batter. I think he'll get his opportunity now, because we've seen Bairstow probably is going to come back and have to play at some point.
I was going to ask about Johnny.
Well, he's not in the IPL, and he's chose not to go to the PSL, so that would tell you, but he's going to probably start the county championship. I think Matt Revis is just waiting to explode. I really believe that. I think he's a fantastic player.
Kuldeep Yadav, we're going to see a little bit of left arm wrist spin from one of India's very best, and a big Premier League fan as well. So if Harmy's out there on the outfield with his Newcastle shirt, I think Kuldeep Yadav, who chewed David Beckham's ear off when Becks was in town a couple of years ago.
Well, 1-2 to each other. One there, kicked ball to him, didn't he?
Oh, mate.
You remember that?
He was talking to him about Gary Neville, I think. You know Gary, didn't you? Do you know Gary?
Well, I've met him, obviously, on a few occasions. And Phil, I did, back in the day, we did a photo shoot with both of them.
Yadav is in. This keeps a touch low, goes on with the arm. There's one slip in place, and Root just looking up the track to Buttler with a quizzical look on his face. 86 for 3. Terrific record. Kuldeep Yadav hasn't played a lot of cricket of late because of injury, but he's one of India's premier white ball bowlers, underused over the years in Test cricket. As Joe Root on the reverse sweep's going to pick up 4 down to third. This is going across the right-hander, and so he just plays as a lefty and takes 4. Well, 90 for 3.
This is where Joe's really, really good, isn't he? The reverse sweep and sweep, and you've got one of the best spinners in white ball cricket on it, and you've got to look to hit the ball where the fielders aren't, and Joe Root is a very talented player, and this is one of the reasons they picked him as well.
This time playing deep in his crease, more orthodox in his style and shot selection, and there's a chase on the point boundary. Shami's going to clear up, or clean up rather, after a good run and chase by Axar Patel has prevented another boundary being taken. 3 runs added to the score though, as Joe Root just playing quite late, deep in his crease, opens up the offside and punches it square of the wicket. And that's beautiful bowling from Joe Root. It's good to see him back.
It is good to see him back, and like I say, in these conditions, that's why he's been brought back into the side. Kuldeep Yadav, 15 wickets in the World Cup with his wrist spin. He was outstanding for India, and he goes for under 5 and over. Under 5 and over for a spinner in white ball cricket is sensational.
Very straight, or close to the wicket at the non-striker's end this time by Yadav, and Buttler will take a single to the leg side. So 9 runs coming from Coldick's first over, and still a ball to go. England 94 for 3. He's just one of those bowlers I love watching. Something different. It's, you don't get a lot of bowlers like Kuldeep Yadav in world cricket. Certainly not in our country, do you? So watching someone who's, who's risen to the top quickly, then had a bit of a crisis of form or confidence, and then come again. Tossed up, and Joe Root, big step forward, smothering the spin, push to short mid-wicket, no run. End of the over, England 94 for 3.
Well, Saif Saeed bowled left-arm wrist spin, but after many years struggling to hold down a regular place with his wrist spin, he's turned to left-arm orthodox, and he's now become a very, very good franchise player around the world. Good for Northants, obviously, in T20. But I still see him as a longer format player as well. He's such a good, talented player. But he's gone to left-arm orthodox rather than the wrist spin. Probably got sick of getting it for boundaries and thought, I'm just going to go orthodox. He does them well, but I think if he'd have just stuck with that wrist spin.
Oh, it's such an unusual talent to have, isn't it?
Well, Michael Bevan did it now and again. But people didn't have a clue which way he was going. He wasn't the most accurate bowler to do. Katic did it, right? And now and again, to come on and bowl 2 or 3 overs, especially to that middle order, lower order batters who haven't got a clue which way it's going, it's dangerous.
I mean, it's different. He doesn't bowl left arm spin, but just having that in your armoury. I see Australia playing Sri Lanka at the moment, and you remember the Travis Head dismissal of Rishabh Pant, which turned that game at the MCG on the 5th day after tea. India losing 7 wickets in a session. Well, Travis Head's done it again today, bowling against Sri Lanka. Just keep going with it. I mean, it's different. He's one of the most explosive. He's just picked up the Allen Border medal in Australia for his batting. So he can just rely on that skill. But the fact is, he's kept going with his bowling as well.
Travis said, unbelievable character. My son, Liam, Liam, older one.
Yeah.
He was on the MCC ground staff with Travis Head and Tom Latham at New Zealand. 2 players who have gone on.
2 very different players.
Absolutely. But the way Travis, the last probably 4 years, has developed.
Yeah.
Because at one point when he first came over here, people were saying, I'm not so sure, don't play the short ball. Well, I've heard that before, by the way, against Mark Waugh and Steve Waugh. They weren't bad. And the same thing's been said about Travis Head. But what a player. When you talk about baseball and about where cricket's playing, Travis Head does it properly. He does it real.
I tell you what, England, of course, are going to Australia at the end of the year. And of Australia's top 6, he is the one that they would be most concerned about.
Absolutely.
Because Khawaja, no disrespect to any of these players, they're all terrific players, but maybe doesn't bat as quickly to put the fear into the opposition bowlers. Still a question mark over who's going to open. Probably be Constas. We'll see. Labuschagne's been struggling for quite a while. Steve Smith seems to be back, but again, isn't the Steve Smith of 2015 to 2019. And then there's question marks over Green or Marsh or Bo Webster or whoever.
Have you seen Cooper play?
He's playing today, isn't he?
Have you seen him play?
He's making his debut. I've seen him play, yeah.
Talking about him.
Go
on. In November with a mate of mine, H.D. Ackerman, early December. What a talent that kid is. I saw him play a couple of times, and I asked him, H.D. about him, and he said he's the best young player in Australia at this moment in time.
Wow, that is something. Jadeja going to have a little bit of slow left arm. He's bowling round the wicket to Butler, I think it was, who takes a single to the offside. 95 for 1. Joe Root 10 not out, and Jos Buttler 9 not out. I want to find out a little bit more about that as Jadeja in again, and this is on off stump, and Root comes forward and punches this to short extra cover, no run. The best young cricketer, or the best young cricketer in Australia. Pitched up, driven, and there'll be a single up to, well, wide, long off.
You must have seen him in the Big Bash. Yeah. Unbelievable player, man. We're talking about some of the way Australia picked a pinch hitter against Bumrah. right?
Yeah, Constas.
He wouldn't have been the first choice to play a test match. If it had been anybody else that India, they wouldn't have picked him.
This is on the pads of Butler. He'll take a single to square leg. The fielder running in from the boundary's edge. 96 for 3.
They sent in a player just to try and sweep Bumrah. I've never seen anything like it. The game has gone, I mean, over the past few years, I mean, things that are happening in cricket now are just changing the way it's seen.
Playing deep in his crease again, Root, although he's kind of coming forward, but he's still with the feet behind the crease line. Throw comes in at the stumps, and that's decent running. Is that 2 runs taken to fine leg? I think it is. Good running there from England. Don't want another run out. 99 for 3, 1 ball left of the 15th. Do you remember when, well, you were playing actually, so I was watching, you were playing. Last ball of the over from Jadeja, defended by Joe Root. And England would be set, you know, 450 or 500 to beat Australia or whoever, or to bat out, you know, a day and a half.
We weren't doing either.
Well, but do you know what the commentators would say every single time? Every time. They would just say, you've got to go out and just play your normal game, defend the good ball, hit the bad ball. And so after years and years of England trying to do this and never managing to do it, apart from Athers and Joburg maybe, but essentially never managing to even get close. I remember watching, after about 3 years, 4 years of hearing the commentators saying this, part of me was thinking, well, why do they do this? Because it never works. Yadav is in, and Butler playing deep and across, clips this to square leg for a single. And now, of course, you actually do see it.
Well, it changed at Trent Bridge, didn't it? Johnny Bairstow.
2022, yeah.
But people who played under my captaincy would often hear me say, look, we're going out here, I don't want anybody just hanging around here thinking, oh yeah, I'll get to where we need 200 off the last 15 and we have a chance. Just go out there. I'd rather be 80 all out chasing it. Go for the win. We're not here for a draw. What's the point of getting draws? And the best thing about it, you see Rob Keir's like this positive Keir. He's the only player, when he was captain of Kent and I was captain of Yorkshire, that wouldn't have a game. Can you imagine him now if somebody didn't do that?
This is tossed up by Kuldeep Yadav, draws Joe Root forward, who hits it back to the bowler, no run.
He was at Canterbury, and I said, come on, mate, let's have a game.
He was uber defensive, was he?
He wouldn't have a game. I said, come on, we'll chase this. No, yeah, we can't do that. I said, come on.
Kuldeep Yadav is in. This is a touch short, allows Joe Root, sizes up the length so quickly, just to play back, and he pulls this to deep mid-wicket where there is a fielder stationed about 10 yards in from the boundary edge. Times it really well, actually, a bit too well. It's just a single. 101 for 3. I remember hearing Rob Key talking about when he used to play white ball cricket for Kent. As this is in and around 4th stump line from Kuldeep Yadav. Butler reads it well out of the hand. I'm not sure they were reading it out of the hand during the T20s at times. And this is pushed to extra cover for another single. 102 for 3. And I remember him just saying something along the lines of, I couldn't really be bothered with white ball cricket when I played for Kent. So I just used to like hit out and get out, and then, you know, push back to the bowler, no run. 102 for 3, England.
Well, he didn't do warm-ups, Rob, wasn't very good at them, and then, like I said, when he played, he almost like with him, he's totally different as a director of cricket than he was as a player.
But you can't be the same person, can you? There is still
managers are.
There's still the Rob Key in there, though, isn't there? This is on leg stump and tickled to, is that Jadeja at square leg? Goes straight to the fielder. Either way, no run. 3 runs coming from Kuldeep Yadav. Second over. England 102 for 3. But he's brought a breath of... I like what he's brought to this England team. It's not often a managing director kind of takes centre stage.
He makes me laugh, Keezy. I think he's an amazing character. I like his company. I think he has brought an energy. I'm still not 100% convinced about some of the things he does. But overall, he's been a big plus for the way England are playing. We've got to find somewhere in the middle, if we're going to be honest, right? But I'm really excited about what he has brought to the party as Director of Cricket of England.
Jadeja is in to bowl the start of his second over, the slow left arm, and this is punched powerfully by Butler, straight to extra cover, no run. Well, essentially, Rob, if you're listening, you just need to win the Ashes, mate. Do that, and your history will judge you with a smile.
Well, it's going to be judged on the series against England in the series coming up.
This is, I tell you what, there's turn there. Not a huge amount, but it's squared Buttler up a fraction. This is pitched middle and off, and just turned away from the right-handed Buttler, who tried to play this straight or possibly to mid-wicket. He did. He tried to play to mid-wicket with 2/3 of a bat, and the outside edge just squirts out to the offside along the ground. This time Buttler pushes to short mid-wicket, and it's another dot ball. 3 dot balls. Flatter from Jadeja, and this is pushed to the left of the bowler, who puts in a dive but can't prevent a single. 103 for 3.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of turn, isn't there? Enough to put doubt in the batter's mind about hitting through the leg side against the spinner Jadeja. But yeah, I think just going back to that, I think they're going to be judged on the Test series against India and England, and then the Ashes.
A touch fuller and on the pads of Root, who comfortably takes a single to long on.
And the reason is, people will say, look, we've been planning for this and been talking about these 2 series for so long. If England go and lose them both and don't play good cricket, they're going to say, well, what have we been doing for the last 4 years? There'll be another review, because there's going to be one on the women's game now.
On the pad again, Buttler can't get this past short mid-wicket. End of another good over from India. Jadeja's 2 overs have gone for 7, 2 coming from that last one. You are listening to the India versus England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. So, where are we on the match? 17 overs in. England in recovery mode. 75 without loss, became 77 for 3 in just a couple of overs. 2 wickets going the way of Harshit Rana on debut, and a run out, terrible run out that really set the wheels in motion. Fantastic crowd. They've got a little noisier as Kuldeep Yadav at the start of his 3rd over, and Joe Root on the reverse sweep is going to take 1, possibly come back for a second. Nope, he's going to stay where he is. England now 105 for 3, and a change in the commentary box. It'll be Chetan, Narula, Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorp.
18th over on for England after they won the toss and opted to bat. 105 for 3. Kuldeep Yadav from the far end just played it down towards long off for a single. 2 runs of the very first 2 balls. The run rate has come down from the lofty heights in the first 6 overs, and they were scoring at almost 8.5. Now it's down to 6.12, so much more control for India, but a decent partnership here developing between Joe Root and Jos Buttler. Comes forward this time, a little more air from Kuldeep Yadav, and defended from Joe Root. 16 of 27, and I'm joined by former England international Steve Harmison and Will Macpherson of the Telegraph. We'll be chatting to both of them during the course of this session, as Kuldeep Yadav once again, this time just back of length, outside the off-stump, turning in, played with soft hands the Joe Root for a single. That's a 3rd run of this over. This partnership is developing nicely. In need, England, of this partnership, Harmy. 30 of 46. How do you look at it?
Yeah, blistering start from England. Sultan and Duckett did really well, and me and Manners were talking about it the other day on the Phone On podcast by the pool next to the hotel, talking about 50 over cricket and the way, sometimes like the 10,000 metre, Olympic 10,000 metres, sometimes you have a couple of slow laps just to then have a grandstand finish.
Tossed up from Kuldeep Yadav, driven down the ground from Jos Buttler for another single.
And these are probably the couple of slow laps that England needed just to regroup. To experienced players now. I mean, both Root and Buttler have played in excess of, I think Joe's on to 180 odd ODIs now, and I know he hasn't played for quite a while, but it's we've got our best two players at the crease.
Kuldeep Yadav once again, this time a little towards the leg side, waiting in his crease. Joe Root just off his pads, a big chase there for Hardik Pandya, but he pulls it just before it reaches the boundary. Couple of runs there to end the over. 6 runs off it. It's 110 for 3 after 18. And you're talking about the slow laps, those 70s hurting England. The run out at 75, run out of Phil Salt, and then Ben Duckett and Harry Brook departing in quick succession. Will joins us. Will, this partnership developing nicely?
Absolutely. You'd say that these two players are the two England players who kind of really know what they're doing in ODI cricket. They're not the guys who are going to need to learn on the job. Root and Butler got huge experience from that 15 to 19 period, and even before. They've just got to tap into that experience now and remember how to do it, because they haven't played much ODI cricket lately.
Together, they averaged 36.9 in ODI cricket as Ravindra Jadeja starts from the far end. Sharp single this time, played towards cover. Direct hit. It was a Shubman Gill. KL Rahul might have hurt himself trying to catch that one, but stump's broken. No harm done.
No harm done at all. But Butler didn't play an ODI at all last year, and Root hasn't played one since the 2023 World Cup. But this situation just feels laid out for Joe Root at the moment, doesn't it, Harmy?
It does, yeah. And I was just about to say there before, you say no harm done, but if I was KL Rahul, I would have nailed Shubman Gill there.
I was talking from an English point of view that the batters were safe as this time angled towards mid-wicket for no run.
That was a shocker from a throw.
Straight onto the stumps from Shubman Gill. But this time, big appeal from Ravindra Jadeja, and the finger goes up. Joe Root immediately asking for a review here. Did that hit the bat? Did that rise up a little too hard? He's bowling from the far end, so the batter's back is in front of us. Harmy, what do you think?
I think this is out. I really think this is out. I put my finger up straight away. I don't think there's too much wrong with this. There were two noises, but I think this is pad. I think it's just skidded on. I think Jos Buttler signalled to the former England captain about reviewing it, because I think Jos Buttler's heard a noise, but I think it's pad onto pad. No, it's not. It's gone straight onto pad. Is it gone over? I'm not so sure. It's hit him above the knee roll. It's hit him quite above the knee roll, but Joe Root's his heel, I think when we look at it side on, his right heel is nearly behind the stumps. So unless this is at the bat, which it hasn't, I don't think the umpire will be asked to reverse his decision. And Joe Root is, anyway, he's halfway off, so he knows, he's seen the big screen.
Well, he was back in his crease there, so, well, there's no edge for sure. Now, just remains to be seen. Is it flying high? There you go. The tracker is on. He was really deep in his crease. Oh, on umpire's call. That has been given out. Joe Root has to walk back. Ravindra Jadeja with another wicket. The fourth one now down for England as the umpire raises his finger as well. Will.
I'm surprised he's got an umpire's call out of that one.
I was just about to say that.
I think it was the review was more about the player himself rather than the kind of decision. I think Joe Root's so important to this England batting lineup, especially in this situation. 111 for 3 there were, 111 for 4 now, and in a bit of bother.
Yeah, I didn't think there was, once it went past the bat with no spike mark, I didn't think Joe Root stood any chance there. I was surprised it's hit. I know the pitch has got a bit of bounce in it, but I still don't believe that, you know, the umpire's call would have come into the equation, although that was cannon into the stumps, and it was middling leg stump, really, wasn't it? So it wasn't as though it was sliding down or anything like that. Joe Root, as he normally does, plays the spin off the back foot. He waits for the ball to come to him and playing as late as he possibly can, so he can sort of turn it into the leg side or open up and play with a sort of more straight back punch into the offside. And this time he just missed it.
From an English perspective, I'm pleased to see that Jacob Bethel's come out to the middle. Actually, he was carded below Liam Livingstone, but he's come out ahead of him, and I think that's right. There's loads of time in the game here, and Bethel might just want that little bit of extra time to knock it about a bit, whereas Livingstone can go for ball one a bit later, possibly.
Yeah, and that's the thing we were talking about with me and Manners the other day. It's like you mentioned it there, Will, about England's two best players at ODI cricket, just running the ball around and making sure we get to that grandstand finish. And Liam Livingstone, Jacob Bethel, Bryden Cast to an extent are probably there for the grandstand finish, but it just shows you at 50 over cricket, you've got so much more time than you think. England got off to a blistering start, but all of a sudden 1 or 2 wickets, and it really does halter and put the middle order under pressure.
Ravindra Jadeja, as the popcorn guy, just passes in front of our radio box. Jadeja bowls to him, and Bethel just plays it back to the bowler. That's his first ball here in this particular game. But Jacob Bethel, he's already getting a bit of a fan base in India thanks to his association with Royal Challengers Bangalore now. or Bengaluru in fact, as another full delivery from Jadeja. Quicker one from him, and played for another dot delivery straight to it. Extra cover where skipper Rohit Sharma, we have the long off, slightly a little deep, as Jadeja just darting them in, just firing them in. End of over number 19, it's the Nelson figure, 111 for 4. They were 75 without loss, and now 111 for 4. In need of a partnership, and Jos Buttler has to steady the ship here.
Yeah, it's all on. It's not all on the England captain, because Bethel's learned his trade, so he's going to learn with obviously probably England's greatest ever white ball player at the other end. Butler's better when he's got time, and now it's about people staying with him and batting accordingly around him. And you're watching Jos Buttler bat, Joe Root batting at the other end of him, and Will mentioned before about Joe Root and the amount of one-day cricket that these two have played. Joe Root's been playing test match cricket a bit like the way you want him to play 50-over cricket.
Kuldeep Yadav from the radio box end as Jos Buttler drives towards long off for a single, slightly more air outside the off stump, so easy driving there. Buttler has, he's come into bat for England before the 15th over 13 times since Jan 22.
Yeah, and you just noticed the run rate dropped below 6 and over for the first time, presumably since that Harshit Rana over in the 6th of the innings where Phil Salt absolutely laid into him. I think he took 26 from that. But yeah, Butler's the man who's got to do the rebuild, as you say.
Kuldeep Yadav, the slip in position for Jacob Bethel as he turns it off his legs for his first run towards square leg. So that's the account open for Jacob Bethel.
Great opportunity for Bethel this as well. I'm not sure he would have made the 11 if Jamie Smith was fit, so I think he would have been the guy who would have missed out. So it's a real opportunity to make a marker before Smith is fit again, which is expected to be the third game.
He missed a game in the T20 series as well. What's wrong with Jamie Smith? We'll ask Will again. As Yadav bowls this time, driven, brilliantly fielded. Rohit Sharma just diving at extra cover, one-handed. Gets the ball in his right hand. Run saved there for sure. Once again, Kuldeep Yadav back on his marker. Quickly, Will. What's after this delivery then? As Kuldeep Yadav bowls, this time turning away on the leg stump. Ravindra Jadeja, will he get it directed? No. Has a throw, but a quick single in there.
Yeah, Jamie Smith's had a calf injury since the third T20, which is his second game. That was the one in Rajkot. He picked it up there, but he's fine.
So Jamie Smith missing out, but Jacob Bethel, as I said, he has a fan club in India thanks to his RCB connection. The moment you get picked by RCB, you have a fan club. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Quite an English connection to RCB this year, I think.
Phil Saul, Liam Livingston, all of them. RCB's big hope in the coming IPL season as Kuldeep Yadav bowls. A lot more air, slower through the air this time, and a dot delivery.
Yeah, the Jamie Smith one's interesting. As much as I think Liam Livingston's still got a bit to give, and he batted well in the Caribbean. I would want Jacob Bethel in my side.
Kuldeep Yadav once again, this time draws the batter forward. And a dot delivery to finish off the over. Just the 3 runs off it. The run rate has dipped below 6 for the first time through this innings. After 20 overs, it's 114 for 4, Will.
Yeah, you're right, Harmy. Jacob Bethel's such a promising player. We saw in New Zealand how good he can be in Test cricket. The temptation is to get him in all formats, but it's also so easy to forget he's only 21, isn't it? And he's learning his trade in all 3 formats, especially this one, because in English domestic cricket, young players don't really play 50-over cricket anymore, so they kind of have to learn on the job, which is his task here.
Yeah, I get that, but as well as that, I just think Jacob Bethel, I think his all-round game is more suited for this period of the game. I think in 2020 cricket, Liam Livingston is very much suited to bat really anywhere from sort of 12 to 14 overs onwards.
Ravindra Jadeja starting his new over. This is driven past the fielder, extra cover. Shubman Gill was the fielder there, but fielded in the deep for a single. Harmy, you were saying?
So I think in this situation, I think the way England want to play, I'd rather have the flexibility of having the more all-round batter in Jacob Bethel than Liam Livingston if Jamie Smith has to play.
Jadeja once again, this time to Bethel, who uses his feet, comes down the track, but straight back to the bowler. Jadeja just saying, oh, play that better, play that better. You're listening to England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. As Jadeja runs in again from the pavilion end. This time he dabs it past the bowler down towards long on for a single.
I think what we're the point we might be getting towards is that England are really missing Ben Stokes in this format.
Absolutely.
You get that seamer in the top 7 and the whole balance of the side works, whereas this side, they're scrambling around for a bit of balance. They're going to have 10 overs from between 3 part-time spinners later, which will be hard work.
I also feel that Buttler is perhaps batting a tad low in the order as Jadeja fires that one in. Buttler is forward and just defends that. Do you like this position, number 5 for Jos Buttler, Harmy?
I'd like him at 4, but 5s, I don't mind it.
As this time drives it in that big gap between the bowler and extra cover down towards long off for a single. Will, what are your thoughts on Buttler's position?
Yeah, when England were a really good ODI side between 15 and 19, he batted 6, but he kind of floated, didn't he? And some of his best innings were moving up to 4. I quite like him at 5 here because Harry Brook, I think, has to be at 4. I think I prefer Brook ahead of Buttler than behind him.
But Brook hasn't really liked this Indian tour, has he? Hasn't really fired apart from that 1/2 century as Jadeja fires it in straight towards Shubman Gill at mid-wicket. End of the over, just the 3 runs of it. 117 for 4 after 21, Will.
Yeah, India's kind of been Harry Brook's one problem opponent or location so far. He struggled with the spin in the T20 series. He obviously had that. He's had one IPL campaign and scored a brilliant 100, but also didn't get much else. And then he missed the tour of India last year around the death of his grandmother, then missed the IPL that follows. He's still learning on the job a little bit here, but he's got a bit to prove in this part of the world, I think.
And he's still young. You've got to remember, if we're talking about Jacob Bethel being young, so is Harry Brook as well. So, yeah, he has had a trouble part in this part of the world because he's been unbelievable in Pakistan, but in spin-friendly conditions, he has had his struggles.
Kuldeep Yadav is bowling again from the radio end as Buttler just cuts this one away. There's nobody in the deep. Past the point, fielder will get that boundary to start the over. That's a welcome boundary here, Harmy, for England.
Yeah, they were slightly shorter from Kuldeep Yadav and Jos Buttler. He's just waited. He's just, standing. He's both feet are in his crease, so he's given himself some depth. He's not looking to come sort of massively forward. Trying to play Kuldeep off the pitch because it's such a good pitch. It's not spinning as much, and that there just a little bit shorter. It sat up, and it was a beautiful shot by the England captain.
It's been some time since we got that boundary in for England. This time just turning it away onto the leg stump towards Shubman Gill at mid-wicket. Remember, Shubman Gill and Yashasvi Jaiswal both in the playing 11 for India. Virat Kohli is missing out. So players in the deep are at fine leg, square leg, at long on and long off. There's nobody on the offside boundary, so that was a bad delivery from Kuldeep, given the field that he's been set. This time again, bowling on the middle stump. This is much better from Kuldeep, but Buttler has already got that boundary in this over.
There's 45 balls between boundaries, it just popped up and said that. That's a long time, isn't it, in this format of a game? But I think that's okay for England, just knock it about and then pick off a bad ball occasionally.
It is, considering England's first 7 overs, the way they started.
Kuldeep Yadav once again, flatter this time, just a tad shorter, and he's pulled it away. Jos Buttler for the second 4 this over, past the fielder at fine leg, who couldn't do anything about it. 2 boundaries and 4 deliveries in this over.
That one had to go, didn't it, Harmy?
Yeah, it was poor length, but it was poor line. And twice now, Jos Buttler's got shots away and got boundaries away from Kuldeep Yadav. It's the line. He was far too much down leg side there, and the one before was far too much outside off stump.
Good over for England, this one, as Buttler dabs it towards mid-wicket. No run on this delivery, but 8 already off the over, as Will pointed out. 45 deliveries before that first boundary of this over. It's a bit of a quiet period for England in terms of boundaries. The quick start, Harmy, perhaps allowing for this period, despite the fact that they've lost those wickets. But Kuldeep has really strayed up. Change of field.
Yeah, just probably one wicket too many, possibly 2, but 1 wicket too many, especially with Jos Buttler there. That Joe Root wicket really hurt England. I think they were just starting to put some pressure on India.
Change in field. The fielder at deep fine leg was moved towards square and bowled that one with the 45-degree. Just a single to end this over. Then 9 off this, 22 done, 126 for 4.
I don't think Rohit Sharma was losing any sleep at the time when Buttler and Root were going from a boundary point of view, but I think from getting themselves in a position of strength and building a little platform, I think Rohit Sharma would have been looking at, right, we need to break this partnership because, like Will said before, they're two our most experienced players. You've given Buttler a platform. We know how destructive he can be, and England were just running India around a little bit without hurting them too much from a boundary point of view. But it was definitely one wicket for England that they didn't really want. It come at a good time for India.
Jadeja once again from the pavilion end as Buttler plays this one with soft hands towards cover and sets off for a single. You're listening to live coverage of England versus India ODI series. First ODI at Nagpur, live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2. You can also join our broadcast on talkSPORT's YouTube channel. As the single takes the score to 127 for 4. The run rate just hovering around the 5.7 mark, just settled down a bit as Jadeja bowls to Bethel. A bit of a shout from Jadeja. A little bit of extra bounce as he played it towards fine leg for a single.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel's 3 off 10, but just don't worry about that. Don't worry about his strike rate at all. Just get yourself in, and then there's so much time in this innings.
And he did worry about it in the 2020s, didn't he? You know, I was back in England. You had been here for the whole lot, Will.
Jadeja bowls, and this time Fuller past the fielder at mid-wicket. Rohit Sharma was diving, but just under him, and that brings another boundary. So Buttler is opening up. He's got 3 boundaries for England in the last 9 balls, and that's a good acceleration considering the quiet period of play.
Yeah, again, it was just over pitched, and it was in Joss's wheelhouse that he's not going to take any massive, big risks. But if you stray off line, you stray off length, the pitch is that good, and the extra pace that Jadeja puts on it was a beautiful, well-timed, well-executed shot through mid-wicket, because they're easy on pitches which hold in the pitch, especially here. That could easily have been chipped up in the air.
Plays with soft hands on this occasion towards square leg. Single there.
Yeah, those 3 boundaries in the last 2 overs from Buttler have just sort of dampened the pressure a little bit, haven't it? Well, around the root wicket, it felt like it was rising, but just picked off 12 runs in boundaries, and it's helped England.
4 down, but this partnership just starting to develop this time. Bethel was trying to ramp it, just didn't really get to the ball. Jadeja with a clever change of pace there.
I'm not sure if this has hit K. Rahul in the head, or his helmet came off. I think it's hit Bethel's top of the shoulder of the bat, and it's he's turned his face as K. Rahul.
Big smiles all around.
Tries to cut this one away, didn't really bounce as much as he would have liked, but also good pace on that from Jadeja as he finishes off the over. 7 came off it, 133 for 4 after 23.
You were right, Harmy, that Jacob Bethel didn't necessarily look that comfortable in the T20 series. He's coming in at number 6 or 7, or number 6, just in front of Jamie Overton. He was the kind of last recognised batter, and he just looked a bit uncomfortable. You kind of associate him, when I've watched him in the 100 or the Blast, he's tended to be more a number 4 or 5, get a bit more of an opportunity to build an innings from there. But you know, he was kind of the last line of proper batsmanship, if you like, on that side.
And against quality spin in this part of the world, pressure gets to you very, very quickly with the crowd and with the atmosphere and with all everything that's in and around the inner ring and inner circle. And for a young man to be in that position this time, you know, you've got somebody like experience at the other end, and Jos Buttler, just talking to him, telling him he's got 27 overs left to bat. He's got a whole T20 game and more to bat.
Change in bowling. Mohammad Shami is back into the attack. He's bowling from the radio end as Buttler plays this one towards cover. There's a fielder in the deep for easy single of the very first ball. Shami was none for 19 from his first 4 overs, and he was bowling from the other end. That was the pavilion end in his first spell. So there's a change of end for Mohammad Shami as well.
Yeah, change of end. He was tidy enough earlier, wasn't he, Shami? He left the field after his 3rd over, and we thought he might be in a bit of discomfort, but he came back and bowled again. And he kind of, Harshit Rana was very up and down. He either bowled brilliant overs or terrible overs, but Shami was pretty consistent.
And now change of angle from Mohammad Shami, who's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jacob Bethel. As, another popcorn guy spots up in front of the radio box. And thankfully, Jacob Bethel takes his time and defends the ball on that occasion.
Yeah, he did. And when you look at the scorecard, Phil Salt got 43 off 26 balls. And Mohammad Shami bowled his first 6 balls, 6 dots. And Phil Salt, I mean, there was 3 of them. You could have got 3 London double-decker buses between the bat and the ball. The ball was that good in the first over. He had him on toast, and then all of a sudden he exploded against Rana. So yes, it must have been a worry after 3 overs walking off, but it's good to see him back.
Shami once again to Bethel. This is good bounce, but Rahul fails to collect it. So they will get a bye, extra run.
Yeah, Rahul seemed a bit surprised by that one, didn't it? It flew through. I mean, when you look at the quality of seamers India don't have in their side at the moment, Bumrah's obviously, we're not really sure about what that injury, what the situation is around that injury. And then Arshdeep, absolutely brilliant in the T20s. Would have loved to see him bowl today, but yeah, there's just so much depth in the white ball seam department now.
Well, Bumrah with the back spasm, he's supposed to play in the third ODI in Ahmedabad. That would determine whether he goes to the Champions Trophy or not, as Shami is at the top of his mark and now on his run through, on his way to Butler. Good ball, just leaving the batter as Butler just takes a look at it and doesn't play at it.
Yeah, there does seem to be a bit of intrigue around Jasprit Bumrah. Rohit was asked about it yesterday, and he said that they were still waiting for a scan result, which I found surprising given the injury actually happened in Sydney, which is a month ago now. So there's obviously still a few questions around it. I'd love to see him bowl in his home city of Ahmedabad next week, but let's see.
He was asked to unload from the bowling that he had done in Australia. Just don't bowl for 5 weeks, he was told. Shami once again to Jos Buttler, and this time off his pads, but says no for a run as Shubman Gill is very, very quickly onto it at mid-wicket.
I tell you what, there'll be some happy batters in the Champions Trophy. Not just Jasprit Bumrah, but it looks like Pat Cummins is not going. It looks like Josh Hazlewood's not going. There's one or two more who are struggling with injuries. If Jasprit Bumrah doesn't go, there'll be some top order batters going. Thank God for that.
I think it'd take a bit more than 5 weeks to recover from carrying India's attack round Australia as well.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt about that. As Shami running in to Butler once again, standing tall on that occasion, and no run back towards mid-off. End of the over, just the 2 off it, thanks to that bye. The score stands at 135 for 4. Definitely India's chances at Champions Trophy will go down a bit if Bumrah doesn't make it, as will Australia's if Pat Cummins and Hazlewood aren't there as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good tournament because of obviously what's happening with India and Pakistan, and India's games in Dubai, and Pakistan's the Pakistan wickets, which England really enjoy batting on. But if Bumrah doesn't go, I think it brings the field closer to India. I think if Bumrah goes and now Shami's in this form, I mean, the way he's bowled here this morning, if he continues that going and goes to the tournament like that, I can only see one winner. I really can. I know Rohit Sharma, and there's been a lot of talk of Sharma and Virat Kohli of not under pressure, but not scoring as many runs. But big tournaments, big stage, big players turn up, and I think Bumrah would be a huge loss if he wasn't there.
Ravindra Jadeja at the top of his mark to start the new over, bowling to Jacob Bethel onto the middle end leg stump, and he's played it down towards long on for a single to start this over number 25, reaching the halfway mark for the England innings. Will, your thoughts on the Champions Trophy and the composition of the tournament?
Yeah, what I'd say is it's a short tournament. I reckon there's scope for a bit of a smash and grab job from somebody to come in from a slightly dark horse. I mean, I'm not sure whether South Africa are dark horses. They would be in a final, but they
Jadeja once again, this time to Butler, who waited deep in his crease, plays it towards backward point for no run.
You just look at the quality of South Africa's squad, their seam attack. I think they've got a chance.
And they have built up really well. Semi-final of the ODI World Cup, final of the T20 World Cup, as this time onto his legs, and he's played it towards square leg for a run.
Yeah, they just can't stop the knockout hoodoo, can they? They've still got that issue.
Eventually, you would expect South Africa to win one, wouldn't you?
The law of averages suggests they have to, but let's see. Manners has appeared at the back of the box as if we're
he'll probably
talking ill of his nation.
He'll probably have a word to say about that as Jadeja bowls it towards Bethel, but he hits it back to the bowler. I mean, eventually, if you make enough semi-finals and finals, you are going to win one and break the hoodoo. The world will wait for that day. As Jadeja bowls once again, a little bit of footwork from Bethel, but straight to the fielder and extra cover. Rohit Sharma, the skipper, in action. Loud cheer for that. You can hear that on talkSPORT 2 and on our YouTube channel as well, Harmy.
Yeah, I don't think that so much of dark horses again, like Will saying about South Africa, but Afghanistan, they've got a chance.
Bethel once again using his feet. This time plays it towards long on for a single. that will be the end of the over. Jadeja gets through his overs very quickly. 3 from it at the halfway stage. England 138 for 4.
With Afghanistan being in the same group, I think if Afghanistan had been in Pakistan's group and India's group, the way they play spin, then you'd think, well, maybe it'd be tough to get out of the group. But because they play England, because they play Australia, and we've seen during the last 50 over World Cup, Australia had troubles with playing spin. You know, all of a sudden, Afghanistan in the England group, South Africa group, Australia group, I think they've got a chance of making the semi-final, which would be a massive upset because that would mean an England, Australia, or South Africa doesn't qualify.
And Afghanistan did well in the ODI World Cup as well. We're in running for knockout spot as Shami comes in and beats Bethel first up in swinging delivery, and Rahul with a good take behind the wickets as well.
Yeah, beautiful shape to that delivery from Shami, wasn't there? Angled in and then just did enough to fool Bethel. He's taken a little walk out to square leg to compose himself after being well beaten there.
Well, while we have you with us, talking about the 100, lots of teams up for grabs and a lot of IPL and Indian participation, Indian ownership in the 100. Your words on that?
Yeah, there's been 6 teams sold so far and 2 more to come after this ball.
Shami once again to Bethel.
With so far Sunrise of Hyderabad have bought a total stake in Northern Superchargers up at Headingley.
What does that mean, Will?
They now own the entire franchise.
Not just the 49%.
Not just so Yorkshire have sold their entire stake.
Yeah.
So Sunrise of Hyderabad are the sole owners of Northern Superchargers. So I wouldn't be surprised if ever the Northern Sunrisers by the 2026 season. But
what does that do for someone like Andrew Flintoff?
Well, I think he'll keep his job for now. I suspect they might quite like him in the job, actually.
Shami once again to Bethel. This time again, this is slightly in the air, but lands in short of mid-off. They ran quickly for a single, and they made it in the end. It was Harshit Rana at mid-off with a shy at the stumps, but didn't hit them.
There are 2 other IPL teams who've bought teams so far. So they are Mumbai Indians have bought a 49% stake in Oval Invincible. So they will partner with Surrey to run that franchise. And then Lucknow Supergiants, Sanjeev Goenka have bought Manchester Originals. He's bought a 70% stake. So he'll have a controlling stake, but Lancashire will have some say.
Also Hampshire, as Shami changes angle towards Butler, coming over the wicket now. As he just dabs it in the gap between cover and point. There's a fielder in the deep though, just a single.
Yeah, Delhi Capitals owners, co-owners GMR, they already own Hampshire County, and they're likely to buy the ECB's 49% stake, which would give them the 100% stake of in Southern Brave. And then the last team is Trent Rockets. I also think there's a very good chance an IPL team buys them, so that would be 5 out of 8.
Who could that be?
Basically, the auction's going to be tomorrow, and they're kind of scrambling around to work out who's still in the process at the moment.
Shami and once again round the wicket towards Bethel. This time Fuller, he drives Harshit Rana. Oh, he fails to collect this one, so a quick single there as well.
If I was to offer a hint, I think KKR are still just about in the process, and I think Rajasthan Royals might be still just knocking about. They obviously have teams in. They've got Barbados Royals, I think, and Pal Royals. So I wouldn't rule them out for Trent Rockets either. There's a couple of other interested parties. It'll be interesting to see because they're effectively the last one up for grabs. Whether there's a bit of a bidding war for people desperate to be involved in this thing or not.
What does this do for the 100 though?
Well, it means that ECB cedes some control in it, but it also means there's a lot of money coming into English cricket.
Shami once again to Charles Butler. This was short. Not as high on pace, just pulled away towards the fielder at square leg. That was Shreyas Iyer, who helped affect that run out earlier on. That'll be the end of the over. 4 from it. It's 142 for 4 after 26 overs. You're listening to live broadcast of India versus England, the ODI series, the first ODI live from Nagpur. You can listen to us on talkSPORT 2 and also on our YouTube channel. England won the toss and they opted to bat, and they have made their way to 142 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership this from Bethel and from Butler. Not from the runs point of view from Bethel. He's got 7 off 22, but he's still there and he's hanging in there with the England captain. Butler looks in superb form, timing the ball down the ground, both off the spinner and off the seamer, and there just a good delivery from Shami. It was a pick-up pull. Butler played it really well.
driven down the ground now as Axar continues. Josh Buttler moves into the 40s, as so often is the case. His team are relying on their leader, on their captain. Such a good opening start. First wicket partnership of 75, and then suddenly Buttler found himself at the crease at number 5 inside the power play. That's short and pulled away by Jacob Bethel without any sense of timing at all. It was short, but it was a quicker one. Skidding through from Axar Patel. It's very easy to suggest that Axar and Jadeja are very similar. They are both tall, they're both left-arm spinners, but there are differences in their skills and certainly in their armoury. This is driven down the ground again by Buttler for a single towards long off. Axar certainly, I mean, they both do pick up that. When I say there are differences, there probably are more similarities than differences. One of their key weapons, both of them, both left-arm spinners, is the quicker slider that traps batsman LBW, and they're just playing a little too slowly. 145 for 4 as Jacob Bethel punches this one to mid-wicket. He's an inexperienced 50-over cricketer, Jacob Bethel. He's got a huge role to play. This one again skids on. Bethel tries to punch it through mid-wicket, but can't beat the field. Rohit Sharma collects and tidies up. And I think Bethel needs to really put out of his mind his strike rate at this stage of the innings, as he now plays defensively to the last ball of the over. He's got 8 off 26. Actually, to be honest, I'm not sure how readily that information is to him. Every now and then he will pop up on the big screen and he'll see how many balls he's faced, and he'll see that his strike rate is something like 30, and he may well think, oh, I need to get on with this. But he must not let that thought get into his mind, because it's a question of rebuilding, and I think a lot of young players forget how much skill it requires to bat 50 overs on anything but a flat pitch. I mean, we hardly bat an eyelid these days when first-class teams get bowled out in 45 overs. It takes a lot of skill, and you have to go through slow patches and slow laps. As Buttler now drives this one from Hardik Pandya straight back to the bowler, who fields it quickly down to his left.
Also, Neil, I have found that lately in ODI cricket, with the change in the first 10 overs, because there's so much franchisee cricket or T20 cricket that you can really tee off in the first 10. And even then, if you lose a few wickets in the middle of the innings, you can really make it up. So I wouldn't be too bothered about how many deliveries Jacob Bethel is eating up at the moment. Just stay on, build this partnership with Josh Buttler, and get that 280 plus score that you would want here.
Here's Hardik once again, and it's right up in the block hole, flicked away by Buttler out towards mid-wicket. They scuttle through for a quick single. Didn't have to be that quick, actually. It was quite a long way to the right of Shubman Gill. You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels, with 33 locations across the UK for a great break getaway. Visit villagehotels.com. 146 for 4. Very popular those hotel chains are as well amongst sporting teams who are on the road. Brilliant facilities, gyms and pools and excellent food. 146 for 4. Buttler 42. Jacob Bethel has 8 off 26. Yeah, it was more my concern for him that he shouldn't worry about how many balls he's using up rather than anybody else. It's him that has to put it out of his mind, as Hardik once again goes full and straight. Bethel drives it straight back to the bowler. I mean, he's 21 years old, and he's a T20 generation cricketer. He's used to scoring at 130, 140. He's not used to scoring 8 off 27 balls.
Lit up the Big Bash, didn't he? And I tell you, RCB fans were watching intently what he did in the Big Bash.
Here is Pandya once again. Short pulled inside edge, and it's gone, I think, all the way for 6. Yes, it has. When I say it looked like it came off the bottom of the bat, but he's certainly got enough on it, and it may well have been a misread because it's carried a long way. Well, we saw Phil Salt top edge of 6 a little earlier, so you don't need to hit it in the middle of the bat for it to go to for 6 these days, but actually I think I'm doing him an injustice. He does hit that well, isn't he?
He has, and this was erring in line and length from Hardik Pandya. Just a tad too short, and you're bowling outside the leg stump. So he just helped him along on its way, getting that ball over the boundary. First 6 for Bethel.
Brings up 150 for England, and now plays a beautiful late glide from close, tucked into the body, ribcage height, steers it down to third man for a nice single follow on from the boundary. 153 for 4.
And 14 of 28, which is now 15 of 29, doesn't look that bad because he's just made up a few numbers with his strike rate there with that big shot. The problem for India, meanwhile, is that they are giving away those boundaries every 10 deliveries or so. Those boundaries are starting to come as this partnership is now up to 42 of 56 balls. So intriguing times. This partnership has the opportunity to do something wonderful here for England, because this is a good batting surface, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, it is. I mean, it's not perfect, which is great. Here's Hardik once again, and banged in short outside the off stump, steered away by Butler only as far as backward point. So what I'm saying is that there's a little bit of pace and bounce in it. There's something for the faster bowlers, and I think that England's attack for this game will get something out of this. I look forward very much to seeing how Saqib Mahmood goes, and Bryden Carson, and of course Jofra Archer. So I think they'll get something out of it. Shubman Gill did say 2 days ago that the pitch at Nagpur, because of the heat, dries quicker during a 50-over game than anywhere else in India that he's played at. So he expected it to help the spinners in the second innings. But I'm not going to change character that much over the course of 4 hours.
Oh, well, you wouldn't expect it to. But then also there's also the dew factor. Well, because you mentioned earlier in our broadcast that the morning has been a bit cool compared to your past visits here in Nagpur.
Yes, reverse sweep now, very nicely played from Jacob Bethel for a single to what becomes deep backward square leg.
And if it stays evenly cooler in the evening as well, there might be a chance of dew, but again we'll have to wait and watch for that. That might make it a tad difficult for the spinners, Adil Rashid, but if it does turn and dry up, he'll have a big role to play.
That one is Akshar Patel once more driven by Josh Butler down to wide long off. They'll come scurrying back for the second. There was a moment yesterday when Harmy and I were recording our preview following on the outfield, and I felt like somebody had put me in an air fryer. It was brutal. You could barely finish the pod. Here comes Akshar once more off the back foot. Butler punches it square of the wicket on the offside. But today has been, for this time of year and where we are in the centre of the country, has been unusually cool. I'm not saying it's been cool, but unusually.
And we are in the centre of India. I mean, I saw a couple of comments on our YouTube broadcast as well. Where exactly is Nagpur? It is bang in the middle of India.
Another reverse sweep from Jacob Bethel. Plays the shot very nicely when it's going well. And it's just another single, but it's a risk-free option, or the only risk, I suppose, because he's not hitting it hard, so he's not going to be caught at deep backward square leg. It's the longest boundary on the ground. It's one of the longest boundaries in India. It's 85 yards out there, so to be caught reverse sweeping in that. But there is a man at short 45, so a top edge, I suppose, but he's backs himself to hit the ball in the middle of the bat more often than not, and it has come out the middle of that more often than not. England 158 for 4. Excellent opening partnership after Josh Butler won the toss and chose to bat first. An opening stand of 75 between Salt and Duckett, and just through. And that was pushed away by Butler off the entire half of the bat. Salt ball watching for 43 from just 29.
With Josh Butler and Jacob Bethel at the crease, the Gremlins have turned up in one of our commentary boxes, so myself and Darren Gough will continue for the next couple of overs or so. Interesting to get Goughy's thoughts on Bethel's innings today as he comes down the track and just clips his ball It's on a length, but because of the foot movement, he actually turns it into almost a half volley, but can only push it back to Axar Patel, the slow left armer, whose fourth over has gone for just 5 runs. 17 from 32, with Butler 46 from 53. England at one stage 75 without loss, losing 3 wickets for just 2 runs. A little partnership between Joe Root, who looked good on his return to 50 over cricket before he was trapped LBW for 19. Since then, Bethel's come in, and I suppose the important thing is, Goughy, it's an obvious thing to say, but it doesn't mean it's not true. He's still there. He's not done anything stupid. He hasn't let the pressure get to him. He hasn't got out trying a big shot, trying to hit himself out of trouble. As Butler takes on the arm of the fielder at mid-off, it's Rohit Sharma, who takes the ball cleanly. It was hit firmly to the captain of India, who throws the ball at the stumps of the non-strikers. Butler's in any case. The ball didn't connect with the wicket.
Yeah, I think when you look at the situation of the game now, after 30 overs, I've always said, haven't I, in this format, but if you double it and add 30, you get a kind of idea, as long as you've got the wickets in hand. So I think it's important, but Bethel and Butler can bat together. They're both are big power hitters at the back end as well, with Livingston to come and Cars, who can hit sixes as well. So they're going to be looking around that 320 mark, really, Min. But if these two are together at the end, it could be anything, couldn't it?
This is a huge opportunity for Bethel, the left-hander, who plays this ball with soft hands and quite late as well, deep in his crease, just riding the bounce, getting on top of the ball and pushing it to point. What we saw from the series in New Zealand, the Test series that he played, was he's actually a very technically correct batter, you know, considering his age and the fact he's got this white ball pedigree and he's got the spin armoury. He played very straight, played quite late, played deep in his crease. He was very good at getting on top of the bounce, seemed to have good judgment in and around off stump, strong square of the wicket on the offside. He actually almost needs those skills today. It's almost a test setting as we approach the end of the 30th over, with England 160 for 4. So a recovery of sorts, 111 for 4 when Root was out. Beaten this time, Bethel, and as soon as I say that, he does exactly the opposite. This time he comes forward, he's forcing at a ball, and he's lucky not to get the outside edge through to the keeper.
Yeah, clever bowling actually from Hardik. Let's say experienced campaigner now. Seam up, nice position, the seam out of the hand, trying to just hit it on the up through the covers. Good pitches in India. It just goes past the outside edge, but you're right, Jacob Bethel, technically very sound. He's great in the field as well, by the way. Oh, what a fielder. Good cricketer, and it's a sensible innings, and he knows if he can get in and he's around in that last 10 overs, he can score big.
It's just getting to the 10, isn't it? As Hardik Pandya, this is more leg stump line, tip and run from Bethel, pushes this ball to mid-wicket. Fielder comes in, picks up the ball, shies at the stumps with an underarm throw. It's Jaiswal who picked up a terrific catch earlier on in the piece to dismiss Ben Duckett, but he can't throw the stumps down. In any case, Bethel was comfortably home.
And the good thing for England here, they got 160 runs on the board, you know. Only 4 wickets down. I say it becomes a big partnership now. As I said, you want to keep Livingston back, probably at least another 7 overs, right? Ideally, he doesn't get in. I mean, that's the dream ticket, isn't it, with Butler and Bethel at the crease, but in all probabilities, he's going to get in at some point.
50 partnership then coming from 67 deliveries as Butler eases forward and, as is his wont, just opens the face of the bat and pushes this past the point fielder, and he moves to 48.
At one point, you know, it would have been good, wouldn't it, to get 50 partnership and 60 odd deliveries. It would have been, wow.
That would have been the last 10 overs, certainly, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be the recovery, 4 down, 111 on the board.
I remember the days where you got off the last 20, if you can get 100, you've done really, really well.
Well, but when we grew up and when you were playing, you know, 240, 250 was a decent ODI score, and now, you know, you don't actually raise an eyebrow when they hit that in the T20.
Well, you have to get 300, don't you, now? I mean, you really... Obviously, it depends on the conditions, but realistically, if the pitch is good, it has to be 300 plus.
Last ball of Hardip Panja's 5th over, and he draws the outside edge of the bat from Jacob Bethel, goes square again as Bethel trying to come forward, sees off the over, 3 runs coming from it, 162 for 4. When Ben Duckett and Phil Sort were going at the Indian bowlers and the start of the innings, racing to 50 inside the first 6 overs, it looked a real flat track. But, you know, moving on, how do you assess that track now?
I think actually bowling first, it just offered a little bit, didn't it? There was a little bit of movement, not a lot. I'm not saying there's a lot of swing, but the odd one just purchased off the pitch and just seemed a little bit. But England played it really, really well. That left-right-handed partnership was really, really good, and they got it at the crease again now with Bethel and Butler, and I think it's vital. But you do have those combinations. I think we live in an era now where we're obsessed by matchups, left-handers bowling to right-handers and stuff like that, but it's important.
Axar Patel, and this is floated up, it's quite wide, a little bit of a tempter from Butler, who goes through with a cover drive. It's fielded at extra cover. Butler 2 away from 50. Axar Patel's 3 overs have gone for 24, so relatively expensive as Butler takes a single towards square leg, where it's fielded by Rohit Sharma. Sharma fielding squarer to Butler. He'll now go more mid-wicket for the left-handed Bethel, who's on the reverse. Nice shot from the youngster. He'll only take a single. It's Jadeja out there on the deep point boundary that becomes deep square leg. And another run to the score, 164 for 4. Axar Patel mixing up his speeds, variance, and where he's bowling from the crease as well. As Butler reaches 50, steering this length delivery outside off stump, back past the point fielder. There's a raise of the bats, a thumbs up to Jacob Bethel, who's played his part. He's still there. A decent little partnership, but Butler reaches 50. Plenty of work still to do, though. Start of the 31st over here on talkSPORT 2. And Jacob Bethel on the reverse. And Axar Patel implores the umpire for a leg before, then seemingly shakes his head. Little conversation with KL Rahul, but Rohit Sharma's now involved. 4 seconds left. He does leave it late, the Indian skipper, but decides not to go upstairs for a review.
Interesting, wasn't it? He wanted it. He realises the importance of a wicket here. They've got a good partnership. It was the right call. You could see with the keeper actually going down the leg side was a kind of clue if you're the bowler, and I think they reacted pretty confidently, but it wasn't going to be out.
Down the track now comes Bethel, and this is a touch flatter from Axar Patel. Can't beat the fielder at straight mid-wicket. Bethel 19 from 39. England 165 for 4. 300 minimum on this pitch, Goughy?
From this position, I would say you've got to get 300. As I said, I think a normal rule, John, is, but like I said, at 30 you double it, don't you? You can add 20 or 30, right, depending on how good a pitch is. So they're all set. They've got a base now, and now it's all about finishing it off. You can get anything from the last 10. I mean, I've gone the days of trying to predict how many a team's going to score over the last 10 overs, because they can score anything. Literally can.
Well, the only way of finding out is staying tuned to talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, picking up commentary at Neil Manthorp alongside Chetan Narula.
ball in at the ribs. He just gloved it or pushed it down the leg side. Good diving catch from keeper KL Rahul. Third ball duck for Harry Brook. And Joe Root, LBW to Ravindra Jadeja for 19. Ball skidding on and trapping him in front.
And then this partnership, 56 of 77, has gone along nicely.
Here's Pandya once again. And Josh Butler looks to try and work it on the leg side, but it's a little too much on off stump. He can't do so. It's a dot ball.
I tell you, Neil, there's a statistic that just doesn't sit right with me. That Josh Butler has just scored his first half century on Indian soil.
In his 17th innings.
Yes, and that's just mind-blowing for a batter of the caliber of Josh Butler.
It's hard to explain, isn't it? Because you look at his success in the IPL, and he had a high score of 43 in 16 innings. 200 just over 200 runs at an average of 13. It doesn't compute, does it? I mean, yeah, I had to go and double check his record to make sure that I wasn't missing any hundreds.
It's just mind-blowing and not in the best of ways.
Here's Hardik Pandya. Three men on saving, one on the offside, and it's the middle of the three that Josh pushes it to. Shubman Gill, there's no run.
And previously, I was talking to Steve Harmison and Will McPherson, and they both said that they are okay with him batting at 5, and he has to bat at 5. 5 is a bit too low. I will die on this hill that for Josh Butler in ODI or in any white ball format, 5 is just too low for Josh Butler.
It depends whether there's some flexibility. I mean, you know, let's say Sultan Duckett had put on 140. And there were still 3 men to come in before we got to Josh Butler. That would be an issue. So if there's flexibility, I do know what you're saying. I mean, you know, get your best players in facing as many overs as possible. That's pushed away out on the onside, and there's no run. It's not like he's unaccustomed to the new white ball either.
And I think when I saw him bat at number 3 in the T20 series, I thought he's found that balance in his batting because he's such a clutch player. Give him any different kind of situation, whether it's a situation where the team is in trouble or, like you said, 140 for no loss after 10 overs or 15 overs. For both situations, Butler is the guy. He is that kind of a quality batter. So for me, number 3 for him is the ideal spot. He's found that ideal spot in T20 cricket. I'm hoping he does that in ODI cricket as well.
I'd go along with you if Joe Root wasn't there, but I think that Root has to bat 3. So I'll give you number 4. Can we compromise?
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay, pushed up towards mid-off, towards extra cover, and there's no run once more. These are the slow laps. Steve Harmison and I were equating a 50-over game to a 5,000 metre race in athletics. You can't run at your top pace 5,000 meters, 5 kilometers. You've got to put some slow laps in. You've got to save yourself for a kick at the end. There might be some quick laps at the start, and even a quick lap or a quick 200, 300 meters in the middle of the race, just to see whether you can affect one or two of your adversaries and put them out of off their line and length. But you've got to be prepared to run some slow laps, and that's what England are doing now. Sweep shot from Jacob Bethel as Akshar Patel begins a new over. He's been quite expensive, 3 overs for 24. It's unlike Akshar Patel. Shreyas Iyer doing the fielding there. Bethel moves up to 21.
Hasn't found his line today, hasn't found his rhythm. Came on a little too early than he would have liked in the power play.
And went 15 in his first over. That really explains it, doesn't it? That's pushed straight back to him, and there's no run.
I think it's the same with the batters and the bowlers. I mean, as a batter, you want to get that first boundary, first run very, very quickly. As a bowler, you want those first deliveries, the first over to go really tight and well.
Quite right. Here's Akshar Patel back onto the back foot, clipped away for a single again by Josh Butler, and moves on to 52.
And I was surprised that Akshar Patel was brought on as first change, especially those 26 runs that come off Harshit Patel. I thought maybe they would bring in Hardik Pandya. So I was a little surprised because given the surface, given the way Salt and Duckett were going.
It's a reverse sweep again from Bethel, and there's a strangled appeal. It was heading down the leg side, and in fact the umpire makes no signal for leg by, so it looks like he hit it. That's why he strangled the appeal. 170 for 4. England winning the toss, choosing to bat first, and recovering very, very nicely, having made a brilliant start and collapsing in the middle. Went from 75 for none, this driven off the back foot by Butler straight to mid-off. 75 for none, 77 for 2, 77 for 3, and then 111 for 4 when Joe Root departed. So 111 for 4 to 170 for 4. Jacob Bethel's done brilliantly. That's chipped up into the air. Sweep shot, top edge. Butler's gone. I'm not sure that Akshar Patel isn't feeling a little embarrassed about that wicket. He's down on his haunches looking at the ground. I think he's bowled a poor delivery down the leg side, and Butler, it's kept low, and that's what undid him. His pull shot has taken a top edge and looped generously to Hardik Pandya at short, fine leg, and the England captain departs. He can't believe it. He looks mournful, he looks sorrowful, and Akshar Patel looks apologetic because that was not a great delivery. England are 170 for 5, and Butler has gone for 52.
Huge wicket in the context of the game. Partnership was at 59 of 87. It was just developing along really nicely for England. And if they were targeting 280 plus, this was the vital partnership. As Neil has mentioned, not the ideal way Akshar Patel would have liked to pick a wicket, but I tell you, he'll take it. And also, we were talking earlier when Shubman Gill had mentioned that this surface dries up rather quickly. I just thought maybe the ball held onto the pitch for just that tad long, and Jos Buttler got the last bit of his bat onto the ball, which is why it looped up. And that is something to ponder over for not just the Indian spinners but also the English spinners. Adil Rashid would have been very interested in how that wicket came by, but the underlying point is Jos Buttler is gone after that half century, which was his first in India. Again, another staggering point, but once again 170 for 5, and there's still 17 overs left in this innings.
Yeah, and Liam Livingstone is the new man who's come to the crease. Drinks are being taken, by the way, which explains why it's not Liam Livingstone taking this amount of time to settle himself at the crease. Drinks being taken, as is now common sense. The umpires bringing it forward or delaying it, depending on the rhythms of play. But you're right, 17 overs, a lot of cricket, a lot of cricket. These players know that. It's close to a T20 game. And they're going to need as many of their resources as possible, you would think, with Bryden Carse next in Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Saqib Mahmood. That would tell you that minimum requirement from these two is 10 overs. Minimum, probably a dozen. They need to bat 12 overs between them.
Yes, because you look at Bryden Carse and Jofra Archer and you would think, yes, bowling all-rounders, they can use the long handle, but they didn't do that too well in the T20 series, which is the format ideally suited for that. So you just wonder how much batting England is left with. Bryden Carse perhaps a little better in touch than Archer, but again, if England lose another wicket quickly here, they might struggle to get to 250, 260, which is going to be an under par score on the surface.
300's par, isn't it? You'd have thought.
Yeah, I think anything above 280 could be challenging, but 300 is well over par in ODI cricket nowadays.
I mean, the average first innings score at this ground. I know it's a small sample size, quite small sample size in ODI cricket, and the last game was 6 years ago, so conditions change. But the average score over the nine ODIs that have been played here is 288. So, and there's nothing about this pitch, apart from having a little bit of pace and bounce, which is a good thing. I mean, there's no excessive spin or seam movement. You'd have thought, all right, okay, 280, yeah. 280 to 300 is a par score. That's driven by Bethel behind square on the offside. Nicely done, elegant looking shot. Just beats Ravi Jadeja at backward point, and they scurry through for a single. Bethel moves on to 23.
You know, another reason why I was thinking, and I agreed with you, that Harry Brook might come a tad lower down the order when we say Jos Buttler at 4 or Joe Root at 3, then Harry Brook at 5, because if he has this kind of a platform, when I say a platform, because now we're going to see a lot more pace options from India. It's not going to be all spin towards the end of the innings. He might be a little more comfortable in this part of the world batting at this stage of the game than earlier.
That one steered nicely. On the run, Livingston. Well, on the move anyway, towards the bowler. He took a step and a half forward and then just guided it to third man. Just showing some intent. Do you know, of the 6 bowlers used, I know Jadeja came on 6th, but who is the 6th bowler? My point being, there's 6 genuine bowlers there. Who Hardik, I suppose, would.
Well, he's the 3rd pacer, and I expected him to be first change if things had gotten better for India.
It's just a terrific position, and that pushed away for a single by Bethel once again. Looked like an in-swinger from Harshit there. That's just swung in, didn't it, to the left-handed Bethel?
Yes, it did. And I'm just wondering if you've seen some hint of reverse. I mean, 2 new balls from both ends, and we are in the 34th over, just 17 overs old, but we've seen that happen in the past as well, so it's not going to be that big of a surprise. But your point about the 6th bowler, I mean, you don't really expect Hardik Pandya to bowl 10 overs in every game, so that's why you need that cushion of the 6th over, or the 6th bowler, in fact.
Here is Harshit Rana once again, and that's pushed away defensively out on the offside, and there's no run, 173 for 5. Yeah, you're right. I mean, but just for Rohit Sharma to have 6 frontline bowling options, it's a great position to be in. When you do have 6 bowling options, or even 7 bowling options, you normally got 4 bankers for your 10 overs, or maybe 5 guys who regularly bowl 10 overs, and you'll try another one and say, well, he might have a good day, he might have a bad day. You never know what to expect from him, blah blah blah. But I think this is 6 genuine frontline bowling options, and that makes life easier, much easier as a captain. Rohit Sharma, that one driven square of the wicket by Liam Livingstone for his 2nd run, and England moved to 174 for 5.
And that formula has been in use for India for quite a while now, and they got to that formula in the Asia Cup in the build-up to the 23 ODI World Cup. They kept at it until Hardik Pandya got injured against Bangladesh. That was in Pune, wasn't it? And thanks to Mohammad Shami's brilliant tournament, India did not miss their 6th bowler. For the remainder of the tournament, they played with 5 frontline bowlers. So yes, you need a 6th bowler in limited overs cricket. There's no doubt about that. The big point for me is, with 3 pacers and 3 spinners, I think this is the formula India is going to go with in the Champions Trophy.
Here is Harshit Rana once again, and lovely late glide from Jacob Bethel. That's gone for 4, and it was just so subtly played. And you have to say, third, the fielder on the 3rd boundary was not too wide. He was at an orthodox 3rd position, and he would have been positioned exactly to cut off that shot, the late steer, and it's gone so quickly off the full face of the bat. Brilliantly played. 34 overs gone. England 178 for 5. Time for a change in the commentary box once again. For the next few overs, half an hour or so, you'll be with Darren.
Yeah, 178 for 5, 34 overs in with Jacob Bethel and Liam Livingstone at the crease. Joss Buttler reaching 50 for the first time in India in ODI cricket, only to fall to a half tracker, toe end of the bat, and taken at short fine leg by Hardik Pandya from the bowling of Axar Patel. That's a real shame, bringing to an end a decent little partnership just when you thought that maybe England could start to press the accelerator. As it is, it's India who've controlled this match ever since that run out of Phil Salt went on 43, 75 without loss at that stage, and it has been India ever since. Jacob Bethel, 28, he's still there from 45 deliveries, but it's Liam Livingstone who was down on the card to come in at 6, in at 7. He's 2 not out. He's about to face Kuldeep Yadav with a slip in place. Yadav tosses this up, but on leg stump, and Livingstone will certainly get 1, come back for a 2nd, diverts the ball back past the fielder, back with a square on the leg side, And he comes back for a second. 180 for 5.
He's all set up, isn't he, Liam Livingstone, to hit leg side. You just see him stand as he stands at the crease. He's quite an open stance. His chest is pointing to mid-wicket. And he's just waiting for anything in that slot, because he knows he's powerful enough to clear the ropes, right? So that's where he's looking to hit. Just look at the stance he has, open stance, shoulders are open.
This is fifth stump line, and wristily played by Livingstone, reaching for the ball a touch and playing it straight to the left of Kuldeep Yadav, who fields.
And another thing he does is tries to get low in his stance as well, so he's going to try and hit from low to high. That's what he's looking to do, to get some air on the ball and clear the boundary.
Short mid-wicket in place. This is turning away from the right-handed Livingstone. Just drops this into the offside, and it's fielded. No run.
I don't think he picked that one, did he?
Nope.
Yeah, he's just having a laugh there at Jacob Bethel.
Well, it was short enough, wasn't it? So he could... And going away from him, so he had enough time just to drop his bat on it. But I just feel like Kuldeep Yadav, it's like a cat toying with a mouse. There's that Livingstone playing with bat around the pad. Take a single again. Gets off strike. It's probably the safest place for him for an over or two till he gets his eye in. England 181 for 5.
It does look a pitch, actually. Look, it's not a snake pit. It's not been seaming, it's not been swinging, it's been pretty good. It's just gripping a little bit. It looks like when a batter comes to the crease, it takes them a few balls just to get in. You look at...
Hit back to the bowler. It was aerial for a second. Bethel this time, the left-hander. It's fielded by Kuldeep Yadav. No run.
Yeah, you look at the way each batter's come to the crease. It's took them a few balls, hasn't it, to get going. And once they get going, it becomes a little bit easier.
3 runs from the over. This is tossed up and cut to the left of extra cover, where Shubman Gill puts in a diving stop, left-handed, parries the ball, and it's just a run. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is with us in the commentary box alongside myself, Jon Norman, former England fast bowler, Yorkshire coach, Darren Gough. 35 overs in, and England 182 for 5. Abhishek was part of the commentary team for the T20s. It's not reached the crescendo that we experienced for that T20 series just yet. It got a little bit excitable when England lost 3 wickets for 2 runs. No Virat Kohli today. If you're just joining us on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, he picked up a little knee injury that was reported last night. So disappointment for another fantastic crowd that have turned up. He doesn't play. 2 debutants for India, with Jaiswal and Harshit Rana playing his first ODI. It's Jacob Bethel facing up. This is on-off stump. Harshit Rana, start of his 7th over. And Rohit Sharma fields at mid-on. You well, Abhishek?
Morning, John. Morning, Darren. Yeah, at the moment. So finally he's playing as a non-concussion sub.
Yeah. Yes, he's not the impact at sub this time.
It's not the impact sub, yeah.
His first 2 overs were quite, well, kind of run-of-the-mill, I suppose, opening the bowling. His 3rd over very expensive. And then he roared back with 2 wickets. Short delivery, Livingstone ducks under this. But as Gough was pointing out earlier, he can bowl rapid. And you were saying on commentary for the T20s, he is a decent bowler.
Yeah, he's pretty decent, yeah. And you can see he's one of the quickest in India at the moment. Gets it around that 140 mark, which you don't see very often, especially on Indian conditions. It's tough to get the ball going at that pace. It's a different scenario for Archer and Wood. They're naturally very quick, but in India to produce fast bowlers, and recently in the last 7-8 years, that has changed, you would see.
I think you two are heading off to the same tournament after this series, by the way.
Yeah, I'm commentating and Gough is playing. That's the only difference.
No, I'm not playing. Not definitely not playing.
So we're going to miss from Liam Livingstone. This is a short delivery or on a length, and it's a little bit of a chance your arm shot from Liam Livingstone. We know how strong he is to the leg side. That was there to be cut, threw everything at it, but could only connect with thin air. No run, 183 for 5.
Yeah, just quickly on this again, I think what we've seen on this pitch, like I say, it's a good pitch, but every batter that's come to the crease has took a while just to adjust to it. There's just enough there for the bowler to keep them interested. Once they're in, you can score.
Yes, getting in. Down the track again is Livingstone, and has he been caught behind? Finger goes up, and Livingstone turns and walks. That's not the way you want to get out early in your innings. Dancing down the track, a huge slog across the line, a thin inside edge taken by KL Rahul, and Livingstone's got to go. England, 36 overs in, 183 for 6.
Well, you'll see this up and down the country on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Pub cricket absolutely runs down to a guy who can bowl it at 90 miles an hour. He saw him coming. Ball got the pace to get it up there, and he got that little tickle through to the keeper, KL Rahul. Liam Livingstone disappointing, 5 from 10 balls, and now England struggling at 183 for 6.
Yeah, pretty much a similar story which was happening in T20 as well. The number 7, 8, 9 were coming around the 15 over mark, and you've got the number 8 in the 35th over mark in one-day cricket. So it's pretty much similar conditions for England. It's just more than anything else, it's just not learning from their mistakes, trying to play that expansive shot too early in the innings. And there's 15 overs left. You have hardly any batter left in the squad. You've got to take a bit more responsibility as a batter.
Absolutely, and I think we've talked a lot earlier, about the importance of pace in T20 cricket, but more importantly in 50 over, where it's more like a proper battle. 50 overs, you've got a chance to bowl the opposition out. Batters can keep coming at you, but when you've got that pace, that Harry Brook dismissal for me was a test match dismissal. Pure pace, did him early on at the crease, rushed onto him, gloved it down the leg side. You used to see Steve Harmison get wickets like that, didn't you? Early on when a batter came in. And that's the importance of having a bowler who can bowl like this. And this is why India have been desperate to get him in, especially when Bumrah's not available.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the Indian pitches have changed over the years a lot in the last 5 or 6 years. They'll come back to that after this delivery.
First one bowled to Bryden Cast. It's down the leg side, and it'll have to be bowled again.
There was a conscious effort made for first-class cricket. They started leaving a lot of grass on the surface for the batters than the bowlers to learn how to play on these conditions, because when they start touring England or other places, South Africa, where the ball does nip around a little bit, just to get used to playing in these conditions. But that also helped the fast bowlers in great deal. In Indian conditions, bowlers came out and bowled quick. And also now you see the pitches now, they've got plenty of bounce and plenty for the fast bowlers if you can extract it.
Well, I saw in Delhi and I saw Virat Kohli playing, and the pitch there looked like it had a little bit of pace, and it just keeps you interested, doesn't it?
Harshit Rana is in, and Cast sends back Jacob Bethel, tucks this off his hip but can't beat the fielder. No run. 184 for 6, England.
And one of my concerns, about Pakistan now is that they're trying to produce now these turning pitches, and they've always produced fast bowlers. Now, if they're going to go down that route and just prepare turning pitches every single game, we're going to see their fast bowling resources dwindle. There's got to be, you've got to find somewhere in the middle. You can't just prepare one or the other. It's got to be good cricket pitches where people can improve.
And absolutely, when you used to tour India quite often,
they were flat.
What sort of you see the conditions now, they're so different.
Last ball of the over, another short one, and Bryden Cast just withdraws the bat, almost ducks. Ball actually doesn't bounce that much. I think it was the bounce that did Liam Livingstone a bit, actually, with that slog on the move. But that's the third wicket that's gone the way of Harshit Rana on debut. He's had a great day. Still got a few overs to go as well. 3 for 53. Remember, one of his overs went for 26.
Take that one over and out there, Johnny, and it's been a terrific spell from him. But I forgot what we're going to say now. Where we go? Oh yeah, back in our day when we used to go to India, we just went there as support act. Let's just watch Dravid, Sehwag, Tendulkar. Let's just watch Ganguly. We were just there as bowling machines, really, on the flat pitches. Totally different.
Yeah, I guess earlier when
Kuldeep Yadav is set to continue with one slip in place. This is a touch full and easily dealt with by Jacob Bethel, who takes a single to long on.
I guess if you're a fast bowler now in India, you really want to get that ball in your hand earlier. If the captain's looking at you, you start looking other way. Don't bring me back to bowl. But now that has changed dramatically in the last few years. And it's been exciting. The cricket has been exciting. But what I've loved about this home series, that the pitches have been absolutely brilliant so far, for both batting and bowling.
I think that was the case with the Test series as well, earlier last year. This is tossed up, and Bryden Carse, who is playing for turn back into the right-hander, beaten past the outside edge by a ball that actually bounces and beats the batter, all ends up. It's not taken cleanly by KL Rahul. Behind the stumps. Hit on the pad this time as Carse moves to the offside, turning into the right-hander. And I think Kuldeep Yadav might have a little question to his skipper Rohit Sharma. The batters have crossed. We'll wait and see what the umpire feels, but that's clearly hitting the pad. It's just a question of whether it would have gone on the hit leg stump. Let's have a look. Does Rohit show any interest? His back's already turned. Doesn't look like they're going to review.
I think there's plenty of turn. At best, it could have clipped, but still, the umpire decision would have stayed. But yeah, massive turn there.
Big turn. Big turn. Doing way too much, so good decision from Sharma. Carse came back for a second leg by. This time opening up his stance and pushing this through the covers. That's a shot full of peril. If it turns in, it could hit the stumps. If it turns away, it could take the outside edge.
Did not pick that one either.
187 for 6. England in a bit of trouble as he gets down on one knee and sweeps this along the ground for a single. Gets off strike and off the mark. England move to 188 for 6.
When the ball spins both ways, as a batter, you've got to pick one. You just got to play everything that is going to come into me. And if the ball moves away from you, at best you're going to get beaten. You're not going to get out. But you're in trouble when the ball spins in and you can't pick it. So I would play Kuldeep Yadav as somebody who brings the ball in.
We saw this with Varun Chakravarti, didn't we? Time and time again, England batters were playing as Bethel will take a single. There's a dive from the fielder at short fine leg. Can't claim the ball, and that'll be 4 runs from the bat of Bethel, who very quietly is playing a little gem of a knock. 35 from 50, plenty of time to catch up in terms of strike rate, but the important thing is he's still there, and England need him. 192 for 6.
Yeah, an Irish shot at Bethel, 35 from 50 balls. He is good sweeper of the ball, whether it's the aerial one for 6 or the simple one for 4. He's good at all round the wicket. Reverse sweep, sweep, orthodox, fine sweep. And he's going to be needed because that was pretty straight. An Irish shot, if he would have missed, that was curtains, I'm afraid.
I suppose when you're 50 balls into your innings, that's the time to take that kind of shot, I suppose. And I suppose Bethel now feels, you know, Carse can hit long. He's scored a good innings in one of the T20s, but England are going to get up to 300 as Carse comes forward and once again plays an expansive looking drive, no run. This time it's Axar Patel. Left arm up, bowling round the wicket. This is tossed up and cut on about 5th stump. That's where you want to be cutting the ball. And he'll take a single. 193 for 6.
To be honest, I think with Carse at the crease, you wouldn't want him coming in with this many overs left. He's not a bad lower order batter. He's not a genuine all-rounder. He's not in the class of a Flintoff or a Stokes, you know. He's one of those who's a bowler who can bat a little bit. And to be in with 13, 14 overs to go is not ideal.
Bethel on the reverse again, and this ball is going to go fine. Fielded, though, by short third. And it's just a single. Yeah, you will probably hope that a Bryden Carse innings will come off, what, once in 5, maybe 6 innings? You can't really ask 7 innings, 8 innings. You're not going to be asking too much more. Touch flatter, round arm action from Axar Patel, and this is punched away for another single. 195 for 6 England.
And also bringing him that early, you're asking him to play a game which he's not used to. He likes to come in late and play those big shots where he's more comfortable, but at the moment you ask him to grind and build an innings, which is not his job really.
Bethel 36, and again down on the sweep. This actually hits Bethel on the pad, loops up over the keeper, and is fielded by short fine leg. Bryden Cast's best score in List A cricket, 32. That's from Gary Morgan, our scorer. I think he hit 31 in a T20. He was run out as this is fielded at backward point by Jadeja's right boot. 197 for 6 at the end of the 38th. 5 singles from Axar Patel's 6th over. He's picked up 1 wicket. Jacob Bethel 37, Bryden Cast 4. Realistically, guys, what kind of score do you think England would take right now?
Oh, 12 more.
280?
Yeah, 270, I think. I think they'll take 260 from here. But I think at 1.4 down, you would have been looking around that 300 mark, wouldn't you? But I think it drops dramatically now, and I think anything around 260, I think they'd take from this position. I really do.
Well, there's no Abhishek Sharma, so, you know, India will be under pressure. They won't be chasing those down inside 15 overs anyway. Kuldeep Yadav to continue, and Bryden Cast comes down the track and pushes this ball out towards the offside, where there are 3 close fielders. And I tell you what, first slip and keeper are very much in the game. As are those stumps. This time he does stay behind the crease, turns away from the right-hander, and it's pushed out to the offside by Cast, who's 4 not out. England 197 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2 on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. You're listening to India versus England in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. Kuldeep Yadav in again. This is tossed up. Another little tempter, and Cast plays this correctly, actually. This is again going away from Cast. Punch to extra cover. No run. The cat and mouse continues. Plenty of air and dip. And Cast gets off strike with a run taken to long on. He moves to 5. 198 for 6. It's kind of drip, drip, drip.
Yeah, I think he figured out very early in the over that was the wrong choice of shot selection, dancing down the track against a bowler he can't pick. And since then just stayed in the crease, which is the better option. And I think he should try and play him as much as he can on the back foot, really. That allows you to negate the spin.
Bethel now, and he comes forward, looks more assured immediately, as you'd expect. And opens the bat face, pushes this through vacant cover. I'm not sure that India will mind too much that he gets off strike with the single. It means Bryden Cast has got to face one final ball of Kuldeep Yadav, the left arm wrist spinner. 8th over, yet to pick up a wicket, but he's been inexpensive. Bryden Cast has just cut this delivery off middle stump. Thankfully for him and England, he connects, can't beat the fielder. It's a very dicey shot for none. England 39 overs in after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. 199 for 6 as the floodlights start to come on in Nagpur.
Do you know when you're trying to predict a score and you're trying to think, right, yeah, from here, what would you take? You go down the typical cricket route and you think, yeah, realistically, this pitch, like I say, after 30 overs, you can double the score, basically. But now you're thinking, yeah, 10, 11 overs left, can get another 60 or 70. But we've seen the way teams play now, they could easily get 100. Even with Carson, if Carr stays there with Bethel, 1 over, somebody hitting 24, and it totally changes again. We'd be saying, well, no, you're going to be looking at 300 now. The game is so fast in this era, it's very difficult to predict where an actual good scorer is in any game.
Mohammad Shami is in, and he's bowling round the wicket, quite wide of the crease. Jacob Bethel, stand and deliver. He looks like Adamant. He was trying to do exactly that there, but thick outside edge, flies to point. It's just a single. 200 up for England in the 40th over for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yeah, I think if they get 260, 270 from here, as Gough was saying, they'd be happy. But again, 1 wicket changes everything, isn't it? It's such a fast-paced game.
Or one good over.
Exactly.
26.
Exactly. So it's just who's going to get that upper hand.
Over the wicket now to the short hand, to the right-handed Brydon Cast. This is almost like a short arm pull. Takes a top edge, flies over the vacant leg slip, down to the boundary. Fine for 4, 204 for 6, and Brydon Cast, I think, will feel a touch relieved that he's facing Shami rather than Yadav.
Mind you, he's quick enough, Shami. His short ball is a lot quicker than his normal everyday ball. Did him for pace a little bit, but that helped him in the end because he was trying to hit it squarer and he ended up going finer where there were no fielder.
Off the pads and tucked away. Certainly be one for Cast, who moves to 10 with a single. The score 205 for 6. I think Cast is wanting to deal in boundaries though, and he feels I can hit them easier from the fast man. Doesn't matter where they go, than the mystery spinner.
Also with Mohammad Shami, he's not somebody who bowls an amazing Yorker or doesn't have a great slower delivery. So if the ball doesn't swing, especially in his second spell, he always struggles a little bit because he's sort of a bowler who gives you a lot of deliveries in that hittable length. So hence as a batter, you always fancy your chances against him.
Bethel takes him on, and no timing in this pull shot, which goes straight and fielded by Rohit Sharma, diving to his right. It elicits a big cheer from the crowd in Nagpur. Rohit Sharma, who's faced a fair bit of criticism for his captaincy and his batting over the last 4 months playing for India. He'd be relieved to just get back out onto the field, I imagine. Brydon Cast. Readies. And bowled! No foot movement at all. Tries to slog Shami over mid-wicket. Slower delivery, possibly. Kept a touch low. Castles threw the shot too early. And he's been castled for 10. England lose their 7th.
Well, there we go. We talk about this modern-day England team. Shot selection, yet again. So many overs left, not many wickets left. Give your head a wobble. Absolutely terrible shot. Brydon Cast, bowled by Shami. We've just been talking about, he's just going to put it on the length. But you've got 6 wickets down, it's now 7. You've just got to bat for 4 or 5 overs. But India rolling away with this. 206 for 7 now, England.
Yeah, more than... It's just the shot selection, as you mentioned. Every player in England team since the T20, everyone just goes across the line. Not a single player I've seen getting out, trying to hit it with the full face of the bat, trying to go downtown. And on Indian pitches, you would know better than anybody that the more you present the full face of the bat, your chances of succeeding is a lot more. Across the line is not an option because of the variable bounce and pace at times you can get. Again, really, really disappointing shot.
I think John will tell you as well, it's just basically, when it comes off and England play a certain brand of cricket, it's awesome to watch. I love it. I think it's fantastic. But now and again, you have to change to the conditions. The game here, there's still 10 overs, over 10 overs left. You've got to get a partnership going with Jacob Bethel, right, at the crease, who's set 40 or 55. You can't go in and play like you do every day of the week. Use your brain, play for Bethel, play for the batter that's in, and then you can score anything. England could score 80 or 90. But now, I said, we reassess it again. What's a good score now? If we get 250 now, it'd be a good score.
Problem is, Goughy, we were saying this in the first T20. Abhishek was saying
We've been saying it for 3 years.
But this is like new coach, new culture, new everything. Look at that scorecard from the first T20. You had Jos Buttler at one end batting like a god, and everybody else coming in and just getting out within a couple of deliveries rather than playing for their skipper. And fast forward 5 T20s and an ODI, and the same thing is happening as Adil Rashid just gets back down on ball to another one that kept a touch low, angling in on the top of off stump, as is Shami's way, and he sees the over off. 40 overs in then, England, who were at one stage 75 without loss. Now 206 for 7, with Jofra Archer, Saqib Mahmood to come. Jacob Bethel's 40 from 55, but Abhishek, you commentated much of the T20 series. We're seeing Adil Rashid walk to the crease way too early.
Yeah, absolutely. In the T20, as I mentioned earlier, they were walking in at around that 15th over mark, which is similar to walking in the 40th over in a one-day cricket. But if you look at the scorecard as well, there's enough players who've got a start. You just needed one player from the top 5 or 6 to go out there and get a big 100, and you look at 300 on this surface. Looks a very good surface to bat on. It's just the shot selection and the game awareness from the England players have been really poor.
Kuldeep Yadav eyeing his first wicket, and Jacob Bethel playing on-off stump away from his crease, and places this beautifully actually, with plenty of timing through extra cover for a couple.
He looked very comfortable. Again, the way he's picked up the googly and the away turners, it seems like he's in complete control at the moment. And also the shot selection, playing with full face of the bat, didn't try and cut a ball so far. Just happy to rotate the strike, and that's all you need to do.
Again, this is on off stump, and Bethel comes forward. Touch of the outside edge from this drive, but he'll get another run. And, you know, essentially the fielding restrictions are back in place. Last 10 overs, if England were to last that long. But fortunately, Adil Rashid surely is just going to have to play for Jacob Bethel. And Bethel's going to be terrified about getting out.
There you go. Explained it really well, John.
Yadav. And Adil Rashid has just been caught behind. Second ball. He's gone for an ambitious cut shot to a ball that's just travelled away from him. A touch more bounce. And he's been caught behind. He's going to go upstairs. He doesn't think he's touched it. But the reaction from KL Rahul suggested there was a little edge. I thought I heard something. And unless the third umpire can come to Rashid's aid, England have lost their 8th wicket. They've still got the best part of 10 overs to go.
Well, there was a huge noise, wasn't there? So I'd be very surprised if there's not given out. The googly from Kuldeep, this is why he's so good. I said against the lower order batters, I've said it many times. Interestingly, just take a little bit of the pitch. Looks out, bottom edge. Disappointment more from Rashid, I think. He knows the importance. He's gone from number 8 with a bat to number 11. Now he's back up to number 9. And it's not a good way to start.
Thank you. Ultra edge coming up now.
Oh, hang on.
Flat line. Take that back for me, please.
Doesn't look like he's touched it.
Well, we're all amazed. There's a huge noise. I'd be interested in what it was. He must have hit his pad. He must have.
I mean, a cracked handle.
No, they're the best bats, Grey Nichols. He'll not be there.
Fair play. Adil Rashid is still there. I mean, it was a poor shot, and he's fortunate to still be there. Decision overturned. Yadav. This time, Rashid plays with the full face of the bat, but can't beat Shreyas Iyer at points. 209 for 7.
He wasn't even going to review. He thought he'd nicked it himself. It was only because Jacob Bethel told him to review it.
Yeah, this is plenty of flight and dip. And Rashid doesn't need to slog. Just steers this through extra cover and away for a single. So he gets off the mark. He's out of life. England, boy, they needed that. Can he stick around, support Jacob Bethel? Can England bat out the 50? The field is spread for the left-hander. Deep point, long off, long on. Square leg. And he'll take a single for sure. It's going to be fielded by Rana on the boundary. So just a single. But it means that England have got through the over unscathed somehow. 211 for 7, and Bethel will face the first ball of the 42nd over here on talkSPORT 2. You're listening to the India versus England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. Kuldeep Yadav, who's bowled 9 overs without success. He's gone for 47 on his return to the side. Plenty of options for Rohit Sharma. Axar Patel and Hardik Pandya have got 4 each, as has Ravindra Jadeja. Shami and Harshit have both got 3 to go, and it's Mohammad Shami who will continue bowling round the wicket to Jacob Bethel. Again, angling the ball in on off stump, and no run to start the over.
I think it's just about taking it deep. Bat for the next 5 overs, go to the 46th over without losing any more wicket, then reassess. And for the last 4 overs, You know, they can try and play some shots, get to that 260, which is very important, because if they go too early here, there's a massive chance they might be all out under 230.
4 fielders on the boundary, all behind the wicket. Shami is in. This is a good-looking shot from Bethel. He'll only take a single, trying to target extra cover. The ball actually goes a bit squarer than that on the offside. Bethel moves to 45. England 212 for 7.
Mohammad Shami has got to try and do something different. He's bowled a pretty good over the previous one, but was a poor shot. That delivery I don't think deserved a wicket. It was just a length delivery from Shami.
All they have to do is just keep bowling length.
Rashid comes so close to being caught at mid-on. It's a shorter delivery, a slower ball from... Actually, wasn't that slow. It just sat up in the surface. And Rashid has just played it almost as though it's a tennis shot. It's almost lobbing it up for catching practice. Andrew McKenna would have hurt himself trying to catch this like he did back in Sri Lanka when talkSPORT were on tour there. It's just dropped short of the mid-on fielder. Almost can't believe his eyes. It's almost like Rashid's trying to pick him out. Shami again, short again. On the pull is Rashid. Better looking shot. And there's certainly one run here. And that's all it'll be. 213 for 7, England.
All the pressure is on England here to try and get a decent total. But I think for India, if you're bowling now, if this was me bowling, if I was Shami, I'd be just running in and doing nothing different. I won't be trying to bowl Yorkers, bouncers. I'd be just putting it on the length, especially to Rashid. If he wants to risk playing a shot like Braden Carse did, so be it. To Jacob Bethel, you've got to be a bit cleverer. Use your slow balls, use your Yorkers, and mix it up. But to Rashid, just straight.
Around the wicket, wide of the crease, angling in on the stumps. Bethel, this is a glorious shot, actually. Touch of class, the timing is there, as Bethel, who looked so scratchy at the start of his innings, has laced this through cover, bisected the field, and he will take 4.
Absolutely, nothing wrong with the ball whatsoever from Shami. He actually followed him, he gave himself a little bit of room. But look at the bat, came through, absolutely beautiful. Beautiful orthodox shot through the offside, runs away for 4, and I told you, Shami the bowler, nod of appreciation.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Last ball of the over, pitched up, dug out by Bethel. He will face the first ball of over number 43, and it's 50 for England in an ODI. Bethel raises his bat to the dressing room. Perfunctory punch of the gloves with Adil Rashid. Still work to do, but this is promising from England's at number 6. England 218 for 7.
It's been a terrific innings. The maturity has shown, the way he has taken his innings forward, and they needed him to do that after Butler got out for 52. It's taken the responsibility, still young, to international cricket, but an innings like this really helps you in your career, matures you as a batter, especially when you do against a quality bowling attack as well.
I mean, I was thinking, what must be going through his mind as he walked out to the field of play? 111 for 4. Joe Root just dismissed. So much pressure on. Hasn't played a lot of cricket in India in front of a packed crowd. Again, coming up against a world-class attack. Jadeja, Bethel on the reverse, and he'll take a single to point. And yet, despite a slow start, at no point did he seem like he was panicking. It probably benefited him to have Jos Buttler at the other end. And here we are with 7 overs to go, and he's still there. Second 50 for England. Certainly his most impressive, not that we've seen in white ball cricket from the youngster.
Yeah, he was a calm player, fantastic player, and that's why England are not afraid to throw him in at the deep end. He better get used to playing in India. He's going to be playing there for the next 10 years.
This is Jadeja in, and Rashid is playing exactly as Bethel and England will want. He's playing with a straight bat, and he's just pushing the ball back to the bowler. Still time to come. Opens up, but his stance a touch, pushes this through vacant cover for a single. Nicely played by Rashid. England 220 for 7. I mean, England have... It's quite funny, Stokes, when he selected Bethel's name was... Bethel was brought into the side, and I think Stokes says something like, we're not doing this just to wind people up, you know. Bethel, though, has not been given out leg before. He's on the slog sweep to Jadeja. The appeal's gone up for leg before. He's been hit slap bang in front of the stumps, and India now have a decision. They're going to review, and Abhishek and Gough, I can see why. What's happened here? I think there seems to be some miscommunication between Rohit Sharma and the umpire. Almost like the umpire was...
Unless they're not happy with the umpire give the original decision, not Rohit Sharma's just giving him a spray.
I just think what Rohit was mentioning, they might have gone upstairs for the run out as well. And that's probably what Rohit was saying, that they've already gone up. I don't think I need to review it.
Start off with the LBW first.
Yeah, I think you've called it.
It's a fair delivery. Can I front on first, please?
So, massive moment in the game. I mean, there's no bat on that ball, is there? It's hit Bethel above the pad on the back leg, but he's down on the slog sweep. Slap bang in front of the stumps. I was expecting the finger of the umpire to go up.
A gap on the left-hand side there, gap between bat and ball.
And he's not the tallest, Jacob Bethel.
There's no bat involved. Go through the ball tracking.
Might just be going over. It might be umpire's call.
Big moment in the match for England. It's pitching in line, it's straightening, it's hit the batter. 3 reds and you're out. Bethel's got to go. Jadeja's struck. He picked up the wicket of Joe Root, LBW, earlier on in the piece, and now he's come back to do the same with Jacob Bethel, who's got to go for 51, and England do lose their 8th wicket. 220 for 8. 2 balls remaining of the 43rd over.
Again, going a bit too early. We were just discussing, try and take it deep, take it to the 46th, 47th over, and then try and play a few shots and get your team to that 260, which we were talking earlier. But now with that wicket gone, India well in to get them all out for 230. But still a very good knock from a young cricketer.
Absolutely. Fantastic talent. He is Jacob Bethel. We're going to be seeing a lot of him in franchise tournaments throughout the world, in an England shirt, in all formats as well. And it brings to the crease Jofra Archer. He's been slipped down the order. There would have been a time when he'd been before Rashid, but his batting seems to have slipped as well. So he's coming in. We know he can hit a long ball. If I was the Indian captain here, I'd be thinking, my pacers. Unless you've got that mystery. But England, 220 for 8, are in trouble. They really are.
Jacob Bethel, by the way, became the youngest England player to score a 50 in India, beating Joe Root's record.
Wow.
Joe Root was 22 24 days when he hit half-century in Mohali, and Jacob Bethel was 21 106 days. So a promise of things to come, but unfortunately may well not be enough for England. Jofra Archer, who batted well in the T20 series, comes forward and defends that his first delivery from Jadeja, which is on off stump.
How did he bowl?
He was expensive. On the pads and defended, but I thought he actually, I thought it was heartening, to be honest, to see Archer back, bowling fast. I think he caused problems. He came up against a batter in Abhishek Sharma, who is in as good a form as I can remember seeing anybody. Some of those deliveries that went for 4 or 6, I mean, Jofra Archer came up against his match. He met his match, and it was amazing cricket to bring to the listeners on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, because we saw whenever he bowled to the other players, it was a completely different ball game. Unfortunately, he just had to bowl a lot of deliveries to Abhishek Sharma. And yeah, he looked like a player who knew what he was doing in that T20 series, unfortunately for the fast bowlers.
Okay then, 220 for 8 then. 7 overs hopefully remaining in the innings. Let's throw back to Steve Harmison.
Thank you very much indeed, Jon Norman. 221 for 8. The first delivery of the 44th over from Hardik Pandya is driven sweetly by Jofra Archer up towards mid-off. And it's fielded by Rohit Sharma, and then there's no run. 221 for 8. Well, Jofra Archer and Adil Rashid had their moments with the bat during the T20 series, but they're going to both need to have big moments with their bat if England to get anything that would be regarded as competitive. So Hardik Pandya is in again, took the pace off that one. Archer defends it, and there's no run. I mean, in a sense, there's no pressure on them, Harmy, is there? Because they know that all that has gone before them have not done their jobs.
No, they haven't. And you look at the wickets column, 75, 77, 77. That's the first 3 wickets. And England lose another clump of wickets a little bit later on, 170, 183. You know, and then 206. So they're losing wickets in clusters here.
Hardik Pandya in again, short, pulled by Archer. That's a lovely shot. It's gone for 4. Slower ball bouncer attempted from Hardik Pandya, but it needs to be a bit higher than that to a man of Jofra Archer's stature.
Yeah, but you're right. Jofra can hit a big ball, a long ball, and you know, Adil Rashid is a competent batter. I made the joke a bit earlier. I'd have sent Adil Rashid in ahead of Liam Livingstone with the time that's left in the game because of the way Adil bats, plays spin, you know, the experienced character he is. England have really, you know, some of the dismissals will really hurt that England dressing room. India have bowled well. They have bowled well. I think England have helped to their sort of demise so far. 225 for 8. Still think that at this moment in time, 40 short of where they should be with a grandstand finish.
Here is Hardik Pandya again. Another short ball bouncer, and it's gone for 6. Just looked like Archer was expecting that. It really, really did. Archer, the bowler, has told Archer, the batsman, he's going to double bluff me and do it again. And he's gone for another slower ball bouncer, and he's heaved him over deep mid-wicket for 6.
That's a great shot from Jofra Archer. The grandstand finish starts now, and if Hardik keeps bowling there, that 40-run short I think England are at the moment will soon disappear into a par score, because Jofra can bat, and like we've seen in them 2 pull shots, Hardik Pandya might well be a bit fuller this time.
It is fuller, and it's smashed straight back past his ankles for 4 more. That's 14 off the first 3 balls of the over. Not the way India wanted to start this. Beg your pardon, there's 5 balls gone. But Chetan, Narula, Hardik Pandya is that sort of cricketer, isn't he?
Well, yes, I don't think it's good bowling from Hardik in this over, especially those short deliveries and change of pace. I think Jofra Archer is picking it up really easily. And we know Archer can use the long handle. Didn't do that very well in the T20s, but he's come up with the goods on those first 3 deliveries of this particular over. But again, it's about adding as many as possible here on.
14 off the last 3 balls of this over. 1 ball to come. 235 for 8. As Hardik is in again. It's another short one, and Jofra Archer's pulled it out towards deep square leg, fielded by Shreyas Iyer, and they go through for a single, and Jofra Archer keeps the strike, and he's 15 off 7. Was that a no ball?
No, it's over. I just don't think the umpire at the standing end has realised that. Yeah, the umpire at non-striker's end has realised it was it is a no ball over, but he's been given a no ball.
It's a third umpire's caught a late call. It is a no ball.
I think if Jofra no, it's not. I would imagine if Jofra thought it was going to be a no ball, he'd have stayed down that end.
The hooter didn't go off for the no ball.
No, the ice cream
does.
Is it the ice cream van? Last time we were here, the ice cream van used to go off, and Darren Gough used to get very excited when he heard there was a no ball given off the field. He was looking for a flake and a bit of strawberry sauce on.
That was Ananta Padman, the umpire, who was that Shafadullah who he does count. That's a little embarrassing, isn't it? I know they've got a lot to think about, and at club level I used to make the worst umpire in the world. I couldn't count to 6 more than 2 overs in a row, but anyway, is Ravi Jadeja continuing now from the south end of the ground and bowling to Jofra Archer, who plays that away defensively on the offside. From an Indian perspective, I'm particularly pleased for Harshit Rana. We know that he's a big match bowler, and we've seen him in the IPL, Chetan Narula, but he was savage today, and he showed a lot of character. I thought Jadeja in again, Archer pushes it away defensively, and there's no run. He equalled the record for the highest number of runs taken off an Indian bowler in India. Became the 4th bowler to, or it's the 4th time that 26 were taken off an over. His 3rd over went for 26, and he came back, thought that he was used sympathetically or empathetically by Rohit Sharma as well. Took him off, but not for long. Just a little, let the initial bruising heal, and then brought him back in a couple of overs, and he's ended up. Well, he may well bowl again, but he's ended up with 3 at the moment. 3 for 53 from 7, which is really very, very respectable. 236 for 8 as Jadeja's in again. Archer plays defensively, no run.
Well, yes, as Harmy pointed out, he hadn't bowled that badly in his first spell, but then he went for those big runs in that 3rd over.
Jadeja in once again, and it's a quicker one, and it's pushed away defensively by Archer once more. 45 overs gone now, dot ball there, 236 for 8. That was a maiden, so he's taken 15 off the last over and then played out a maiden.
Yeah, but it was important that Rohit Sharma took him off and then gave him a bit of a breather on debut. Yes, he's played a couple other formats as well, but there's always you can always have a bag of nerves when you're making your debut on the international stage. But Harshit Rana came back really well in his 2nd spell. A lot has been said about Harshit Rana and the way he's come into the Indian side, especially with coach Gautam Gambhir really preferring him, bringing him, just blooding him at the right time, be it Test cricket, be it T20 cricket, or now ODI cricket.
Akshar Patel is back into the attack now, 1 for 35 from 6, and that one is chopped away, no run.
But I think they've got his ODI debut timing bang on, because if Jasprit Bumrah doesn't make it to the Champions Trophy, this is the moment to play him.
Cut away by Adil Rashid again, straight to the fielder. Jadeja at backward point, no run.
Because you know Arshdeep Singh is going to be your top choice for the playing 11, but you also need that good backup.
Down the wicket comes Adil Rashid, lofts Akshar Patel straight back over his head, and it'll be fielded by Hardik Pandya running around the boundary at long off, and they will come back for 2.
And on surfaces like this, where there is some good pace and bounce to be had, Harshit Rana can bang it in, and as we saw, he made Harry Brook pretty uncomfortable.
He muscled him out, didn't he? What was the word you used, Harmy? Something like that. You said he's outstrengthened him. That was chopped away by Adil Rashid to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, Shubman Gill, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, it was a beauty of a delivery. It was, it was a catch down leg side, and catches down leg side, you think they're a little bit of a strangle, but no, it was a good ball, bounced
into the rib cage, and he just fended it off like an aggressive dog being over friendly, and you're not sure whether it's being friendly or he wants a piece of you. That was the kind of delivery that Harshit Rana bowled to Harry Brook, and swing here not timed by Jofra Archer, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run at the end of the 46th over. You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
I have a question for Harmy. What did he make of the 2nd spell that Harshit Rana bowled? Because India going for a bowler who can bang it in, get that bounce from, if there's good bounce and pace in the surface. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I thought it was not only was it a good 2nd spell, I thought it was good work from Rohit Sharma. I think Rohit Sharma could easily have gone to his spinners. He could easily have potentially gone to Hardik Pandya and left Rana after he had been belted for a few, but he brought him back early after his first spell.
Swing from Adil Rashid now, just a single down the ground to long on. It's fielded by Akshar.
So because of that, he didn't have time to sort of stew and fester and get his head down and feel sorry for himself on the boundary. He came in. I think he missed an over or two. Came in, really hit the deck running when the new batter came in.
Jadeja in again to Archer. Similar shot off the back foot this time down to long on. And again, it's Akshar who fields. They go through for a single, 241 for 8.
Yeah, when Root and Brook came in together, Rohit Sharma was quick to bring his big man back on, his wicket taker back on.
Using his feet, Adil Rashid now looking to go long off, but Jadeja intercepts off his own bowling.
I think his wicket, the wicket that he got, the wicket of Brook that he got especially, was just deserved for the opening spell he did. Salt got a hold of him.
Sweep shot bowled. Down on one knee, Adil Rashid looking to sweep behind square, paddle sweep. Quicker one from Jadeja, shoots through, late on the shot, but fine bowling from Ravi Jadeja, who is 4th on the all-time list of left-arm spinners wicket-taking in ODI cricket. Sanath Jayasuriya, Shakib Al Hasan and Daniel Vettori ahead of him. But he's been around a long time, he knows what he's doing, and he was too good for Adil Rashid there.
Yeah, far too good, and we've seen just about 2 or 3 balls before the pitch map we had seen the stats of the leading wicket takers in left arm spin in ODI cricket, but they were also straight after you've seen the stats of the pitch map of where Jadeja's been bowling it and pitching it, and he's pitched a lot of balls stump to stump. It's not spun massively. He's not been trying to give it, slow it down and get some sort of revolutions on it to get it to spin either, past the outside edge of the right hander and this time for Adil Rashid, he's seen him go a little bit earlier. He's fired it in, and there's a beautiful bit of bowling by the experienced left-arm spinner.
And it seems like England might just end up a tad short here as well because of that 280 plus we were thinking when they went berserk with the opening partnership. 75, it came in 7-8 overs. They were really motoring along nicely. India have really pulled it back since then. Ravindra Jadeja at the top of his mark. So it's just the last wicket remaining, 241 for 9 at the moment. And a slip comes in position as well. Rohit Sharma will be at slip.
Yeah, I like that. Why not? So knock him over. He's spinning it away from the right-hander. You do have 10 and 11 at the crease. Saqib Mahmood first ball, plays it straight back defensively to Jadeja, and this one chipped up into the air at catchable height, but falls well short. Well, it falls 40 yards short of long on, so it was never in danger. 242 for 9, 3 overs remaining. Do you know what? The score's just sort of got to that point now where India can't take it too lightly. Do you know what I mean? If it was 210,
where you say maybe, if this happens, yes.
Like we need to go about this like grown-ups for a little bit, we can't. Not like they're chasing 200.
Yeah, chasing 200. It's you're looking at in 35 overs the way the modern day goes. 250. Once you stretch it into sort of get it close to 40 overs, you are running the risk of being a little bit complacent with actually having too many runs on the board. You go, do you know what? No matter what happens, if England to win this game, they ain't going to bowl 50 overs. England are going to take 10 wickets. And you get into that 240 part, probably brings about roughly about 40 overs into play.
Kuldeep Yadav continuing from our commentary end, the north end of the ground. Punch down the ground, back past the bowler, and they go through for a single. 243 for 9.
Whereas if it's 240 or... a 200 or 210, you're looking at 33, 35 overs, and then it just reduces the chances of England being able to get the 10 wickets to win the match.
Here's Kuldeep once again, and slog sweep, hit it very nicely indeed. Jofra Archer, little cameoette from Jofra Archer. His third boundary to go with a 6. He's 20 now from 17 balls, and that includes playing out a maiden.
Yeah, it was a good shot. He just waited for it. It just bounced a little bit from Kuldeep. He went to the sweep shot early and then readjusted.
Goes for it again, doesn't time it. Bottom edge out to deep mid-wicket all the way along the ground. But it will be a single. Archer moves to 21. It's been a very useful effort.
Yeah, he was disappointed with that last shot, but yes, he's hitting it well otherwise. has just taken England in that territory where you're saying that India will be careful with how they approach this innings.
Oh, he's missed it, stumped. Kuldeep, wrong and googly, too good for Saqib Mahmood. It was down the wicket, but he was in a different county. He's missed that by 8 or 10 inches, and KL Rahul completes the simplest stumping that he possibly ever had in his illustrious career with the gloves on.
That's not stump manners, that's run out. Yeah, that's run out. I mean, Saqib Mahmood's been run out there. He's not been stumped. He is so far down the wicket, bamboozled by Kuldeep Yadav. And do you know what? As a quality number 11 myself, I'm disappointed in Saqib Mahmood there. Yes, he's on a hiding to nothing. He's only got 10 balls left in the innings. But you've got Jofra Archer, 21 off 18. I mean, just try and kick it and get down the other end and give Jofra a chance to face another 6 balls. If Jofra was to face another 6 balls and hit 3 or 4 boundaries, then all of a sudden you're getting into the 260, 265 mark. England are well short. I'm nitpicking. Apologies to Saqib Mahmood. It's not his fault that they are miles short. He's just the last one out, and you react off the last one out. But what I do say is England, I think this pitch, the score should start with a 3. England, so that's how far short I think England are on this surface. They've got to hope that it does take spin later on when it, obviously the sun's now worn off and the lights start taking effect. They get a little bit of sea movement, and then there's some turn for it later on. But as it stands at this moment in time, 248 all out. I think India will be very, very happy walking up them stairs with a half an hour break in between.
And they were 75 without loss at one point. So from that perspective, yes, India have done really well to pull this back. But also, your thoughts about that last dismissal. I mean, you look at the previous delivery where Jofra Archer was so disappointed that he could not execute a boundary shot. And then for Saqib to just play that shot and get out, even if they would have added 12 more runs, again in 260s, again, we're talking about the fact that India will have to plan out this innings very, very carefully. It's not easy pickings there. So that disappointed, but again, yes, it's not his fault that England are down to 248, especially after that hectic start that they had made. Easily, this should have been 280 plus.
It started, though, after a brilliant opening partnership of 75. You are forgiven for criticising the last man out, Harmy, because you make a good point. With Jofra Archer hitting it so well, 3 4s and a 6 in his 21, Saqib Mahmood didn't need to be trying to hit it out of the ground himself. But to criticise the number 11 is churlish, to say the least. I mean, it began with a run out, Phil Salt contributing to his own demise after an absolutely brilliant opening partnership of 75, made 43. And there were some poor shots in the middle order, and I think it's the men who are paid to score the runs who should bear the brunt of the blame and the responsibility for what we think is an inadequate total. It's certainly a long way below an average first innings score in ODIs at this venue, which is 288. This is 248, so we expect India to win, but the score is just big enough to make sure that they have to behave themselves in the power play and not get too fancy.
Yeah, honestly, the power play is key. Old cliche, the next session is always in a test match. The power play is key, but I just think India can not relax in the power play, but they can be a little bit more watchful. They can see Archer off. They can see Rashid off. They've got the chance to, just give themselves that little bit of foundation that England had when England left the power play. But time will tell, and we'll see what happens. Jaiswal on debut. You've got no Virat Kohli, who is the king and the master of chasing totals. If England want to win this test match, they need 10 wickets. They're going to have to bowl India out for me to stand any chance of winning this game, because like I said before, I'm probably being a little bit hypercritical to say it should have started with a 3, but they're definitely a minimum 40 runs short.
You are listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels, with 33 locations across the UK for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com.
Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
You don't just check in to a village hotel, you work out. You jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
PensionBee made it easier for Moira to feel in control of her retirement.
I feel happy with PensionBee. It makes me feel confident that I'm in control of what I'm doing. I originally transferred a small pension, which was just directly after I finished working. I really liked how well that was going, and so I decided to transfer the main pension to PensionBee as well.
At PensionBee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident. When investing, your capital is at risk.
We all live different lives, which is why at Toyota Electric. At Toyota, every choice counts. Visit your nearest Toyota centre to find out more.
Pre-order the epic new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra on EE.
It comes with your own personal AI assistant
That can find me a nearby vegan-friendly restaurant.
that's also good for kids.
Yep, just ask it and save up to £528 when you trade in.
Love it.
Plus, I get double storage at no extra cost. All on the UK's best network. No wonder tech lovers choose EE.
Double storage and 6 of Feb. Trade-in discount dependent on device. Eligibility, credit check and terms apply. Credit by EE Limited. Enhanced 5G on selected plans. Verify best network at ee.co.uk/claims.
You don't just check in to a village hotel, you work out. You jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great break away. Visit villagehotels.com.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
A touch bladder and Harry Brook has been castled. There's a smile on the face of Brook, who has been completely bamboozled.
That bat needed to come a lot closer to the pad, and hence, yes, it's a good delivery, but he got out because of a technical error there rather than it being an unplayable delivery.
Brook backs away a little bit, goes over the extra cover region. In fact, it's long off for 6. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, showing his class, showing why he's been rated as one of the best youngsters, young players around the world. He's got all the talent you need. It's just about executing his plans and just having that game awareness.
Chakravarti over the wicket. Brook shuffles across his stumps. He's flicked it to short fine leg. And we've just given him massive plaudits. And I'm afraid to say Harry Brook has got that one all wrong. He's out. He tried to manufacture something that probably wasn't there, and he walks off. Harry Brook, and he cuts behind square on the offside for 4 to bring up his century. 100 number 7 for Harry Brook. 3 lives along the way, but that doesn't matter. From a mere 123 balls, 9 4s and 2 6s. He has played some wonderful shots.
Bishnoi in again over the wicket.
Gives that one to Mayer and bowls Harry Brook with the Google. Well, it's almost like Jared just called it. Down the wicket comes Harry Brook, dismissively over the top of long on. He didn't even bother to run. He knew from the moment it hit the middle of the bat that was gone.
Last ball of the over, and as Harshit Rana just got Harry Brook strangled down the leg side. He's flicked the glove, and the keeper's done the rest. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, Jon Norman, alongside Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, and also Darren Gough, former England fast bowler, a Yorkshire head coach, Yorkshire player, Essex player. Still second in the list of all-time ODI wickets taken for England, by the way.
Amazing, really, isn't it? I still can't believe that, to be honest. With the amount of games they play now, I thought, well, I was convinced somebody would have passed me. He must be close, Adil Rashid.
Third on the list,
yeah. I thought he must be close. He's played, how many games he played? He must have played 170.
143.
Oh, no, not as many as I have yet, then. Oh, he's approaching. He'll pass me. There's no doubt about that.
Well, maybe. Had 205 wickets, so he's still a few off.
Well, 30 away from me.
I mean, they don't play a lot these days. I mean, the next ODI World Cup isn't until 2027. They've got 3 ODIs against West Indies this year, and then they've got South Africa, I think, in September. That'd be another 6 matches, maybe. This winter, 3 against New Zealand, and then it's the Ashes, so there won't be anything. Then next year, 3 in Sri Lanka. I chart my life by ODI.
Plus, you don't know what Adil will do either. He might just say, "I'm just going to play T20." I don't know. I would suspect he'd want to carry on playing all white ball cricket. Adil, he doesn't play Test cricket. He doesn't play first class cricket. He doesn't get many franchise tournaments. There's probably as many as he should.
I mean, that's the biggest surprise, and we kept talking about it. And I said, I cannot believe he's never played IPL. I just cannot believe it.
But they keep going with Zampa, don't they?
Yeah.
The teams go for Zampa. But for some reason, Adil Rashid is a player that he gets picked up a couple of times, but then they don't play him. It's a strange one. I get that India have got so many talented spinners, and they feel as though they like to pack. We know Indian fans are like and what they like to see. They want to see batters who come in and hit the ball out of the ground, right? So they're the signings that they tend to go for, the big franchises.
And also, I think the franchise look at it from a point of view that they want an all-rounder. If they want to play overseas, because they're only allowed to play 4 overseas, they want to use all the Indian spinners. If they want to use the spinners, it's got to be Indian. Then they use the overseas as a batter or a fast bowler. So we hardly see any spinners apart from Zampa, really.
Rashid Khan.
Obviously. Rashid Khan he brings a lot to the table with the bat and the fielding as well. So, I mean, he's more of an all-rounder than a out-and-out leg spinner or a spinner.
He's taken more T20 wickets than anyone else in the history of the game.
Well, he's only just taken over from Bravo, hasn't he? Just taken it.
It's not Adil Rashid, the Yorkshireman, I wanted to talk to you about, though. It's another Yorkshireman, Harry Brook. When was the first time you saw Harry Brook bat, Goughy?
Oh, well, I've seen him.
What were your thoughts?
I've seen him a few years ago as a youngster. They tried him, didn't they, up top? Didn't really work. Unbelievable talent. I'd heard so much about him, but when I saw him for the first time in nets, I went, oh my word. First thing I did was look at his contract. Sure, but he only had 1 year left. We soon changed that. I remember going to the chief executive at the time and saying, look, I know we're struggling financially and stuff, but one thing you've got to do is get this lad on a 5-year contract. And he looked at me like, not happening. I said, it's happening. It has to happen, because if you don't, you'll lose him, because every county is going to want this player. He signed it, thankfully, persuaded his agent, and the player never wanted to leave. He's Yorkshire through and through, right? But he signed a 5-year deal. Waste of time, really, because we never saw him. England picked him up about 6 weeks later after he got 700 runs in the first 5 championship games, and I've not seen him since.
Well, it's interesting because Johnny Bairstow was batting at 5 for England at the time, and obviously Joe Root's in there as well. And one of the BBC commentators, I remember at the time, before Brook had made his debut actually, and this must have been either the year or the year after that Johnny Bairstow scored all those runs at Trent Bridge. It might even have been the year.
Yeah.
It was the South Africa test, last test of the summer, and Bairstow got injured, I think. And I remember hearing the BBC commentator, Jonathan Doodge, I think it was, saying he would pick Harry Brook in the England side ahead of Johnny Bairstow, which at the time sounded absolutely incredible.
Oh, it's not. If you saw him play, a couple of examples. You watch him in indoor nets, right, and the way he hits the ball, I used to grab a chair and just sit and watch him, because I've never seen anybody strike a cricket ball like him. This is in indoor nets when he was preparing to play, because he always comes and practices. He practices hard. He loves the game. He just loves cricket. He loves netting. He loves batting. He loves throwdowns. He just loves everything about batting. He doesn't want to do anything but bat. I know he can bowl them filthy little things he's got, but it's all about batting for him. He just wants a bat in his hand. The second one, we were playing at Root was batting with him in a partnership, and he came to the crease, and you've seen it doing it with England. He came to the crease, and Joe Root got out. Joe Root got 60, I think. Harry Brook went on to get 150. And when Joe got out, he come and sat with me. I think he was at Bristol. He sat with me and said, he just made me look average in that innings. I said I would embarrass batting with him because he made me look ordinary. And we all know Joe Root is not ordinary. He's England's best ever player, right?
Quite the opposite.
And he's saying this about Harry Brook, who had not been in the game 2 minutes at that level. And he said he's making me look very, very ordinary. And Joe, being Joe, he wasn't said seriously. He said he laughs and jokes about it because he said the same thing. He is just an unbelievable talent who hits the ball so well. But when he first goes through the crease, you've seen what he does. Even today, have you seen how late he plays it? It's amazing. He just watches it right onto the bat and just opens the face a little bit, tries to get it down to third man. Amazing talent. Amazing.
I was fortunate enough to be at Wellington for the innings he produced for England. Now he's come into that series. He'd hit a century at Christchurch. He'd hit 300 against Pakistan. The innings at Wellington, for me, I've seen a few of his innings. That stands up there. I mean, I think England was 70 for 4. There might be less, might be 48 for 4. Ball was doing all sorts. And he just played an extraordinary innings. And it wasn't a risky innings. Some of the stroke play was audacious. You know, he's hitting straight over extra cover for 6.
That's one of his areas. His two areas are, for me, which I think it's embarrassing when you're bowling at him and see bowlers running in at 90 miles an hour and he just clips that one off his hip, lifts it off his hip. He plays that as good as anyone I've ever seen in the game. And the one you've just described, where he gives himself that little bit of room and he hits it over extra cover. He don't need to, when he's doing that, he doesn't do it to hit a 4. He hits 6s over extra cover. Now, he's not a big, strong fella, is he? You don't look at him and think, Pollard.
No.
You don't look at him and think he's going to hit the ball out the ground. But he hits it as good as anyone. He's got long levers, he's got a lovely bat lift, nice smooth stroke through the ball, and he just hits 6 after 6. There's no ground bigger. Saying that, the only place he's still got to conquer, I think in his head as well, is Australia. And the way he struggled in the Big Bash, because the boundaries are probably bigger than some of the other countries he's played in. And he used to get caught out in the deep. But he's learning all the time. And I still think there's another level. Because I think he's got stuck a little bit with this format of cricket and the way they're playing. A bit like Joe Root did. He's a bit more expansive than Joe Root. He likes to play a lot more different shots. But I think he goes too early. If we can get him, just calm down a little bit, get himself in, and then play the shots he can play, we're going to see an even better Harry Brook, which you would almost think is impossible. But it's there, I'm telling you.
He hasn't cracked India, though. I mean, you say that it's only Australia. Abhishek, what's the Indian perspective coming out of India about Harry Brook? He's had one season at Sunrisers, and of course...
He got an unbelievable 100, though, didn't he? But he was messed around there with Brian. Brian didn't quite know how to use him. Brian had never seen him play. 1 minute he's at 4, then he's at 5, then he's opening a batting. You know, he didn't use him probably in his best position. Saying that, he got 100 opening the batting, didn't he? But that's not his best position. And he was in and out, and yeah, there's a lot of things happening, I think, at that time in his personal life with his grandparents and stuff like that. So, if he goes out to the IPL, which is down to play, isn't it? I think he's going to have a good IPL.
Abhishek, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think, Steve, we all know that he's a special talent. Some of the players we can name in world cricket who's going to be the future of world cricket, and we're all going to enjoy them watching for the next 10, 15 years, and he's definitely among one of those. But only thing with Indian cricket and what we have seen in this tour so far in India, that he's got to find a few more shots against spin. Fast bowling is never going to be an issue for Harry Brook. It's just about finding a few more shots against spin, not just take those easy options, sweep and reverse sweep, which we have seen from all England batters in this series. And he has all the ability. He's got all the shots over cover we were talking about. That's one of the best shots you could play against spin in India with the turn. So I'm sure it's still very early, very young in his career. He's not spent that much time in India. I think this IPL, when he goes there, he'll be a changed cricketer. What he'll learn being among some of the best Indian talent and what he will watch and what he will learn with those pitches, how to bat against those top quality spin, because he's going to face a lot of that for 7 or 8 weeks. I think that will change him as a cricketer.
What about captaincy then? We kind of touched on it earlier today, didn't we? He doesn't, I don't know him well. He doesn't, it's not like one of these players that comes through and you think, yeah, there's a captain there.
Agree. I absolutely agree 100% with you, but I think he's put himself in a position now where the brand of cricket that's being played is names thrown around. England obviously want him to do that job, or they wouldn't have told the Superchargers. I think it's come from them to give him the captaincy, so he gets some experience. So it's not one of them situations where, well, he's never captain, stick him in. But I think by getting that experience, I think England definitely want to use him, and the brand of cricket they are currently playing, he is suited to it. But I would agree with you, he's not someone you look at him around the dressing room and think natural captain. But I think he'll do a good job.
Graham Swan's out in India commentating for TV. I remember when Joe Root was made captain, and Graham Swan was quite against the idea. He didn't want the captaincy to essentially take away the cheeky chappy. I think that's how he described Joe Root. He was a character within the dressing room.
He is.
And Graham Swan felt that by making him captain, you were going to force him to become someone that wasn't naturally. He wasn't naturally that authoritative.
I think it did with Joe. It changed probably Joe a little bit, without a doubt, the captaincy. But we've all seen his personality. You only have to watch some of the games in the SA20 and you see the dressing room. Most of the stuff coming out of the dressing room is of Joe Root. He's a leader in that dressing room, and he's such a personality. Harry Brook is a happy-go-lucky, enjoys his time, enjoys being with his friends a lot, but he's not the same personality as Joe. It's a totally different. He's a bit deeper than Joe. Do you know where I'm coming from? He's a little bit deeper. So I can see him developing into a good captain and being able to be the captain, the same person he is, because he has his friends, but with cricket as being his main focus, he's quite balanced. He doesn't go from one extreme to the other. Joe wants to have fun, and you've seen now Joe's having the best fun of his career probably now, and he looks like he's back to his very, very best.
Abhishek, having watched and enjoyed Joe Root's career for such a long time, it's been 12 years now. The fact that Harry Brook's been mentioned so comfortably in the same breath as Joe Root, does that surprise, or do you agree?
Not really. The first time I ever saw him play, you could straight away. The difference with good players and players who are going to turn into great players is simple. They have more time. And it's very hard to explain what we mean by saying that player has more time. When we saw Rohit, the likes of Abhishek Sharma, Shubman Gill, I'll throw in a few names. You see them having more time than other players, and that's what separates them from good players and between good players and great players. And he has a lot more time, and the moment you see that, he's a special talent. So if you compare him to Joe Root, I think he can live up to that expectation. Absolutely yes, but still he's very young. He's going to develop. It's going to take time, and batters take a bit more time at times. Someone matures very quickly, like Virat matured very early in his career, and some batters take a bit more time to mature over the period. But he's got everything you require as a batter to be out there as a great.
Did you see last pre-season, knowing his grandmother passed, and he went and played a game for Yorkshire pre-season, and nobody could believe it. I mean, you can imagine what the wickets were like in March, right? He rocks up in March, and he plays this innings. He gets 140 in about 75 balls in March. I can't think of one other person that could play that in England. I honestly can't. But I agree, there's still a long way to go, and we are getting a bit carried up. We do make out he's going to be the next Joe Root. Joe Root is unbelievable player. We talk about Smith, Williamson, and Root are the best three at the moment. Virat Kohli would be in there if he won for the last 2 or 3 years. He's just slipped, hasn't he? 5 years.
5 years, he's got 200s and averaging 30.
I'm absolutely amazed, because I remember when I first saw Virat Kohli, And I thought, wow, I never thought I'd see another Tendulkar, but I thought, well, this is as good as it's going to get. But the last 5 years there's been a slip. But the Smith, the Williamson and Root, the consistency over many, many years is outstanding. And let's not undervalue how good they are. Now, Harry Brook, a big, big mountain to follow. Can he be as good as Joe? We all want him to be. We all want him to be, but he's going to have still a long way to go to be as good as him and consistent to him over the years.
Brilliant stuff. Gough is with us all day, as is Abhishek. Very shortly, we're going to get the second innings of the day underway. England bowled out for 248 inside 48 overs. So India need 249 to win the first of 3 one-day internationals that we're bringing you in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
England versus India live on
Welcome back to the Vidarbha Cricket Association Stadium in Nagpur. England batting first in the first one day have been bowled out for 248. Let's look back at the highlights, all thanks to Village Hotels. All thanks to Village Hotels. England bowled out then for 248. Doesn't say anything. So England's 248 gives them a fighting chance, one that they'll need to break into the safe early. If we can use the bank robbery analogy, they're going to have to snaffle a couple of early ones to put India under pressure. And you would think that if Yashasvi Jaiswal gets off to a flyer, as he tends to do in Test cricket in his ODI debut, then Rohit Sharma, imagine he plays himself back in form as well, Steve Harmison. This game could get away from England very quickly. We are expecting India to win it. I mean, they must start as very, very strong favourites. But yeah, if Jofra Archer gets the combination to the safe early, he could put them under pressure.
Yeah, that's England's best chance, as early wickets put India under pressure and try and expose. They've got a little bit, I would say, a little bit of a tail. Well, saying that, Ravi Jadeja scheduled to come in number 7 and number 8, so it's not that much of a tail then, really, is it? So Rana, Yadav and Shami, yeah, you look down the list, but you know that 1, 2, 3, 4 especially, I think that's got to go on the power play. If it's still there, it's still intact, then it's going to be even harder for England, because England are doing it a different way than India. India predominantly spin to try and strangle the seam bowlers right around the park. Thanks to a little bit from Ben Duckett and a lot from Phil Salt. But when the spin bowlers come on and just sort of change the trajectory of this game, and I said before we finished that wrap up at the end of the first half, I thought England are generous. They're 40 short, and England will have to bowl. England will have to bowl India out. So yeah, you're right. India are favourites for this contest, but don't rule England out. They get a couple of early wickets, and you just never know. But I think England, to win this contest, they'll need to take all 10 wickets and probably take them inside 42 overs.
Okay, mark the scorecard then at the half-time, or your report card, I should say, Chetan, Narula. What was good? What was bad? What surprised you? And not literally marks out of 10, but give us a half-term report.
Well, I think India will be very happy with the way their bowling attack went. It was a good time to blood in Harshit Rana in the ODI format. Mohammad Shami with that rhythm that he built up, staying with the T20 side, playing a couple of T20s from India's perspective. This is the formula they would want to go in with during the Champions Trophy. 3 pacers. I mean, Hardik Pandya is your third pacer. So 3 pacers and 3 spinners. That's the formula in the UAE. From an English perspective, I mean, they started off really well, but their middle order is something that they need to maybe relook at. Joe Root's just come in. He'll obviously be very important in Pakistan. But then Joss Butler, we decided, I think, amongst ourselves, that he bats a tad low at number 5. But again, that middle order is the one that is the moving part for England batting lineup. And if they can just rectify that, Harry Brook, he's not had the best of times in India. Maybe his mindset will improve once he lands on Pakistan shores.
Jadeja's still got it, isn't it? I mean, there's talk about Rohit Sharma coming to the end, and Virat Kohli and the end of a great era. And sometimes Jadeja gets lumped in with those players. He seems to me to be as good as ever.
He's just brilliant, isn't he? Whether it's bowling, fielding, batting, he's going to end up as India's one of the topmost all-rounders, and he's going to be missed as and when that happens. But for now, he is very much, I think, part of India's plans. Of course, his powers haven't really waned in the ODI format per se. It's the other 2 formats that you really have to see what happens. T20 cricket, he doesn't play that on the international level anymore. We'll have to see how useful he is in the IPL. It's the test arena for me regarding Jadeja is very interesting. Without Ashwin, how does Ravindra Jadeja cope without Ashwin bowling from the other end? But that's a different debate for another day. As of now, in the immediacy, with the Champions Trophy coming up, Ravi Jadeja, as always, a very, very important cog in the wheel for India. And now just talking about what they might want from their batting lineup. Top of the order, Rohit Sharma, as you mentioned. Take your time, get some runs under your belt.
I mean, just run through the dismissals for England, because, yeah, I mean, you can look at the end and say, well, we could have squeezed a few more runs out there, but it's 1 to 6, 1 to 7. That and particularly with an opening partnership of 75 in under 9 overs, it was. I mean, Salt and Duckett were looking superb after a flaky, sketchy start from Salt, to be honest, in the first 7 or 8. But just run us through those. I mean, how many of them were bowled out? How many of those were bowlers' wickets, and how many of those were batting errors?
Well, the first one was self-inflicted. Phil Salt was ball watching. He was ball watching, and that's not sort of me having a go at him per se. It's just he didn't keep an eye on his partner. I think Ben Duckett was comfortable in 2, where I think Phil Salt was ball watching to a point where he's seen that Sirasaya was dawdling a little bit. He's trying to push the case on, but he wasn't. Whether he wasn't communicating with his partner, he definitely wasn't looking at his partner. So that was self-inflicted, and I thought that was, from a Salt's point of view, you'd look at Duckett's. I thought it was a good ball from Rana.
And a very good catch.
I thought it was a good bit of bowling leading up to that, and he's forced a sort of a splice, a flog shot off Ben Duckett, and it was a very, very good catch from Jaiswal. Joe missed a straight one, a one that Joe will be disappointed with, one that just went on with the arm with Jadeja. 9 times out of 10, I mean 99 times out of 100, when Joe gets in, and when you look at it, 30 balls into his innings, if that's in a test match and Joe's in, he doesn't miss them. He hits them comfortably into mid-wicket for one. Harry Brook got a brute. Jon Norman said on commentary it was a strangle down leg side. I thought it was a beauty of a ball. I mean, it was aggressive. It was into the rib cage. It was a ball that a batter just does not want to face, and it was a little fend off. And you get a good piece of that, and it goes down to fine leg. And if your luck's in, if your luck's not in, you get a little feather off the glove, and away you go. And I think from there, I think there was a door open a little bit. I thought Rana came back nicely. He took some tap in 1 over. Bear in mind, what did he bowl? He bowled 7 overs for 53, but he went for 26 in 1 over from Phil Salt. So I think all in all, at the top, there was 1 or 2 that probably went in England's favour, and 1 or 2 you can say probably 50-50 that was in India's favour. And then from then, I don't think England really helped themselves. I'm not sure what Liam Livingstone is trying to do. I mean, Jacob Bethel got bogged down after 10-15 balls, and he managed to circumnavigate his way out of it by just knowing that there was 27 overs left in the game and left in the innings, and I'll get myself into a bit of form by just being here for a little bit. It just seemed as though Liam again, and I constantly criticise Liam because he takes the aggressive way out, and sometimes that's the weak option. I really think that's the weak option. The bowling was good at him. We were tying him down. He got a couple away. He wasn't hitting the middle of the bat, and I'm not even sure where he's trying to hit it. When you come down the wicket, you've got a plan here, and you should in your mind have 2 ideas of what you're trying to do with it. Your plan here coming down, and that's it. Bang! If it's in my slot, if it's not quite in your slot, then you readjust. I mean, there was no readjustment to there. I really would be intrigued to know where Liam Livingstone was trying to hit that ball that was bowled to him, and that then opens the gate to expose not a tail, but the lower middle order. Bethel came down the wicket about 20 balls into his innings, and he came down with a plan. He came down the wicket inside, and it wasn't quite there to hit, but he just readjusted and eased it through extra cover. And you're going, the chalk and cheese difference between Jacob Bethel decision making and Liam Livingstone's decision making was off the charts there. So, and that there is from your sort of 5, 6, and 7, puts you under so much pressure. It exposes the tail, and the rest. Well, I mean, it comes to the last one. We seen Saki Mahmood stumped when Jofra Archer was going well. Best case scenario, England would have gotten 10, 15 more runs. That still probably wouldn't be enough if they'd still have to bowl India out. You look at this team, this white ball team, the 50-over team's been bowled out 4 times in five goes. 4 times have been bowled out in 5 goes. And on this trip so far, this new Baz Ball and Brendan McCullum era of crash bang wallop, and we're just gonna be ultra aggressive. Every single player 1 to 11 on this tour so far in 6 games has batted. That is scary when 5 of them have been in 20 overs. That is scary. That's a scary statistic. If England want to be the best side in the world and want to get to the top under Brendan McCullum, their top 6 have to take responsibility. Number 11 shouldn't be batting in T20, never mind in 5 games. And number 11 has they've been bowled out 4 times in the last 5. I think that's a story of where England's white ball cricket is at this moment in time.
I have a question for you, Harmy. You mentioned about Liam Livingstone. You weren't sure what he's trying to do. Again, even in the T20 series, he seemed a bit lost. Do you think England have a clear-cut role for Liam Livingstone under this new era of Baz McCullum?
I just think they want Liam Livingstone to face. I don't think they want him to face 15 overs. I think they want him to be the one that finishes the innings. But unfortunately, if you want to have him number 6 or number 7, and you're going in with 15 overs to go, like Jamie Overton, number 7, was going in with 11 over, in the 11th over, Jamie Overton, in one of the T20s. I mean, you're not giving yourself a chance. Your top 6 have got to take responsibility. Yes, I'm having a go at Liam Livingstone for the shot he played. He's batting at number 7. He's coming in too early in the game, especially in a 50-over contest. But he should be better. He is a better player than that. He's proven it. He's getting hundreds. He's got IPL contracts. He is a better player than what I think he's showing. Other than the West Indies trip, you take the West Indies trip out of it, the modest returns of what Liam has had over the course of the last couple of years, and he's still being selected because of his all-round qualities. The one thing he will have now, he's got Jacob Bethel. He's got Jacob Bethel for company and competition. Because if Jamie Smith is going to be England's wicketkeeper going forward, which it sounds like Brendan McCullum wants in the 50-over contest, then there's only one spot for Bethel and for Livingstone. And for me, there's only one contest, and he's left-handed.
Harmy, sometimes, it's nice to be able to hit your way out of trouble with 4s and 6s, isn't it? But that's the business class option. Sometimes you have to fly economy and fight your way out of trouble with hard work and with very little elbow room. I'm taking that analogy far enough now. But it seems to me that England want him to in batting terms, fly business class auto. That's his role. He's going to hit 4s and 6s. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and you need to avoid that. That's the way I play itis, and show that you can play the hard way as well.
Absolutely, play the hard way, but in some of the dismissals now, fly in that business class way. It's fine if it's a top edge, you're trying to pull Mohammad Shami, and it's a top edge and it goes to fine leg, or you don't quite get a hold of it and you get caught on the boundary rope. I can take that because that's where you're trying to play, and I can see there's a plan. That dismissal there was, in 9 balls I've faced, I have not felt comfortable. I've not hit the middle of the bat. I'm really struggling out here. Right, I'm going to run down the wicket and try and hit it, and it looked as though I'm going to run down the wicket and I'm going to try and hit it anywhere, and that's what it looked like. And that for me looked like a scrambled brain, and that was concerning.
It really is true. Those of you who haven't seen a highlights or even a lowlights, I mean, you couldn't honestly say where Liam Livingstone was. He's run down the wicket at Harshit Rana and has just swung the bat hard. And you don't know whether he's hitting it leg side or whether he's trying to hit it over long off or...
Yeah, and to just finish off on it, it was... If you watch it in the highlights and you just see that dismissal alone, you'll go, what an awful shot. But if you watch the 9 balls before that, you go, what a disappointing weak innings that really is. And that, for me, it's not the shot was the ending of a culmination of, it's too hot in the kitchen out here. I'm going to go back in the air conditioning.
Right, Jofra Archer is about to bowl the first delivery. Do you know what? One thing I want to say about watching training yesterday is that an impression has been created because of Jofra's injury problems and his injury-blighted career. Come back to that in a second. Here's the first ball from the south end of the ground. He bowls for Yashasvi Jaiswal, and it's quick, it's back of a length, and it's defended without much difficulty. An impression has been created amongst England supporters that Jofra is carried around on tours in wrapped in a bed of cotton wool, like a fragile Ming China vase. But when you watch him yesterday in the blazing midday heat, going through the day before an ODI game, watching him do 60-yard sprints. Here is Archer again around the wicket to Jaiswal, and he leaves it alone outside the off stump. To watch him bowling in training, it's a bit like, fast bowling's hard graft. It hurts. Your body needs to be really strong. The idea that he's treated with kid gloves is just nonsense. It's a bit like saying like a rugby fly half. He doesn't have to tackle. His kicking's far too important. It doesn't work like that.
No, you're right, and it was good to see him go through the hard yards yesterday. It was, especially when he was sprinting. He was like a gazelle, wasn't he, across the grass?
Oh, look at those, honestly. Archer in, quick delivery into Jaiswal, in up the hip, and it's tucked off his hip down to long leg for a single, and India are underway. First run for Jaiswal in ODI cricket, and Jofra Archer is getting a bit of pace up. And I said, you talked about it with training yesterday, where he was running in, he was herring in. It's good signs, great signs, not only for the short-term future of England in this tournament and the Champions Trophy, but for the Test series against India and for the Ashes to come. Jofra looks in really, really good nick.
And as you mentioned, Jaiswal with his first runs in ODI cricket, 2025 is the year. This is a guy Indian cricket will look up to for the next 5-7 years at least.
Archer into Rohit Sharma, who drives this up to mid-on, straight to the field and no run.
And chance of Rohit going up as Rohit Sharma took his guard. This is a series of immense importance for Rohit Sharma. He was forced to play some domestic cricket. He played one game, didn't score too many runs, and the worrying bit again in those 2 innings for Mumbai was the way he got out, and that is the key for Rohit Sharma to gaining that confidence once again.
1 for none. Rohit Sharma on strike, 2 slips in, and Archer bangs on in short outside the off stump, and it's up onto his toes. The Indian captor pushing square of the wicket on the offside. What Rohit Sharma was nodding and sort of to Jofra Archer after that first delivery. I thought that maybe he'd just taken the pace off it. I thought he'd bowled it from deep in the hand and it was a bit of a slower ball, but actually it's actually just swung in, isn't it?
Yeah, it was an in-swinger. He's obviously trying to bring the ball back onto off stump with Jofra Archer. His speed so far is about 144, just touching 145 kilometres an hour. He's trying to bring it back in through the gate onto off stump.
Archer in again, bowls to Rohit Sharma, pushes defensively straight back to the bowler, who does his own fielding, and there's no run, and the first over comes to an end, and there's just 1 from it. India need 249 to go 1-0 up in this 3-match series, and they are 1 for none after 1.
And there's a reason why Archer is targeting that in-swinging delivery, trying to get into the gate of Rohit Sharma, because since November, repeatedly, that's the way Rohit Sharma has gotten out early on against the new ball, irrespective of formats. And again, it's either the short delivery, where now he's turning up late when he tries to play his favorite pull shot or trying to flick it off his pads, or that incoming delivery. So the manner of dismissals for Rohit Sharma is what worries his fans, what worries Indian cricket fans more than anything else.
Jaiswal on strike, the left-hander on debut, the sparkling Test career, albeit in its infancy. Already he's dazzled in the white-clothed format. Cut away for 4. Little bit of width outside the off-stump. First delivery from Saqib Mahmood, and it's sliced. That slice cut he's played so brilliantly. We've seen it in the Test format. We've seen it in the T20 format, and now he's getting his chance at ODI level for the first time, and not a bad ball. It's not a bad ball, is it? It's just a little bit of width. And
yeah, just a little bit of width. You're right, Manners, and it's not a bad ball. Just gone on the angle, if anything else. Saqib Mahmood he'll be looking to swing the ball back into Jaiswal.
2 slips in place. Here's Saqib Mahmood again, and Jaiswal defends this time up towards mid-off, fielded by Livingston, and there's no runs. 2 slips cover Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. So totally orthodox field, nothing unusual about that. Third man on the third boundary is in orthodox position as well. So yeah, it's pretty much a standard field. Going by the book in the early stages. England, it's only the second over. Saqib Mahmood had an impressive T20 series. Here he is running away from us from the north end of the ground. That's just outside our stump. It's full and it's a dangerous delivery. It was perhaps there for the drive, but it's angled across him, Jaiswal. And if we've seen a lot of aspects of his game, one about his stump geography is brilliant, and he knows it's potentially dangerous with the ball angling across him, so he chose not to drive.
If you're bowling on or just about off stump in this format, or in white ball really, to Jaiswal, he is going to punish you. He's so good at picking those gaps, and the way he approaches the innings.
Here's Saqib Mahmood once again, and it's angled across him. He does play a late cut shot at this, makes no contact. Saqib Mahmood just makes sure by asking the umpire whether there could have been a little feather touch on that one. No, says the umpire. Now, the umpire at our end, Saqib Mahmood's end, Chetan Narula, only just fitted into the section allocated for the umpires on Steve Harmison's beautifully handcrafted scorecards. And there are a lot of syllables in his name, a lot. Here is Saqib Mahmood again, beautiful delivery on the back foot. Now I think he's beaten for pace more than anything else there. Yashasvi Jaiswal on the back foot, looking to try and force it through the offside, and beaten for pace. Anantapadmanabhan. Anantapadmanabhan.
You're close, very close.
Well,
Anantapadmanabhanan.
Well, I wasn't very close at all.
I'm just going to say KN.
KN initials. Well, that would be where he comes from, or his father's initials, either of the way. Down south, your first name is, for example, you take KL Rahul. His name is Rahul.
Here's Saqib Mahmood in swinger, nicely bowled, and he's played it beautifully as Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's flicked it off his pads. It may literally have been off the pad. I don't know whether he got a little bit of bat on that. Anantapadmanabhan. I'm getting closer.
Closer and closer. So in southern India, your first couple of initials are either your father's name or your family name, or the place where you hail from, and then your second name is actually your name. So R. Ashwin, Ravichandran Ashwin is his father, and Ashwin is him. Similarly with KL Rahul. So yeah, that's how it really goes. So you have to try. Harmy. It's not KN. You can't get away with calling him KN.
I wouldn't even try and disrespect the gentleman.
There's
by
19
me attempting
letters.
it. Yeah, 19 letters.
Come on, try Ananta.
Ananta.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Well, you can do that. You can break it down in syllables. It's like the great Tony Greig used to struggle with the Sri Lankan opening batsman's name. Pushed away defensively now, Jaiswal, as Jaffer Archer begins a new over. 2 overs gone, 6 without loss. Do you know the story? So Ramesh Kalawitharana, do you remember the wicketkeeper opening batsman? And Tony Greig just couldn't get it. He couldn't get it. He could go Ramesh, or he'd call him Ramesh, or Kalu. And eventually the producer said, you've got to make a... He said, yeah, I can't do it. And he said, all right, look, Tony, think of him as a drink. Kalu with Arana. So you hear now the old tapes, he always goes, here's Kalu with Arana. Here's Archer again, outside the off stump, and a little uppercut played by Yashasvi Jaiswal. You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with brilliant Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. So we can do that with, we can go Anantapadmanabhan.
Vanat.
But it sounds like a sentence.
Anantapad Adam.
Ananta is good enough for you, Harmy.
Absolutely.
Anantha.
KN was good. I was just wondering if Greggy thought it was a drink with a bit of ice and
that's right,
just
exactly.
a straw
yeah.
and a plastic umbrella.
I'll have a Kalu with Arana. Here's Archer again, short and wide, cut shot, missed, played over the top of it, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and through it goes to Phil Salt.
2 slips in position. They're enticing him. They're really enticing him, and he's somebody who likes that. in terms of the width that they can provide him outside off stump, Yashasvi Jaiswal. I was talking about the way he's approached his career, the way he's approached his every time he's gone out to bat with that mindset to take on the bowlers, to take on the bowling and to try and make a mark. That just stands Yashasvi Jaiswal out from the current crop of Indian batters. He is the future of Indian cricket batting.
Here is Archer once again, and that's a good delivery, quick as well, decent pace. Where is the speed gun?
The last one, 148.
Yeah, you could see it clearly with the naked eye. It was
good pace, angled in. I think it's just held its line. It's a great seam position. Yeah, it's just held its line, and no foot movement from Jaiswal. He's staying leg side of it. Not scared of it. He's just staying leg side of it. Just nipped away, and I think that's made him just push at it that little bit more than he wanted to. He looked as though he was shaping up just to let it come through, but then pushed at it at the last minute. I think that's got something to do with the pace that Jofra Archer's getting at the minute.
Joe Root, Jacob Bethel in the slips at the moment for England as Archer is in, and Jaiswal drives, and it will be cut off by Liam Livingston. Well, first of all taking a couple of steps and then sliding in behind that one at mid-off. A couple of months ago, Chetan, Narula, Harmy and I, on our weekly show, the following on, used to be the Cricket Collective, told the story of the older Jaiswal, his older brother who gave up his career for the younger Yashasvi to pursue his dreams. Only one of them could stay in Mumbai, and that one is pushed away by Rohit Sharma behind square on the offside. And now that Yashasvi has made it, he's a household name, he's famous, he's, I presume, well on his way to being wealthy as well. And he's given that money back to his parents, and now the older Jaiswal, his older brother, made a comeback, and I believe played in a Ranji Trophy game like 10 years after basically giving up his career. Brought a tear to our eye, to be if I'm honest.
It's a heartwarming story, isn't it? I mean, he's resumed his
career. There's got to be a film in it.
Hopefully. Maybe a few more years down the line, maybe a few more runs. But yes, he's worked hard. He's overcome a lot of adversity, Yashasvi Jaiswal. I'll tell you a story about the Vizag test as Sadiq Mahmood comes into bowl and Jaiswal lets this one go. Do you remember this? The double 100 in Vizag? We were all there, weren't we? Yeah, we were covering that for talkSPORT as well. He was batting with... I don't recall who he was batting with at that time when he was approaching his double 100. I think, was it Surfaraz? I'm not sure. When he was approaching his double 100,
Ashwin, I think it was.
Probably. And he said out loudly, "I've worked so hard. Run fast for my second when I approach my double 100. Run fast." That's how badly he wanted it. Mahmood runs in once again, this time on his pads. Play and a miss again from Jaiswal.
If he was telling him run hard and run fast, it might have been Sarfaraz.
I think it was Sarfaraz.
Yeah.
I think it was Sarfaraz.
It might have been Sarfaraz to get a move on and hurry up.
Yeah, because he wouldn't have said that to Ashwin.
I'm not sure you'd have said that to Ashwin or Jadeja.
No, I think it was Sarfaraz that I've worked so hard. Make sure you run hard. Don't let my running go to waste. And yeah, he was magnificent, wasn't he? And Jaiswal, again, for me, this is not out of turn. The ODI debut today, it's not out of turn for Jaiswal.
Second Mahmood, edge gone straight over the head of maybe third slip. Two slips in place, Root and Bethel at orthodox first and second, but that's flown, I think, above catchable height, to be honest, and I think it was over the top of third slip anyway, so if you're going to swing that hard, you deserve to get a thick edge.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gone for width, he's thrown a kitchen sink at it, he's not trying to hit it with a horizontal bat, he's gone with more of an angle, 45-degree bat. The horizontal bat shot, he seems to be playing over the top of it at this moment in time, of both Archer and Mahmood. So this time he's gone with more angled bat. And he's sort of slash-drived it, and he's got a thick outside edge, and probably would have gone to third slip. Harry Brook was in business for a second, but it's gone that quick, and it's flown to the boundary.
Here's Mahmood in once more down the leg side. That'll be called a wide, and Phil Salt gathers it cleanly. It was Sarfaraz because, as Scott Taylor, our producer, just reminded me, they had a spat.
It was Rajkot,
yes. Do you remember? Because
it was Rajkot,
because Sarfaraz refused to run a quick single. for Jaiswal earlier.
Yeah, I think it was. Was that he was getting to a milestone as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
Another milestone.
Yes, he was into the 190. So, and I think there was already a run out earlier there. Again, can't be sure, but again, it was Rajkot. Just correcting myself, not Visakhapatnam. But again, on the stump mic, I heard very clearly. He said, "Run hard. Don't let my hard work go to waste."
Here comes Shakib Mahmood, beautiful in-swinger, and it's a fabulous shot. I think that's a wonderful ball from Shakib Mahmood. He's been hit for 4, but he's bowled an in-swinging Yorker, and to my mind, replays may suggest otherwise, but Jaiswal has managed to drive it off the toe end of the bat, straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. He's got a full face of the bat on that, and he's not trying to hit this too hard. He's using the surface. His shoulder came in, his left shoulder came in just at the right time. It looked as though he was shaping to whip it through leg side, but because the shape that was on the ball, he's just held himself a little bit and eased the ball back down with the full face of the bat, and pace on the ball, 138 kilometres per hour, and it was not going to stop for the boundary.
That's leg side again from Shakib Mahmood, not dreadfully, but at the pads, and Jaiswal helps it on its way down towards fine leg. 17 without loss. What I will find very interesting is what India do with their top order when Jaiswal finishes today's game 128 not out.
I think that's above any of ours pay grades, isn't it? I mean,
you're the only one qualified to speculate. What are they going to do? Say it was only a one-off, Yachazvi, sorry.
Well, in the past, with any Indian team management, they give due preference to the injured players. And look, as Mahmood runs in once again to Rohit Sharma, who charges down and not got it properly timed, but he will get off the mark with 2 runs. This was Jos Buttler running on from mid-off. Rohit Sharma opening his account. It's 19 without loss after 4 overs. Look, in the past, every time an injured player has come back, he's gotten his place back, and now we're talking about Virat Kohli. You don't deny him his spot. So Shubman Gill, well, he'll move back to open the innings with Rohit Sharma. But again, going into Champions Trophy, I'm not going to be talking about one-off matches here. You're going to give a run of 3 matches or 2 matches to either Rohit and Shubman Gill, and of course Rohit is not going to drop himself again, is he? So this is probably going to be a shootout. Going to the Champions Trophy, you probably will assess the form and everything else, which is why I said this is well earned, this debut, and also the fact that if he gets some runs here, that'll help India's top order.
Archer in once more and beats Jaiswal outside the off stump. Well, even precocious talents like Yashasvi Jaiswal are permitted to play and miss from time to time. India 19 for none, needing 249 to go 1-0 up.
Yeah, good delivery from Jofra Archer, angled in. The foot movement is not as confident against Archer than it is against Mahmood for Jaiswal. That was 145 kilometres an hour. That's good pace from Jofra Archer, and he's just getting the ball to just leave the left to go past the outside ledge and leave the left-hander from around the wicket.
Archer from the far end, the southern end of the ground, and bangs it in short. Jaiswal up onto his toes, steers it to backward point. It's fielded by Jacob Bethel, and there's no run. India 19 for naught.
Post the Champions Trophy, just continuing on that point with the Indian top order, post the Champions Trophy, it's a totally different ball game altogether. The management, the selectors, they all need to have a chat and say, does Rohit Sharma fit in our plans for the 27 World Cup? If not, in August, when India goes to Bangladesh and plays ODIs, that's where Jaiswal has to open with Gill. As Archer bowls, and he's got that edge. That first wicket has come. He was nailed onto his crease. Thickish edge. And that's the first wicket for England, the one they had been searching for.
Yeah, it's been looking like coming for quite a while with it from Archer's end. Not so much from Mahmood's end, but Archer from around the wicket. The seam again, bolt upright. And it's just found the outside edge. I think if it had missed the outside edge, I think we would have been shouting for an LBW. Just above the knee roll, squares Jaiswal up. Ball leaves him, clips the outside edge. And a comfortable catch for Phil Salt behind the wicket. Jaiswal's gone for 15 off 22 balls. India on 19 for 1.
Interesting to see how flexible Jos Buttler is. I mean, I think, you know, as a captain, at the start of a run chase, start of any innings, you walk out there with a bowling plan, and this is what we're going to look to do if things go well. This is who will replace who and who I'll use from this end, and it'll be either 3 or 4 overs. There'll be a little bit of flexibility about it, and I wonder, you know, if things go well, then obviously Jos Buttler sticks to plan A, but I wonder what the plan is if power play goes well, whether Archer and Saqib Mahmood will actually bowl through 5 each.
Quite possibly. I think, you know, the shape that Saqib Mahmood's got has been having towards Jaiswal would encourage me, if I was Butler, to keep my 2 slips in to the right-handers. Bear in mind you've got Shubman Gill now, and then you've got Sirish Iyer, and you've got Rohit Sharma, who's already in. So the predominantly right-handers taking the ball away. So yes, I would keep them going. England have got 3, we'll say, part-time bowlers. They're going to get 10 overs through 3 part-time bowlers. I think the plan from here at half-time would be take them out of the equation. England have to bowl India out to win this contest, and probably inside 40 overs. So you go with your 4 best bowlers, and you know, if you have to then mix and match towards the end of it, so be it. But they've got to try and strike while the iron's hot and while the ball's doing anything, and that's why Jofra Archer's still bowl.
Shubman Gill on strike, short pulled, slapped in front of square. In fact, not only in front of square, it's a mid-on, which sometimes suggests that the wicket is slow. I think in this instance, the opposite is the case. And Shubman Gill was so slow into the shot that he hasn't got through it.
Yeah, he's done it for pace, and I think that's why Ben Duckett's come into sort of leg slip, leg gully region, because England will fancy Shubman Gill with the ball that's in and around the chest area. If Jofra Archer can get a ball like what Rana got to Harry Brook, that brings Ben Duckett into the game, and that's the area that England are trying to target against Shubman Gill, and probably Rohit Sharma when Rohit Sharma gets on track, because so far in the 4.4 overs that we've had, Rohit Sharma's only faced 5 balls.
Here is Archer once again. Oh, it's a beauty. It's come back in towards Rohit Sharma, and he almost has to suck his tummy in to allow that one to pass by. It's nipped back into him sharply. He was leaving it alone, and then suddenly he had to make sure it didn't hit him. 19 for 1. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, the men at the crease. Yashasvi Jaiswal gone for 15.
From an England perspective, this is a 45-over game, isn't it? If India bat 50, that's the game done. So it's 45 overs, 40-45.
40, yeah.
Yeah, 40-45.
Yeah, a 40-over game, I reckon. I'd be amazed if here's Archer once again to Rohit Sharma, pushes it out towards the offside. I'd be amazed if the game isn't all but done and dusted, if not done, if India are still batting in the 40th over.
Yeah, 40th over, which I think it gives Jos a little bit of clarity of decision making, because he knows what he has to do, which is probably take 10 wickets. Don't see England being able to defend 249 inside 50 overs against a quality India side on a decent pitch. So because of that, I think a lot of these decisions will be easy, and you might see longer spells of his 4 main bowlers if they're going well.
Got an update on Techasvi Jaiswal's Ranji Trophy form from Jon Norman, who's been busy in the other commentary box before he comes back on air. We were just talking about Yashasvi's older brother. The next delivery from Saqib Mahmood is pushed into the covers by Rohit, and there's no run. So he took this decade sabbatical from pursuing his own cricket dreams in order to support Yashasvi. He went back to the family hardware store and worked in order to allow Yashasvi. Anyway, Techasvi, the older brother, hasn't set the world on fire with his scores for Tripura. Is that right? Oh, that's up in the air from Rohit Sharma. Underneath it, Liam Livingstone takes the catch. Saqib Mahmood takes a second wicket Rohit Sharma got into a complete tangle with that. It was full and straight. He tried to play the pick-up whip shot through the leg side. He's got a leading edge. It's ballooned up into the air. Livingston takes the catch, and Rohit Sharma's recent misery continues, and India are 19 for 2.
This is what I was afraid of, absolutely afraid of for Rohit Sharma. He's just so pensive at the crease now, half-hearted. He's in double minds about what he's going to do, and even on strokes where he just has to be really easy on the eye, or has been easy on the eye in the past, he's just not looking that good anymore. And again, his miserable run continues with the fact that his dismissal has once again come in an uncomfortable manner. He did not know what to do with that delivery. He was in two minds how to play at it, and that for me has been the most disturbing about Rohit Sharma's most disturbing aspect about Rohit Sharma's poor form of run.
Yeah, it's not. I think it's not a unusual dismissal from Rohit Sharma. Chetan. He gets out that quite regular, and I think when you to try and sort of sum the line and the length of the delivery, if he misses that, if Rohit Sharma misses that, it's a wide. It's going down leg side. If he misses it, it goes down. It's going down leg side. Phil Salt would have taken it, and it would have been a wide. And just because it's going that far down leg side, and because Rohit Sharma's playing that far out in front of himself, he's in no control of being able to hit the thing properly for 4.
Zaki Mahmood now continues to the new man, Shreyas Iyer, pushes that out to Jacob Bethel at cover point, and there's no run. It's erring towards galling, getting out to a delivery that would have been a wide. I mean, normally you'd be chopping one outside off stump to backward point, but to top edge one that's heading down the leg side to mid-on, that's horrible.
But he does that quite regular. I've seen on more than one occasion Rohit Sharma get out that way, and because he plays it out in front, he's no control of his movements.
Zaki Mahmood in again, driven on the up here by Shreyas Iyer through the offside, and they scurry through for a couple as Joss Butley runs after it. He was actually out. Do you remember when all the national players had to play a Ranji Trophy game?
Yeah.
10 days ago, and he got out then in that playing a similar shot. He was caught at cover rather than mid-on, but same thing.
He was trying to fend off, I would say, a shot delivery which he would have otherwise pulled. So he's been in two minds with his shot selection over the last couple of months, and for me that has been the surest giveaway sign of a batter who's on the wane.
Here is Sakib Mahmood, whose opening spell has been brisk and hostile and effective, and there I've put the curse on him. That one was also heading down the leg side, and it's helped on its way by Shreyas Iyer to the fine leg boundary for 4. It was full and straight, and he's attacking the pads and the stumps, and credit to him for doing that. And again, you're going to go too straight sometimes.
Yeah, I don't mind that. He's gone for the $1 million ball. Looks as though he's trying to swing it away, and it's just come off his wrist just slightly, or out of his fingers just slightly, inconsistently. And I think because of that, it hasn't swung. It's gone on with the angle, and it probably would have gone on to miss leg stump. But he's gone for the jugular. He's gone for trying to hit middle in leg stump, trying to hit the front pad. Brought an extra cover in, or cover point in, catching now Ben Duckett.
Here is Sakib Mahmood once again in at the pads, again attacking the stumps, bowling full and straight. 25 for 2 India. Shubman Gill yet to score. Shreyas Iyer has 6. Openers Yashasvi Jaiswal gone for 15. Rohit Sharma gone for 2. Let me just finish off with Yashasvi Jaiswal's older brother, Chachasvi, who's playing for Tripura, and he played a couple of List A games and then a first-class game against Jammu and Kashmir, 33 and 4, but then he made 82 against Baroda, 4 and 13 after that. But anyway, that's not the point. I mean, he's been out of the game for 10 years, so he's allowed to make a slow start on his return. Here's Archer down the leg side, and that could have been back. Phil Salt couldn't quite get a glove on it. It's leg buys. It's all right. Doesn't matter. Shafadullah, the Bangladeshi umpire, confirms it's come off the thigh pad.
Yeah, that was again Archer doing what Mahmood tried to do, which was go for the for the straight one to go for, try and hit Shubman Gill's front pad. It's pushed him back. He bowled him a decent bouncer in the over before. Then a one back of a length, which Shubman Gill had a tentative leave at there. Archer, first ball, he's gone to try and hit in and around that knee roll, try and get Gill in front of all three.
Here's Archer once again, and bouncer over the left shoulder of Shubman Gill. And he thought about taking on the hook shot, and then he thought, nah, this can only go wrong. And they've got a leg gully in as well, so they're trying to get me to glove it down the leg side. That's a lot of thinking to go into 145 kilometres an hour delivery.
Yeah, well, he's got Adil Rashid at fine leg. He's got Ben Duckett at sort of leg slip, leg gully. Man in front of square. Bryden Carter's just in front of square on the leg side for the mistimed pull shot. So he's got cover if he wants to go down the bouncer, but he's also got two slips for the outside edge.
Archer again, and this off the back foot thumped away by Shubman Gill. Not timed at all, but he will get a single to captain Jos Buttler at mid-off. India move to 31 for 2.
He's targeting Shubman Gill in two ways. First of all, we saw in the very first delivery the slap pull that Shubman Gill usually plays. If he mistimes that, the ball skies up, and then square leg and fine leg come into play. And then, when he's bowling the incoming delivery, Jofra Archer to Shubman Gill, if he gets a shorter one in with high pace, 145 plus, Shubman Gill tends to, he tends to cramp up. And then again, that could lob up. That's why you have the leg gully in place.
Well, we've got a short leg now. Jos Buttler's just called for the helmet. He's sticking himself in at short leg.
Shreyas Iyer.
Yeah, Iyer's, England feel he's susceptible to the short ball. We've seen it all now. Joe Root, 180 test matches, field short leg in a test match. Jos Buttler, 181 one day nationals, short leg in a one day.
Oh, that's a snorter. That's a beautiful bouncer from Jofra Archer. There'll be non-lovers of a non-contact sport who will say that it's a contradiction in terms describing a bouncer as beautiful. But it's an art form when it's and Shreyas Iyer, who is known to be susceptible to the short ball, ends up fending it away off his gloves in front of his visor. I mean, it's a very small target to hit, and Jofra Archer's done it.
Yeah, he has. He's bowled very aggressively again, 145, right on the money. I mean, Liam Livingstone and Ben Ducker are mid-on and mid-off. I think I'd one of them round the corner at leg slip.
Yeah, they seem redundant. This length. Archer in again. Shreyas Iyer has to go up onto his toes to defend it into the offside. You can't see too many being driven mid-on.
No, mid-on. I think is the one Livingstone's the one I think I'd move to leg slip. I think that would be the one. The only reason I'd have Livingstone now is just in case he does mistime the pull shot and it goes in big time in front of square over the top of the bowler's head. But I think I'd have him at leg slip. But he's gone with a leg slip, but he's gone with that second slip. Harry Brook's gone now from second slip, and Joe Root's moved to maybe he's about 1.5.
Archer running in towards us, and short pulled high and handsome out towards deep mid-wicket, the longest boundary on the ground. Shreyas Iyer says, I will meet your challenge. I accept your challenge. And he's heaved it 90 metres over mid-wicket for 6.
What a shot. That was all eggs in both baskets there. Because Jofra Archer had all eggs in one basket. He was going short. And Shreyas Iyer was going, it doesn't matter where you stand, Jos Buttler, or you, Harry Brook, around the corner. If he bowls this in his half, I'm hitting it for 6. And he smashed it over mid-wicket for a huge, huge 6. That's a phenomenal shot.
It was more about anticipation, what Shreyas Iyer would try and anticipate, really, and Archer went full. Against short balls, though, Shreyas Iyer will be tested, but again, if it's in the arc, he will hit it out of the park.
That was magnificently executed. India 37 for 2. Here's Archer again. Uppercut down towards third man. And 6 more. I have to say, all credit and praise to the batsman. That is fantastic batting from Shreyas Iyer.
Yeah, 100% agree, Manners. It is. It's brilliant batting. India under a little bit of pressure when Shubman Gill comes walking out to bat. 19 for 2, and he's been greeted by 2 bowlers. One's bowling at 140 kilometres an hour. The other's bowling at 147 to 150 kilometres an hour aggressively, and he's gone right. I'm gonna stand here. You're not going to punch me anymore. You're not going to punch India anymore. I'm going to throw one back. I'm going to counter punch you, Jofra Archer, and I'm going to land one on your nose. And boy, he did. The ground dimensions, like you've mentioned, Manners, in this it's massive. The playing field here, and them 2 sixes went comfortably over the boundary rope.
Loves to play his shots, Shreyas Iyer. He's been taunted in the Indian media, that short ball is a problem.
Here's Saqib Mahmood, full and straight, and it's dug out by Shubman Gill. Tell us more.
Every time, even during the World Cup, imagine going into the semi-final where you've hit such a brilliant century. Every time he's come out to have a word with the Indian press, he's been asked questions about the short stuff, and he says, no, I don't have a problem against the short ball. You face so many deliveries, and if you tend to get out on one particular delivery, that doesn't really mean. I think that 6 that he hit, he needs to cut that highlight and show that in the press conference every time as Mahmood runs in, and Shubman Gill plays it with soft hands. They run off very, very quickly and are able to complete that single.
Quite honestly, I mean, for any batter to say, I don't have a problem with the short ball, is like saying, it's like a driver coming in saying, I don't have problems with potholes at all. I avoid them all. You can't. Everyone has a problem with the short ball from time to time. That's okay.
Especially if Jofra's bowling that, 148 kilometres an hour. Nobody thinks that's fun at all.
Here is Saqib Mahmood, who's back and across goes Shubman Gill, tucks it away out towards mid-on for a single, and India move up to 45 for 2. So a reminder for those of you who may be joining us late who haven't heard, England were bowled out today for 248 after winning the toss and batting first. There was a brilliant opening partnership of 75 between Salt and Duckett, made 43 and 32 at well over a run a ball. But then there was a collapse, and then a collapse in the middle as well. There were half centuries for Jos Buttler, who made 52, his first in India, and Jacob Bethel, who made 51. But it was a below par total as Saqib Mahmood is in once more, and Shubman Gill comes forward and blocks this one resolutely in classic forward defensive fashion. As far as the Indian bowlers concerned, Harshit Rana made his debut and took 3 for 53, having conceded 26 in his third over to Phil Salt, and there were 3 wickets as well for Ravi Jadeja, 3 for 26 in 9 overs, which was outstanding. And now in reply, India have lost both openers, Yashasvi Jaiswal for 15, Rohit Sharma for 2, wicket apiece to Jofra Archer and Saqib Mahmood. But back on course, you would say. Early days still in the run chase. 45 for 2, Shubman Gill 2, Shreyas Iyer 19 off 19 with a 4 and 2 sixes. Jos Buttler in conversation with Saqib Mahmood. Change of plan, Skip?
Saqib is just questioning whether the slip is in the game there.
There is a short catch in cover now, Harmy. It's something you mentioned in the first innings. India didn't employ, and England have got a man on the drive at short extra. Single now, tucked off his pads, 46 for 2.
I think I go Bryden Cast now. I really would. While Shreyas Iyer's, he sort of beans a go, and he's got, what has he got? He's hit 2 sixes in a short space of time. He's got 19 off 9 balls. Question mark on the short ball. England have gone hard at him. The person it's not his natural length, it's harder into length. Because of a release point, it makes it bounce and it makes it more aggressive. I think I would go with Bryden Cast, and he might just do Shreyas Iyer for pace.
Short, flicked away out towards long leg, and it's gone for 4. That's a lovely shot. I don't think that any blame should be apportioned to the man down. Is that Adil Rashid down there
Rashid.
on the long leg boundary? He did everything he possibly could. He picked it up early, ran as fast as he could, he dived, but it was too sweetly timed from Shreyas Iyer, who's on to 23 from 10 balls, and the 50 is up for India. 50 for 2 after 8 overs, and it's time for a change of voices in the commentary box.
Thank you, Manners. Yep, 50 for 2 then. 8 overs in with Shubman Gill and Shreyas Iyer at the crease. That's an incredible end to Jofra Archer's 4th over. He'd gone for just 5 runs. and then a couple of sixes towards the back end, and his figures look slightly different now, but still bowling. It's just great to see him back bowling fast for England. He went for a few in the T20 series, but he was coming up against Abhishek Sharma, who was just playing on another plane from everybody else, especially in that last T20. 135, scored 38 more runs than England did in total. But England defending 249 here, 248 bowled out. India 19 for 2 with both openers gone when Rohit Sharma was dismissed. Shubman Gill facing up as Archer is in, and he'll take 4 runs through square leg. A jab pull on one leg, and that has flown to the boundary, Goughy.
Beautiful shot from Shubman Gill, absolutely beautiful. Just short from Jofra Archer, hip height, and he just helps the on its way behind backward square for another boundary. They're on a roll here, India, chasing a reasonably small target at 249. It looked like England were in the box seat, but India have stepped on the pedal.
14 runs coming from the last 3 deliveries bowled by Jofra Archer. 16 runs actually, 2 sixes and a 4. 54 for 2, Shubman Gill facing up, and won't get a boundary here. This ball on a length, just squeezing off the face of the bat to the offside. Gill comes through for a single. He moves to 11. Shreyas Iyer 23 from 10. India 54 for 2.
Yeah, it's good to see Shreyas batting the way he is. There's a lot of question mark on him, sometimes with his attitude, sometimes people feel that he takes it a bit more relaxed than he should. But when he gets going, yeah, he's a treat to watch, both these players, Shreyas and Gill.
Gill's still at the crease actually. They didn't cross for a run. This is wide down the leg side from Archer. He'll have to bowl it again. So it's actually Gill facing still, 7 from 11. India actually lost an ODI series against Sri Lanka for the first time in a long, long time. Towards the start of Gautam Gambhir's reign as coach, and of course there's been some defeats for the Test side since then as well. So that T20 success was required really. Length ball left alone from Archer, who's pushing 145 kilometres an hour. What was the fastest ball you ever bowled, recorded ball that you ever bowled, Goughy?
Recorded, I think it was 94.6.
Where was that?
Twice, I think. I did it at Sydney in a one-day, and I did it in a test match at Lords against Zimbabwe. Yeah. 150 something, I know that.
Here is Archer again, another fast delivery. Gill is on his toes and defending back up the track. No Mark Wood today. He was bowling around 154. So what's that? 90, it's about the same, isn't it? About
94, 95 miles an hour, yeah. I can tell you one thing, John. Yeah, you don't see that pace very often, and when you do as a batter, you don't want to face it for too long.
Well, I couldn't do it for too long. It was only once a blue moon when I did it.
The consistency of Mark Wood is something to behold, actually, isn't it? And it's incredible how his pace has gone up. Defended again. Gill, quick to get his hands down and the bat down on a ball that's just above hip height, out about 5th stump line defended.
He only plays every 3 months. If Harmison were only playing every 3 months, Harmy would have been really close to that three figures. But you've got to remember, Harmy had bowled 17,000 overs before he was 21. I mean, you've got to look at the time now. There should be more bowlers bowl quicker than there actually is at this moment in time.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's as many.
This will be another boundary. Adil Rashid, who was beaten running from long leg to square leg, this time has to run towards fine leg. But Shubman Gill has just helped this round the corner and away for 4. So another expensive over from Jofra Archer, a wide and 8 runs coming from it. 2 boundaries in there. and Shubman Gill's into double figures.
A very well controlled shot again. Just drifting a little bit towards his pad on the onside, not happy with himself. Jofra Archer sets very high standard, but nicely played, well controlled. And again, going back to the point Gough was making, yes, imagine if you have to do the whole script in the first class cricket and bowl like, I don't know, God knows how many number of overs you have to.
45 you'd bowl in a 4-day game.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you come and you do the test matches because you hardly used to play one days and there was no T20. So to keep that pace going for more than a year, I don't remember any bowler who could bowl at that pace after a year of first class cricket and test cricket. But if you're only playing shorter format and you're bowling 4 overs, it's a lot easier.
I suppose Jofra Archer is another case in point, isn't he? Just Archer and Wood haven't played a lot of 4-day or red ball cricket. Bryden Cass has been brought into the attack in this first delivery. Right arm over the wicket with a wideish first slip. He's angling in on off stump and defended by Shreyas Iyer.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what happens to Jofra, you know. We can get him on the pitch in all formats. It's amazing if he can keep up that pace for a time, you know, a continuing time. I mean, if they go to the Ashes and they take Atkinson, they take Cass, they take Wood and they take Archer.
Here is Cass, this ball again on off stump. Shreyas Iyer props forward, pushes it to the covers, but no run. 59 for 2 India in reply to England's 248 all out.
Yeah, it gives them a bit of time, doesn't it? They can split it around and you get Archer ball in one match at 94, 95 miles an hour, and then you get Wood in the next one bowling at 97 miles an hour. It makes a difference when you've got that sort of firepower coming at the Australian batters, because they're going to have it throwing at us.
Cass again, touch wider, and this is beautifully played by Shreyas Iyer. He's driving this length delivery full of pace to the left of point. Jacob Bethel puts in a dive, and it is absolutely raced to the boundary for 4.
He has batted beautifully. Another magnificent shot, just waiting on it, open the bat face, finding the gap behind point. Brilliantly done. Again, going back to the point, the way these two have batted since losing those 2 wickets, they've just calmed things down. Yes, Shreyas Iyer is scoring at a very quick pace, but he's hardly played a wrong shot so far.
This time Shreyas Iyer happy as Cass continues to plug away. Very similar part of the pitch fielded this time. No run. Gary Morgan's just got in contact. Gough, you bowled 151 kilometres an hour, 93.8 miles an hour against Australia at the MCG.
I'd say I was guessing full stop. I didn't know when you asked me the question. I know my probably average speed would have been around that 87 mark, you know, but I wasn't an out and out like 90 odd miles per hour bowler like a Flintoff or a Harmison.
Cass again. This time he is pitched up and it's been smashed again. This time in front of point and away to the boundary. And Shreyas Iyer moves to 31. India 67 for 2. The runs starting to flow on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And that score starting to come into sight.
You're right about the shots, you know. They just play proper cricket shots. It's been good to see, hasn't it? When the ball a poor delivery, they've made it disappear, the ball, right? They've hit a couple of sixes, but they've been good orthodox cricket shots.
Pitched up again, driven again, 4 more from the bat of Shreyas Iyer. And this was the best of the lot, although the ball was kind of in the slot as well.
Yeah, this is just exquisite. Again, we talk about the bat path. If you look at the bat path of Shreyas Iyer, the way it's coming down to the ball, looking to hit everything straight, playing in the channel, in the V. And if there is an opportunity to play horizontal bat shots when the short delivery is bowled, he's done that beautifully as well. But it's just the balance. He looks in complete control of things at the moment out there, both of them. And 50 partnership as well, just in just 30 balls between them. So it's not that they've slowed down or anything, they've actually picked up pace, but it's just that they've chosen the right delivery to play the right shot.
Shreyas Iyer, who was dropped during the test tour against England at the start of last year. In fact, he played his last Test match pretty much exactly a year ago today. Hasn't played an ODI since August for India. India 71 for 2 after 10 overs. England was 77 for 3 at the same stage, but they just lost those 3 quick wickets. Phil Salt run out for 43 after he and Ben Duckett had put on a good partnership. Duckett went soon after, pulling to mid-wicket, and when Harry Brook gloved one down the leg side, well, England never really recovered. Adil Rashid's going to come on and have a bowl, and he bowls straight, leg break, which Gill comes forward and defends to the leg side. 71 for 2, and England needs something from there. Well, actually, have a quick look at the ODI rankings. Do you know who England's top-ranked ODI bowler is? Adil Rashid's second. Sounds like Stokes. Touch wider. And this is cracked away through the covers for 1. It is Wokes, yeah. Wokes is a couple of places higher than Adil in the rankings, but Adil's down at number 23.
Give over, it's ridiculous. I mean,
but they just don't. He doesn't play enough.
He's got better with age, hasn't he? Adil Rashid. I think he's kept himself really, really fit. In fact, I would go as far as say he's probably fitter now than he's been his whole career.
Tossed up. Oh, what an absolute beaut! That beats the outside edge of Shreyas Iyer's bat. Doesn't pick the leg break, and it doesn't go too far from the outside edge. Oof. He is getting better with age.
But look at that for a delivery. The way he slowed the pace down in that delivery, that's where he managed to get that turn, the in-drift. Completely got done with that delivery, Shreyas Iyer. Beautiful to watch.
There's drift and bounce and turn. And Iyer was beaten. So immediately goes on the reverse and swats him away for 4.
Wow.
That's the modern game.
That's the modern game. You thought, OK, you're going to turn it that much. What I'm going to do now is play left-handed because I'm going to hit it with a spin. He's picked it, nothing wrong with the ball whatsoever, and he's turned it into a run-scoring opportunity.
I just think he got a bit lucky as well, Goughy, because that was a quicker slider from the front of the arm. So he managed to get that pace and work with it.
Here's Rashid, bit more loop this time, and it's straighter on the pads of Shreyas, who can't beat mid-wicket, no run.
Great to watch, isn't it? When a batter's going, he's on a roll, he wants to keep that momentum, and that's the way to play, you know, keep it going, playing good cricket shots. England's best probably one-day bowler, in my view at this moment in time, is on, and they don't want him to bowl his 10 overs for 20 runs, do they? They're just going to go at him and try and get after him early on. Don't let him settle.
And England have got a problem, and India will know it. They've only got 4 frontline bowlers. Tossed up by Rashid. This is wide. And Shreyas is forward, driving, square of the wicket for a single.
But they've got Livingston, they've got Bethel.
And Root.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Livingston has bowled a lot of overs in international cricket now, especially in white ball. He's a very experienced performer. Still don't know what he bowls. Is it little wobblers? Is it leg spin? Is it off spin? I know he bowls a bit of everything, but I can't describe his bowling. It's just a bit of everything, isn't it?
Brydon Castle's played 19 ODIs and he's only bowled his full 10 over quota 3 times. Is that a surprise?
Again, modern day game. They're looking for part-time bowlers to get through 2 or 3 overs all the time. Sometimes bowl your best bowlers. You've got best chance of winning.
Shreyas Iyer going a strike rate of 200 as he faces his 21st delivery, and you can add a couple to that because this delivery from Brydon Cast has been late cut to the boundary for 4. Shreyas Iyer moves to 44 and the score 81 for 2.
Just again, played a lot of domestic cricket because he was out of the Indian squad for a while. It just shows that if you get game time under your belt, even if it's domestic cricket, it does help massively, and he looks in great touch at the moment. Looks in ominous form. Brilliant from Shreyas Iyer.
Certainly ominous if you're an England fan. Cast drags his length back a touch, and this actually comes into Shreyas Iyer. He's not afforded any width. Tries to make a touch of his own. Good connection, but it's fielded. No run.
It's horrible as a bowler when you come in and you bowl a ball that's not that bad and the batter dispatches it for a boundary. And you're running in thinking, right, what do I do here? If I can just get it on a good length and then he hits another boundary, the pressure just keeps building and building.
Well, Castle's gone for 16 and he's only bowled 8 deliveries. Shreyas drops us into the offside. Duckett running in from backward point, but can't prevent the single. 82 for 2. There's a lot of noise, isn't there, in Indian cricket? There's a lot of noise surrounding Rohit Sharma. Positive or negative? A lot of noise. Jaiswal, a lot of positive noise. Sharma, a lot of negative noise. Shreyas Iyer, it's negative. Shubman Gill, a little confused.
Kohli,
I mean, deafening, and it's kind of been negative for a while now. Must be very difficult to block it out at times, as Cast goes a touch fuller on the pads of Gill. Clips this, but it's fielded by Harry Brook at short mid-wicket.
And also, if you're Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, you look at the talent around you and what they are doing. It must put so much more pressure on you to perform, which they didn't have maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Now, there's so many exceptional cricketers waiting in the ranks and pushing them hard to take their spot. And you know it's a matter of time. So they either score runs or they're going to go out.
Well, England have changed. Other teams around the world have changed. India have stuck with their senior players.
Cast again. 4 more from the bat. Shubman Gill brings the bat round. This is a length delivery that's straight on the pads, and he has pulled this to the boundary. Cast continues to leak the runs, and India move on. 90 for 2 now.
I tell you, Shubman Gill, he plays that shot so well. Anything just short, again hip. We talk about Harry Brook, how he likes playing it off his hip. He watches it right onto the bat and just swiddles around. It's almost like a punch, isn't it? He doesn't try and hit it too hard. It's just a very skillful shot hitting the gap.
Last ball of the over, and Cast goes full again. Good diving stop at cover. Livingston, I think, diving to his left, prevents the run. It's Root, actually. And India are prevented from scoring a run, but still 9 runs coming from Brydon Cast. Second, 86 for 2 India. Shreyas Iyer is 5 away from 15. Shubman Gill 16 not out. But yeah, going back to the discussion, I mean, you can list so many players, from Ishan Kishan to Surya Kumar Yadav to Sarfraz Khan. You know, these are just 3 players that have gone in amid a lot of fanfare and then come out again.
Prithvi Shaw, the biggest one.
Prithvi Shaw.
The biggest of them all. I mean, who would have thought that he'll be where he is at the moment, out of the first-class side as well?
Adil Rashid. This goes on, and Shreyas Iyer, you've seen the ball. It's been beaten once by Adil Rashid. Has to jab the ball down, the bat down quickly onto a ball that was angling in on his pads. Fielded at mid-wicket. No run. Start of Rashid's second over. Tossed up a little more. Full delivery, and it's pushed into the covers. No run. Yeah, Prithvi Shaw's playing county cricket now, isn't he? Although I see Karun Nair back scoring runs. Yeah, scoring runs in is that 50 over cricket? He's been mentioned in dispatches again. Who was the guy that began with a V, I think? This is misfield cover. Big turning leg break. Shreyas Iyer can feast on this. It's going way too wide. Misfield by Butler, and it allows Shreyas Iyer to come back for a second. 88 for 2.
Was it Valari or something?
Yeah.
Valari, yeah.
Gavaskar was always going on about him, how he should play. Was it?
No, there was another one. Vihari, Hanuman Vihari. And there was another guy, Gaikwad. He was a terrific player.
Yes, of course. Forward, and there's a moral victory for the bowler here, as Shreyas Iyer is trying to play with the spin, and actually gets a little bit of a leading edge, which scuffles through mid-on, comes through for a single. 89 for 2.
I think Ruturaj Gaikwad, he wasn't treated very well. I think he was a terrific...
He can't be that old. Touch more width given to Shubman Gill, who reaches forward and wristily, almost dreamily, just slaps us through mid-off for a single. 90 for 2 India.
Tell you what, this is a masterclass, this. Some of the shots we've just watched the last 10 minutes, absolutely outstanding. Shubman Gill, 17 from 21. Shreyas, 48 from just 27 deliveries.
Forward again is Shreyas Iyer. Opens the back face just a touch, plays into the offside, but there's no run. And they're using the pace to their advantage, aren't they? They're not trying to haul or heave anything. They're deflecting or pulling or just nudging it behind the wicket or square. And then if it's pitched up, they'll drive. But I can't think of any shot where they've tried to overhit.
You've got a career in coaching, John. That's as basic as it is. Exactly right. If it ball you half volley, drive it for 4. If they ball you a short ball, pull it for 4. You know? And I think that's what India have done well. They've played proper cricket shots.
So we need to go and tell England.
There's been a while.
You get back coaching England, Gough.
I think what we see from both these players, they've not tried to make something which is not there. They're not trying to cultivate something. And that's the basic of batting. Just wait. There'll be plenty.
They're going to see some slow left arm. It's Jacob Bethel going to have a bowl on the pads of Shubman Gill. And is that a surprise to see Bethel introduced quite as early?
Well, not really. They're going to do something. The seam have took a beating after that first few overs. I mean, Archer took a beating. Bryden Cast has come on, has took a beating. So they've no option, really.
No, absolutely. Cast 2 overs have gone for 21, so he's been brought in and brought out of the attack. And Jacob Bethel, who didn't quite top score in England's 248, but he did impress. 64 ball knock, a 51 before he was leg before wicket on the sweep, the slog sweep. Jadeja were one of 3 victims for him. And slow left arm to slow left arm as Bethel is in again. And is that a misfield or overthrows? Either way, Harry Brooks limping. Another run has been added to the score. India 92 for 2.
He dropped his wallet. Pick it back up, Harry.
This is on off stump, and Gill takes another single like he could do all day. Looks completely unflustered, doesn't he?
But this is 50-over cricket, isn't it? I don't know how. Yeah, it's modern day cricket. Lot has changed in the last 8-9 years, but still, this is the way to bat when you're chasing, especially.
One away from 50. Shreyas Iyer is going to take advantage of a loose full toss down the leg side. Helped along the way, beats the short fine leg fielder. Shreyas Iyer raises the bat, clenches his fist. He moves to 53, coming from just 30 deliveries, by the way. Glorious little knock, and unlike England, you just feel he will go on.
Oh, it's effortless, really, really is. That's a top quality cricket shot, 50. It really is.
Here's Bethel again, and there's just a little yelp from the bowler. Certainly, if Shreyas Iyer had missed the ball, it would have been LBW all ends up, but he hasn't missed many today.
And the beauty about that innings that you didn't even feel he's got to a 50. He hardly broke a sweat. He just played some extraordinary shots so far.
A little bit of whip. Oh, what a shot this is from Shreyas Iyer. Glances a wide delivery from Bethel. There's no slip in place. And third, can't cut it off. Sails away to the boundary. As soon as he connected, the bowler knew where the ball was going. And Jacob Bethel's first over's gone for 10. And the 100 up for India inside 15 overs.
This is when you need a senior bowler to come and just talk to the team, talk to the bowlers, just give them a bit of advice. You've got to get back onto it. You've got to make them play a shot you don't want them to play. Get it back of a length again, straight, hitting top of off. Now, if they do play then some superb shot, you've got to give them credit.
Rashid, googly, and Shubman Gill reads it beautifully. Playing late and back, pushing this to the left of cover. And Liam Livingstone on the boundary has to run round. 2 more runs to the score.
But as a fan, it's great to watch. It really is when you see 2 quality batters playing at their best and making it look easy. You've got international bowlers bowling at them, and they're just making it look easy.
This is a touch fuller from Rashid. Draws Gill forward. I mean, Shubman Gill averages nearly 60 in ODI cricket, and Shreyas Iyer is pushing 50. They've played 110 games between them, 111. And there's a lot of experience here. As, Rashid is in and tossing up a leg break, which does turn away from the right-handed Gill, but he reads it and he'll take another single through the covers. Gill moves to 21, Shreyas Iyer is 57. And this is just way too comfortable if you're an England fan to watch. Again, plenty of flight on this delivery from Rashid, but Shreyas Iyer will take another single to long on. 105 for 2 India.
And with those sort of averages there, Gill and Shreyas, I mean, they both had disappointing Sri Lanka tours as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
So if you take out that, you can imagine. This is a tour where now a series they have to score runs as well.
Oof, what a shot this was from Shreyas Iyer. It's tossed up, his 5th stump, and it's Gill actually. Apologies, he's going to take a 4 through vacant 3rd. It's such a strong base. He's just flicked this ball, he's waited for it and played it so late and so deftly, and he's just cut it from the full face of the bat.
Yeah,
past first slip and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, this is just majestic. And John, when we were talking about batting in T20 as well, it's just the options they have.
Full toss from Rashid, and once again Shubman Gill is going to take runs. He's feasting now. Harry Brook with the throw from the deep. 2 more runs to the score. India are doing this at a canter. 92 from 60. Drinks have been called onto the field. 15 overs in to the run chase. India chasing 249 or 111 for 2.
Quite extraordinary, really, from India. Like I said, a loss of 2 quick wickets. Jaswal going for 15 from 22. And Rohit Sharma falling to Mahmood for 2 off 7. But the way Gill and Shreyas have gone about it, absolutely superb. A 3rd wicket partnership of 92 from just 60 deliveries. And it's been an absolute pleasure to watch. It really, really has.
Yeah, I think it's been a masterclass. This is the way you want to bat in 50-over cricket. It's a very different game to T20. You've got so much time, and I think even though nowadays batting has changed, you want to go out there and express and play your shots. You've got 50 overs to express yourself and play your shots. You don't have to do it in 5 overs, do you?
Well, you're right, and we talked about this at the top of the show, didn't we? We've talked about this, but England have got such a talented team. You look at it on paper, it's so strong, full of experienced players, young players. We've got spin, we've got fast bowlers. But sometimes the cricket intelligence is where you just need to build a partnership. We get that partnership, then bang, somebody plays an absolutely ridiculous shot when they don't need to do it, and it puts England on the back foot. Then it goes bang, 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 and then England are in a losing position again. India are showing here how it's supposed to be done.
But I'm just thinking, has that been muddled? The mindset of the players, of the England players, has been muddled with the message which is coming out from the management or the brand of cricket they keep talking about and the attacking nature of cricket they want to play. And I was saying this earlier, as a cricketer, a lot of times, if you're a young cricketer, you cannot say no, I don't agree to this or I don't want to do this, because you've got to do what the team wants and you all got to believe in that cause. But you still got to have that skill set as well to back that demand from the team management or the coach.
You have this sort of cricket, 50 over. T20, you get away with it.
Absolutely.
But 50 over, there's no hiding place. If you're a good bowler, you've got to bowl like you would in a test match to try and take wickets, because you've got to take 10 wickets. It's 50 overs, right? You're going to be chasing a big score if a team smash it for 50 overs. So your bowling's got to be good for a start. And your batting, you've got to get in and build an innings and create partnerships still. And then you can still power it at times in the game if you've got the wickets in hand. It's about cricket intelligence, and I don't think we've shown enough of it over the last few years. I don't think we have at all, and we're better than that.
I think you need 7 players to win a test match. Probably need 5 players to win an ODI. 5 or 6. So 7 and 8 to win a Test, 5 or 6 to win an ODI, and you need 2 or 3 in a T20. So you're asking for consistency in a way in ODI and Test cricket that you're not in T20, and that is a problem. And it's been a problem for England for quite a long time. And partly it's because they chop and change their white ball teams so much as well.
And plus, we are trying to reinvent we're trying to play 50 over like you play T20. Now, it's all right now and again, but consistently, I think we've proven, but we can't do it consistently. It's a difficult one to do. T20, you can just about do it, right? England have proved that, Australia have proved it, India have proved it. You get on a run, you can play a brand of cricket, shortened game, and you back yourself to with this long tail, 8 or 9 batters. But over 50 overs, you can't play that way. You'll get away with it at the odd time, but you can't do it consistently. I'm sorry, you can't.
Well, the other thing, of course, is that all these things are cyclical. And if you were to stand this team up alongside the England team of 2019, there's no Stokes, there's no Bairstow, there's no Roy, there's no Morgan as captain as much as anything, and batter. You got Root still, and you do have Butler.
Well, they brought Root back, really, haven't they?
Well, they brought him back, but you've got Butler. But Butler's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, and is 5 years on. Bethelter continues. First over went for 10. This is a loosener, really. And it's a single taken to deep point by Shreyas Iyer, who moves to 59. Shubman Gill, 27. Score, if you're just joining us on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India 112 for 2, chasing 249. It's a better ball from Bethel. It draws Gill forward. Can't beat cover. So he comes forward and defends.
After we say all that, England have still got a team that can win the Champions Trophy. They just need to get some belief, get some confidence. It's like anything. You start winning, you play better cricket, full stop, right?
This is on-off stump from Bethel. Gets just a bit of turn. Just a fraction of turn away from the right-handed Shubman Gill. No run, 112 for 2.
And the way England play, I think we need Joe Root to have a magnificent Champions Trophy. If he has a good Champions Trophy, we've got a very, and I mean top-end chance of winning it.
Touch wider of the crease this time from Bethel. Angling in on off stump, and it's pushed up to long on by Gill, who moves to 28, 113 for 2.
Yeah, I think there's so many amazing stroke players and game changers. You need one glue in the middle. That's all you need. And as you said, that's got to be Joe Root. He should look to bat 45 overs every game.
I think he was today as well. He's just beaten by a good ball. Jadeja's had his number on a couple of occasions now. He's beaten this time with Shreyas Iyer. Past the outside edge, no run, 113 for 2.
Well, look how New Zealand play, right? Ken Williamson has a good tournament time and time again, and they're always in the hat. They're always in the semi-finals, final, and that's what England need. If Joe Root can be there and play his role, look at all the talent we've got around it who can go and play freely. No problem.
Here's Bethel again, and he has struck Shreyas Iyer on the pads, and he almost doesn't even bother appealing. Shreyas Iyer has been given out leg before wicket, full delivery. Looks like he's just played around it. And England have struck 113 for 3. But Shreyas Iyer will review. Looked good to me at first sight.
Not a good choice of shot, was it? It was a nothing shot. I think he just tried to use the pace of the left arm, a ball in an arm ball, just help it fine. Just tried to get it too fine, didn't he, really?
Yeah, I think, and also just a few dot balls, and that's what it does to you at times. And there was absolutely no need for Shreyas Iyer when he's batted so beautifully to do that. But it's just, again, comes down to that, try to score runs quickly, or that is dead. I mean, to get a review on that, I mean, unless you've touched something.
I just wonder whether it was the ball before that's just done for Shreyas, because he was actually beaten past the outside edge. The ball did turn away from him. So maybe he's just mindful of that, just trying to get forward, just to smother the spin.
It was just a nothing shot, John. I mean, what he easy for me to say now, but it was just, all he has to do there is just let it onto the bat and let the ball do the work. He's tried to help it on its way even more, and get a bit more pace on it, and that's what's cost him in the end. He's gone through it, it's missed the back completely, and it's just gone straight onto the pad. It looks pretty dead to me.
Yeah, me too. The ball is shown to be going past the bat and the gloves. It's not hit either. Wrapped him on the pad, the front pad, as he's come forward with a little delicate paddle. I think this is going to be out. There you go, 3 reds and you got to go. Shreyas Iyer has been dismissed leg before for 59, and he's taken a review with him. And Jacob Bethel has picked up a wicket in India in a 50-over match. Well-bowled young man, and his impressive performance, which started earlier today as he hit 51, continues with ball in hand. Still a lot of work for England to do. And is that Akshar Patel walking to the crease? A fluid batting order, that's what India have been talking about. Akshar Patel, is he left-hander? 113 for 3, 16 overs in.
I think he's one of the most underrated cricketer in India, Akshar Patel. Terrific with the bat. More often than not, he does the job for the side. Wherever you send him, he's one of those floaters who can bat anywhere. He's good against pace. He's equally good against spin. And just because there's 2 bowlers who are taking the ball away from the right-hander, they've sent him in, which is not a bad ploy from India.
It will be Shubman Gill to face, though. Adil Rashid bowled 3 overs that have gone for 20. Oh, wicket here. And who knows? I mean, you never know. Gary Morgan, our statistician, did send through a little stat at the mid-innings break. 3 times in history, India have been set 249 to win. And they've lost all 3. Shubman Gill is beaten by a big turning leg break from Adil Rashid, but played inside the line of the ball and quite late as well. But it's not quite game on, but certainly that dismissal has surprised and also silenced the crowd a little. Tossed up, and Shubman Gill plays this very late, keeps a touch low, can't beat the fielder inside the circle, short third. Here is Rashid, and again Gill happy just to play really deep in his crease. This is wide, and what turn there is, it's quite slow, so he'll take a single to the offside, and that will bring Akshar Patel on strike. I mean, his batting average doesn't scream quality. Abhishek, 61 matches, his batting average is under 20. But, of course, he's a vastly improved player over the last couple of years, isn't he?
And also where he bats. Majority of the time he would bat number 8 and 9 for India. Now, in the recent year, in the last year, 6 months to a year, he has started to play that floater role in both T20 and one days, and he does it quite well.
He's got leg slip and a first slip. And he's struck on the pads by another big turning leg break from Rashid. He misses this by quite some distance. He's a tall man. He's hit high on the pad. And England won't review this on-field not-out call. But suddenly things starting to happen in a good way for England. He's down on one knee. Akshar Patel just finds the boundary at mid-wicket. It seemed like it was more top edge than anything. The fielder, though, was quite straight, or straighter than possibly you'd expect. And maybe that's why Akshar Patel went through with the shot, in fairness. It was in the air for a long, long time. It does go over the boundary for 4, but dropped well inside it.
Yeah, let's give him credit, actually. No fielder there. It sees it's a free hit with a leg spinner bowling.
This time plays back and through the covers. There's a chase, but it will be a comfortable one for Cass. And it's just a single. So, 6 runs from the over. There's a few conversations taking place on the outfield between some of the England players, but they have had recent success. Shreyas Iyer has departed, leg before wicket for 59, coming from just 36 deliveries. Shubman Gill still there, 29 not out. Akshar Patel promoted up the order. He's batting ahead of Hardik Pandya and KL Rahul, as well as Ravindra Jadeja. He's 5 from 3. And to talk you through the next passages of play will be Chetan Narula, Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. So 3-man team hands over to another 3-man team, and India are far more than a 3-man team, as we can see from the promotion of Akshar Patel. Nobody blinking an eyelid, other than the fact that that's not where he was advertised to bowl. Here's Bethel in again to Akshar, pushes it straight back up the wicket, but he's done it before in all 3 formats. Akshar has made unexpected appearances up the order, and more often than not has done very well and has excelled in the promotion. This time clips it out towards mid-wicket, where captain Jos Buttler does the fielding. And it's Harmy explained by what I think is becoming an obsession, or is an established obsession, with this having a right-hand, left-hand combination. As Bethel is in once again outside the off-stump, Akshar gives himself some room to cut and misses. Into the gloves of Phil Salt it goes. And yes, I know that there is statistical data, but it's a guide. It's useful information. It's not gospel. You don't have to follow it, as Akshar again drives out towards mid-wicket. I suppose India are in the fortunate position where it doesn't matter if it makes a difference or not. They've got such good cricketers right down to number 8 that it doesn't make it. I mean, it's not like, you know, Akshar's. Oh, he slog swept this one with the spin, high, long, and handsome over deep mid-wicket. Right on cue. Thank you, Akshar. Just confirming that he's not out of place at number 5.
No, he's not, definitely not out of place at number 5. That's a great shot. It really is. He's just waited for it a second. Jacob Bethel's just thrown it that little bit higher, and he's just waited for that slog sweep. Man out in the deep. It's Bryden Carse, who's well over 6'3", and it's gone flying comfortably over his head.
Tremendous hit. I reckon that's no change out of 100 metres. That's the longest side of the ground, and he's just hit it beautifully with the spin, as you say. Waited for it. 125 for 3. Akshar has 11 off 9. Shubman Gill 29 off 34. He's playing the grown-up. He's the designated driver in this run chase. Everybody else is having a bit of fun, and India are cruising.
Yeah, absolutely cruising. Surasaya, what an innings that was. It was a beautiful innings. He took the short ball on when Jofra was bowling quickly. Bryden Carse didn't get his lines or lengths right. He either bowled a tad too full, which gave the batter some chance to get his arms free, or he didn't bowl short enough and didn't get the ball high enough when he was going to be the ultra aggressive. It was a fantastic innings by Iyer.
Adil Rashid now continues, and that's blocked by Gill. No run.
I just wonder, with the left-hander and the combination, and Chetan, you mentioned a little bit earlier about Rishabh Pant and having that left-hander in the middle order. It now looks as though that KL Rahul might bat number 6 or number 7.
Off the back foot now, Gill punches to long off for a single.
And if he does bat at let's say KL Rahul bats at number 6, or Hardik Pandya comes in at 6 and KL Rahul comes in at number 7, you have to question from a balance of team point of view. KL Rahul's not the aggressive type. He can play a good innings. He's a fantastic player. Shots all around the ground, but it tends to go through the field. He's more elegant as opposed to the crash bang wallop you have with Rishabh Pant, or the more aggressive nature of Akshar Patel. And I just wonder, with Akshar coming up the order, if you're now going to have a number 7 who's more of a field piercer, then you potentially picked the wrong side.
Here's Adil Rashid again to Akshar, clips it down to long on. You didn't even mention Jadeja in that.
Yeah, Jadeja's at number 8. But
Yes,
I'm thinking more that if KL Rahul comes in at number 7, and you've got a couple of quick wickets, then all of a sudden he's going to bat with a tail. He's not the aggressive type that possibly Akshar can, hit some 6s and 4s when batting with a tail.
Adil Rashid to Shubman Gill. Another single through point off the back foot. 128 for 3.
Well, first up, India have been happy with changing spots in terms of their middle order. KL Rahul, Hardik Pandya, Akshar Patel, as is the case at present. They like to keep things mobile in terms of 5, 6, 7. Hardik Pandya, again, it's not an allocated spot. It is something that used to happen with number 4 as well in the 2019 ODI World Cup, and it really cost India a lot not to have a stable number 4, as Adil Rashid bowls to Akshar Patel, who dabs it towards mid-wicket for no run. But yeah, Akshar Patel can do a job that allows you to have that left-hander in the middle order, especially against somebody like Adil Rashid, who can just take it or bowl into the left-hander. We saw in the T20 series, they brought in Shivam Dubey as well, as Rashid bowls once again. Ken on to the leg stump, and he's played it down towards long on for a single. In terms of KL Rahul's role, I mean, he's again that clutch player, not perhaps of the level of somebody say like Josh Butler, but KL Rahul has at different times shown that he can cater to different situations. So he can adjust at number 5, he can adjust to number 6 or 7, and I personally feel that he really bats freely in the middle order. I mean, doesn't show himself to be somebody who can really smack the ball, but if needed, he really can. And you give him that independence of thought that there is only one thing to do, that he has to smack the ball, and KL Rahul will really smack it.
You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit Village Hotels, that's one word, villagehotels.com. Right, this is going to be interesting. I get the impression that India's batsmen don't rate Liam Livingstone as a bowler. I just get that impression. I think they like to dominate. Oh, first ball from Livingstone is a leg break, and it's cut away behind backward point for 4 to the unguarded boundary. I might be wrong, but I just sort of get the impression that, you know, you certainly 3 of the top 6 treat him with something approaching disdain. Well, a couple of them have paid the price, to be honest. A couple of them have got out playing audacious attacking shots. That one is driven by Akshar Patel straight back to Livingstone. 133 for 3. In the way that the Australian Mark Waugh used to treat off-spinners. It's ironic because he bowled off-spin himself, but he used to say as a batsman, there's just no place for off-spinners in the game. They're innocuous. They deserve to be hit, and that's what he used to do. 134 for 3, tuck off the hips.
Virendra Sehwag against off-spin just didn't rate off-spinners.
Yeah.
There's this famous story that Ashwin was narrating.
He didn't mind fast bowlers either sometimes.
Well said, Harmy. But again, Ravichandran Ashwin was narrating the story against Virendra Sehwag. In the nets, he was bowling to him, kept getting spanked, and Ashwin thought, there's something wrong that I'm doing. And then after the day's session was over, he went to Sehwag and said, what was I doing wrong? He said, don't take it too hard. I just don't trade offies at all.
That's short from Livingstone, dragged down, and it's just dropped short of long on. And not only that, it's been missed on the half volley. The fielder is completely blocked from our view. Saqib Mahmood it was. But he didn't know whether it was a drag down from Livingstone. It was a poor delivery. Mahmood didn't know whether to try and make the catch or not. Dive forward, risk losing some teeth, and made a late decision to take it on the half volley and missed it.
Yeah, completely made a hash of it. I think misjudged it completely. I think in the lights, he was trying to elude the lights.
Livingstone with a big leg break here, but it's big turn, but turns slowly, and it's pushed away defensively by Gill.
Shubman Gill's 35 off 39 balls. I'll be honest, man, I forgot he was batting. with the way Shirish Ayer's gone and the way Axar's come in, I forgot Shubman Gill was there.
Pushed away defensively. He's been like one of those really, really good waiters that's always by your side, surreptitiously, innocuously, with another drink just when you want one.
Absolutely, you get them in Spain, and but he's batted beautifully, and I think the reason why we forgot all about him, he's done the role that you're probably looking at Joe Root, you're probably looking at that in the number 3, number 4 spot in 50 overs, like we talked about sitting by the pool when we probably should have had a good waiter with a nice drink with an umbrella in. The slow laps, he's playing the slow lap role and just making sure that while there's carnage at one end, I'm just going to hold us all together, and he's done it very, very well.
I think it really served him well that Shreyas was scoring at a very quick clip as Adil Rashid continues. A bit of width, and he had to fetch it from outside the off stump, really. But was disappointed with the kind of shot that he played. Perhaps was looking for a boundary from that perspective. Akshar Patel, but he gets a single on that first ball. I mean, with Shreyas Iyer scoring those quick runs, Shubman Gill was allowed to spend time, take his own time, get settled, slip in now for Adil Rashid bowling to Shubman Gill, who just dabs it down towards long off for another easy single. So took the pressure off Gill at the other end. India had lost 2 wickets very, very quickly, and they needed a big partnership. Shreyas Iyer coming off the back of 2 list A hundreds. Shubman Gill's also scored some runs, but that was against the red ball. He's more importantly got those runs under his belt. Rashid bowls again to Akshar Patel, drives it, and a bit of a misfield there at cover, and allows them to come back for another single. 3 of the first 3 deliveries here.
Yeah, Suresh Iyer got off to a blistering start because of the way Jofra Archer went at him. You know, they went all guns blazing, all eggs in one basket, gone for the short ball, and it was either get hit or hit it. And I think he went down the hit it aggressive route, and then that stood him in good stead for the next sort of 2 bowling changes England had.
Gill forward, beaten by a lovely leg break from Adil Rashid outside the off stump. Phil Salt gathers it, soft hands, whips the bails off, which light up, but there's no appeal to accompany it.
We're in the 21st over. He's batting on 36 of 42. They have 2 slips in position for Shubman Gill. Rashid just trying to get a bit of more purchase. Tossed up. He's driven it. Fielder in the deep has a bit of chase, and he cuts it off OL. That was Liam Livingston. But they are back for 2 easy runs here. Harmy, is there a bit of slowness in the surface now that Rashid's gone for two slips there, or just England trying to invent something here?
And like we said at half time, Chetan, England need to bowl India out. There's no point trying to get it to the 45th over. You've got to try and get a wicket. 2 slips is in place because Adil Rashid is your best bowler. He's your primary bowler, and I wouldn't surprise me if Jofra Archer comes back into the fray soon.
Adil Rashid in again. That really was a beauty. That's played defensively by Gill. 2 balls ago, that was a cracking leg break. I mean, it's drifted and dipped, landed leg stump and spun past the outside edge and past off stump. It was a cracking delivery. Too good. Spun too much, probably. As the great Anil Kumble used to say, you only need to spin it 2 inches to hit the outside edge. 143 for 3, which he did often. Shubman Gill 38 off 44. Akshar Patel 20. Impromptu drinks break and a little bit of cramp, I think, for Shubman Gill, who's just having his left leg stretched now, which gives me a chance to recap very briefly. England winning the toss, batting first, 248 all out in the 48th over. Wonderful start, which had great potential. 75 for the first wicket between Phil Salt and Ben Duckett, but then wheel wobble set in and the wheels began to fall off, and suddenly England went from 75 for none to 77 for 3 and 111 for 4. There were half centuries for captain Jos Buttler, 52, and Jacob Bethel, 51, but 3 wickets apiece for Ravi Jadeja and Harshit Rana did the damage, and England finished up 40 or 50 runs short. We thought 300 was a par score. It's a new wicket. It hasn't been played on for months, hasn't been played on this season, and it's playing very, very true. There's a bit of pace and bounce, some spin now, as we were told there would be in the second innings after it dried out during the course of the first innings, and Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma went for 15 and 2. Jofra Archer and Saqib Mahmood a wicket apiece, and then Shreyas Iyer, after an exhibition of stroke play, which earned him 59 from just 36 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes, was trapped LBW by Jacob Bethel. But Shubman Gill's behind the wheel now, and he seems like a very, very calm and collected captain. He knows where this ship is going. Akshar Patel's been promoted up the order to number 5. He's 20, Gill 38. It's 143 for 3. And there's a meeting of minds amongst the senior England players about their options.
Yeah, the options are, I think Adil Rashid and Jos Buttler have got their heads together. I'm not sure where Joe Root is at this moment in time. Harry Brook is at mid-wicket. Oh, it is. It's Root and Rashid. Jos Buttler's on his own contemplating what bowling changes next. Liam Livingston is going to continue. He's gone for 9 off his first over.
He seems to be leaving it to the senior pros.
Yeah, I think he is, and I think Jofra needs to get warmed up. I think looking at it now, they both 5 overs. If England want to any chance of winning this game. They need a bang-bang. They need 2 wickets in a short space of time. And it looks like the only one out there that can do that is Jofra Archer.
It's Liam Livingstone is going to continue, though, with his off-spinner to the left-handed Akshar Patel. And there's a quick single taken to mid-wicket. There's a shy at the stumps from Josh Butler, and I think they were well home, safely home. How often would you say, Harmy, just a thumbs-up ballpark figure, how often would you say Liam Livingstone goes for the surprise? Because, you know, we say, yeah, well, obviously he bowls off spinners to the left-handers and leg breaks to the right-handers. How often does he not do that, do you reckon? Because I think there's another leg spinner to the right-hander, and then Shubman Gill pushes away defensively. Do you know what I mean? Like working on the theory that the batsman, if he's the right-hander, he's expecting the leg break, so bowl him an off break.
Sometimes it depends with Liam on how it's coming out. If the leg break's coming out nicely, he tends to stick with the leg break, even to the left-hander.
And there's an appeal for leg before wicket here. Up goes the finger. I thought I heard 2 noises, and so does Shubman Gill, who immediately, with a wide, broad grin on his face, immediately signals for the review. I definitely heard 2 noises. Don't know what they were.
He hasn't hit everything out of the middle of the bat today, Shubman Gill. He's worked the ball around nicely for 38 off 45, but I actually think he hit the middle of the bat there. I think that smashed into his bat, onto his pad. Is the leg spinner, didn't turn as much. And it's hit the middle of the edge of the bat. You know, the halfway up the bat, on the edge, inside edge. It probably would have missed off stump if it hadn't hit the bat. But because it's hit the bat, it's gone back onto the pad. And a pretty average decision by the umpire, to be fair.
I think that's why Shubman Gill, who is one of the most respectful cricketers in the international game anywhere, as we saw 2 evenings ago when he came up and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Harmison," and he was grinning there in the politest possible way, implying, "How could you give that out? I smashed it." Here's Livingstone again, steers it away behind square on the offside. I don't know whether Shubman Gill has ever shown dissent, Chetan Narula, but he's just one of the most polite, delightful people I've met in the game. A respectful young man, but he just couldn't help grinning, could he? I mean, it's like, could you not do it? How could you give that out? Pushed away defensively for a single, out on the onside, 144 for 3.
Yeah, I haven't really seen him express his disappointment too much. I don't recall any particular instance of that particular sort. I mean, even if it's a bad decision, he's just somebody who shrugs and just walks away.
Driven on the up and in the air by the left-handed Akshar Patel, but it's going to beat Saqib Mahmood down on the wide long off boundary. That was very sweetly timed, I have to say. It's not like he opened the face of the bat. I mean, he's just driven. That's a normal off drive, and Saqib Mahmood's on the long off boundary, 70 yards away, and he couldn't get there. Beautiful timing.
He's just doing a job here, Akshar Patel, isn't he? I mean, he's scoring at 131 strike rate. And you look at the Indian playing 11 and you think they haven't got a left-handed batter in the middle order, and then up comes Akshar Patel, just so underrated with what he can do. And he's just somebody who just wants to go on the field and prove himself all the time, not take anything for granted. And he's done that time and again in the recent couple of years. He's done that time and again in the middle order for India. Just so underrated, and again doing a job.
Here is Adil Rashid. Forward comes Shubman Gill, struck on the pad. Lots of shouting and semi-appealing from Adil Rashid. Always got the impression that if you ever got into an argument with Shubman Gill, it would be like having a pillow fight with a 10-year-old. It'd be very hard to be hurt or offended, wouldn't it? I mean, just a wonderful young man who's pushed away behind square on the offside. I wonder whether some people might think that he needs a bit of a hard edge. If he is going to progress to become Indian captain, there might be those who say, well, he's not hard enough, which would be a shame in my opinion. Here comes Adil Rashid, swept away hard and powerfully out towards deep square leg, and Bryden Cast can't get there despite his best efforts. Sprint, the dive, the slide, just too well timed from Gill.
And now he's just checking his leg for that cramp, but that was well played. Just picked it out from outside the off stump, really, and smashed it for 4. Brilliant sweep there from Shubman Gill. And despite the cramp, immediately he got up and he was just feeling that cramp all over. But a tremendous shot given the circumstances. And you were speaking about the fact whether some would think he's hard enough or not. I mean, you look at Rahul Dravid with his demeanour, one of the most thorough gentlemen in the game. But he was hard enough. He was such a tough competitor. As Adil Rashid once again, 2 slips in position. He's forward. Shubman Gill defends that one, takes a big strike, and then thumps his thigh once more. He's feeling that cramp, but he has a big mature head on his shoulders, and you see that rise in terms of got the vice captaincy here as Rashid bowls, cuts this away, well fielded at backward point for a single, and even in the IPL now leading Gujarat Titans.
Is that by default, or is that a clue to the progression that the hierarchy see for him?
I think it's natural progression. I mean, if Hardik Pandya is not there, he was being groomed as the vice captain there at Gujarat Titans. He was their lead batter, so it obviously made sense. And then once Hardik left, they decided to invest in this young, prodigious talent.
Adil Rashid to complete his over, and a slog sweep attempted by Akshar Patel. No timing at all there. It's fielded by Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket. 23 overs gone, 154 for 3.
For me, this progression in terms of making him the vice captain, he was made the vice captain for the ODI series in Sri Lanka, and now again. So for me, this progression is confirmation of the investment that Indian cricket has in him. Over the last 6 to 8 months, I would say across formats, Shubman Gill hasn't been in the best of touches. But it's the message from the selectors and the team management telling him, listen, you are our future. You're the future of Indian batting, along with Yashasvi Jaiswal. And making you vice captain is our way of showing your spot is safe in the side.
Yeah, could that be a little bit of a concern? He did that 9 months ago, but Rohit Sharma's form seems to have dropped off a cliff.
Without a parachute. Here's Livingston again, and it's nudged away out on the onside for a single by Gill.
Having said that, being made vice captain in Indian cricket doesn't usually mean that you are going to be the next skipper. It doesn't, because Hardik Pandya was T20 captain for a year leading into the West Indies World Cup, and now he's not the captain of the T20 side. So, look, it's just a message to Gill that you are in our plans, you are part of that top group that could potentially become the captain. Whether he becomes or not, that's a different story, as Livingston bowls, and Akshar Patel, for a change, shoulders arms here. That ball turning away from the left-hander.
It did, yeah. I'd be really interested. We've got 2 spinners on, so it's going to be quite tricky for Harmy to give us his opinion. I'm really interested in his views on gentlemen captains, as Livingston is in. I use the word gentleman in inverted commas. It seems to be a word that has gone out of fashion. But I don't know, Harmy. I mean, I don't like the idea that you've got to be a tough nut to be captain. I don't think there's anything wrong at all with being a gentleman captain. And also, there's nothing in the rule book about being a gentleman that says you can't be tough when the time comes, and you can't be ruthless. 156 for 3, next ball defended.
And before Harmy answers that, a gentleman captain coming from English cricket, Alistair Cook, if you have to lead by example there.
Here's Livingston again, quicker one, hits Gill on the pads outside leg stump, no right.
Yeah, so Alistair Cook's probably the closest thing as a gentleman captain. Michael Vaughan was a gentleman, but he had a hard edge. Kevin Peterson wasn't a gentleman. He was just a hard edge.
That's a lovely shot, beautiful extra cover drive, wonderful lofted extra cover drive. That's a personal favourite. Obviously, I'm getting very excited by that, but Shubman Gill, that's just glorious. Just to wait, delay, open the face and hit it deliberately over extra cover. No fielder there, 1 bounce, 4, wonderful stuff.
Yeah, that's twice now. He's just waited for the ball just to go above his lie line. The one he did before was a sweep shot off Adil Rashid, which rocketed to the boundary. Bryden Cars couldn't stop it, and that there, elegance. What a beautiful cricket shot. Just where the touch, just opened his front foot out and eased it, just hands over the top. And but the captains I played for, we were thinking David Boone had a hard edge about him. There's one that you know very, very well. I'll save him to last. He was a gentleman. But Straussy was a gentleman, but Straussy had a hard edge about him. there was something in the way, he was a deep thinker, and he was when he needed to be tough, he could be tough, as Jofra Archer comes back into the attack, and he needs to come back into the attack. England need a wicket, and desperately need a wicket. Vaughan was a gentleman, but had a good cricket brain and could be tough whenever he needed to be.
Clipped away out towards mid-on, and they go through for a single. I'm sure Rahul Dravid could be hard when he needed to be.
And the one that you know very, very well, and we've had him on our show a few times, and I still think he was probably one of the very best captains I played for, was Dale Benkenstein, and he was one of the nicest gentlemen you'll ever meet. And Benke always said about his captaincy, about the bowlers, and he won a lot of trophies, did Dale Benkenstein, but he said, I always had a very, very good bowling attack.
Here's Jofra Archer back into the attack. Short one now, pulled away by Gill. He seemed to have all the time in the world to just short arm jab that one through square leg for a single.
Talking about being hard enough, Rahul Dravid declaring when Sachin was on 194, that was hard enough as a captain. That was a very strong call.
I was thinking more about being hard with the opposition rather than your teammates.
But with your teammate, yeah, with Sachin Tendulkar, yeah, that was a big moment in Indian cricket.
Here's Archer again around the wicket, short, pulled away nicely by Akshar Patel. Mostly every time Akshar Patel bats, I always think, why was he ever at number 8?
Yeah, he's a quality player. Talking about there, I love taking a mickey out of Kevin, but some would argue he was more friendly with the teammates than he was with the opposition. With his own team. I had to get that one in. Sorry, Kev. He's on the other side of the ground here. I've seen him out my window this morning, sitting there having his breakfast just outside the swimming pool. I think he was sitting with Moni Amorka. He's commentating, obviously, for the TV.
Slower ball from Archer, nicely done. It deceives Shubman Gill. He tried to dab it down to third man and was early on the shot because it was a slower ball, and he's got a little bottom edge and just dragged it past off stump. So no harm done, but well bowled.
Talking about gentlemen captains, Sean Pollock, maybe?
Sean Pollock.
And gentlemen pacers, Sean Pollock.
Well, yeah, but he is a redhead. So there were times when, he needed senior players to pour a bucket of cold water on him. I mean, he is a gentleman, absolutely.
He was a tearaway when he was younger, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He had a lot of pace.
Oh, yeah. Remember when he hit Michael Atherton 3 times on the helmet in one test innings? Short and slapped away by Shubman Gill. Lovely, lovely shot to bring up his 50. It will be fielded, it is only a single. But 50 off 60 balls, there was a time that would be described as good going. Now, I guess with Shreyas Iyer smashing it like he did, and the pace of play, strike rates of 100 are not uncommon at all now. But I have to say that's beautifully measured. He's just begun to accelerate. He's just looked in absolute control. He's just purring. A finely tuned engine. Here's Archer again to Akshar, up onto his toes, and turns it away out towards mid-wicket again, and fielded by Captain Jos Buttler. The over comes to an end. 25 gone. India romping, galloping towards victory. Apart from Shubman Gill, everyone else is galloping. But they are going beautifully, and it's been an exhibition. Talking of exhibitions, Jon Norman will take over commentary. I think you've got Goughy with you again, John.
And after this match is over, there's plenty on offer here in London, because this game looks like it's going to be finishing early. Darren Gough, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala also alongside me here.
Yeah, been pretty solid performance from India, hasn't it? Came back well after England got off to a flyer. Took those 3 quick wickets, the run out changed the way the game was going, but England was still in a good position to put 300 on the board, but fell 51 short. But India, in reply, have been outstanding. They really, really have. Shreyas was absolutely superb for a fine 59, and Shubman Gill is still going.
He is indeed. Shubman Gill's an interesting one, isn't he, Abhishek? Because, he's an opener who bats at 3 for India. He will probably open when Rohit Sharma decides to call it a day. we've spoken as Liam Livingstone, start of his 4th over. Single taken to leg side. There's just a little bit of a miscommunication between both Gill and Axar. But it was Gill running to the danger end. And he certainly was getting there before the stumps are thrown down. So no damage done. Single added to the score. But for a long, long time, it was very difficult to get into that India top 6. Suddenly it's, gaps are starting to appear everywhere. Short delivery, and that's well fielded by Butler at cover, no run.
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, people thought that Virat Kohli, Rohit and KL Rahul are going to be there for a very long time, but suddenly that has changed in the last year or so, and a lot of places have opened up.
One slip in place. Leg spinner from Livingstone, and this beats the outside edge of Shubman Gill's bat as he comes forward and defends. 166 to 3.
If Kohli comes back though, surely Gill goes in first, doesn't he, with Rohit Sharma anyway?
I think Yashasvi might still play. Come back to that.
This time playing deep in his crease and back on off stump and just clipped away through the covers for a single. Gill moves to 51. 167 for 3 India, chasing 249.
Yeah, but I think because it was a debut of Yashasvi Jaiswal, he's the one who's going to get the X. Because then Shubman goes on top and Virat comes in at number 4 or 3 as Shreyas. They'll do 3 or 4, both of them.
Round the wicket, and again trying to cramp the batter, the left-handed batter for Room, Axar Patel. Takes a single to square leg. There's an ambitious shot at the stumps of the non-strikers by Jofra Archer. Misses, and it allows an overthrow. 169 for 3.
Yeah, but the axe has to be on Shresh, because Yashasvi.
Last ball of the over, and Axar just, again, all the time in the world to just clip a ball on off stump. It's turning away from him. An off spinner from Livingstone into vacant mid-wicket. Comes through for a single.
I just think when I look at the Indian team now, and I just think if Kohli's going to come back in and 50 overs is where he is the king, right? And if he comes back into this side, I just don't know how they're going to get them all in. You've got to play Shreyas. So I think the only way for me is that Shubman Gill has to go up top.
Yeah.
And Jaswal, unfortunately, becomes the reserve batter.
Yeah. And imagine Rishabh Pant can't get into the side. It's mad if you think about it.
I still find it funny. We're talking about the pressure, negative or positive, that is put on these Indian players. KL Rahul, I couldn't help but laugh. He ended up opening in the test matches ahead of Rohit Sharma down at 6. Short delivery and up on his toes is Axar defending, no run. 170 for 3. And actually, probably that innings, in second innings in the win at Perth, is one of the best innings that India, put on display. Jaiswal aside, of course, who batted a couple of times magnificently. But here he is again, KL Rahul, the man that all of India seem to want to get out of every side going, and yet he's playing ahead of Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, I just don't understand, and that has been going on for the last few years.
Right arm over the wicket. This is on the body of Axar Patel, who takes another very comfortable single to the leg side.
For whatever reason, the team management and the captain and whoever matters in Indian cricket, they all seem to love him. Otherwise, you don't see a reason why he would play ahead of so many players, not just Rishabh Pant. There are plenty of incredible players who have done a lot more than KL has done in the last 2 years.
Well, I suppose King Legend Rahul, is it?
I suppose he can play a variety of roles, can't he? That's one of his great strengths as Archer again. Another short delivery, and this is jabbed by Gill, and it may actually reach the boundary. Bryden Castle is going to have to give this up. Running along the boundary edge. This is an incredible shot from Shubman Gill through mid-wicket. A short arm pull. Once it beats the fielder, it's timed so well.
Do you know why it's so good? Because he's got pace, and he knows if he tries to hit it too hard, he'll lose all his shape, lean back, he'll go in the air. But what he does so well, Gill, in this position, and when you've got a guy bowling at 90 miles an hour, he just gets bat and ball, lets the ball do the work, the pace on the ball, just punches it. Beautiful striking.
Archer again. This is a touch fuller and defended by Gill. Saw Hardik Pandya play like that in one of the T20s, didn't we? He was It's almost like there's no foot movement, but his base is so straight, so secure. And he could either play back or forward. It didn't really matter. He just swiveled. It was like his legs didn't move.
Yeah,
he was playing these shots like on the up, through mid-wicket, straight. I mean, it was crazy.
It's just short-arm jab. And also it just separates them from other players, because to be able to play that shot, you've got to be able to pick the length very early. Otherwise, it's a very difficult shot to execute.
Archer again, left alone this time by Shubman Gill.
You don't see that often, do you?
Yeah, I was just going to say
they can
that.
have a look now. I'll just leave that one now. 55 from 66, 175 for 3, chasing 249. Loads of overs left. I will have a little look at that one. Look, that's a good line. Well bowled, Jofra.
I was thinking it must have been a slower delivery or something. He was onto it too soon and then thought, oh, let it go. No, just couldn't be bothered. 142 kilometres an hour.
When you look at Ben Duckett, he never leaves the ball.
Doesn't leave anything in Test cricket.
Last ball of the over, and Gill is going to pick up another 4. The crowd don't even get that enthused by this shot. It was an almost identical delivery from the last one, but slower, and it gave Gill all the time in the world just to hold his pose, pick his spot, backward a point, and rifle it through the space for 4 more.
And also, if you look at the footwork, how he used the depth of the crease, he went really, really deep. Either he was predicting a shot delivery or something, because he was there very early, and again, that placement and timing. It's good to see him back in form, because again, there was a lot of negativity around Shubman Gill regarding his consistency. That's been the biggest question mark in Indian cricket. It's always good to see him and Shreyas do well.
Well, you were mentioning how it does help playing cricket. It doesn't matter what cricket.
Yeah.
Shubman Gill's just played a 4-day game, and he's scored a century. And it just means he comes into this side. He didn't play in the T20s, and immediately he's looked in good form, because you do see him sometimes. He can be a bit of a nervous starter in Test cricket.
But usually these guys wouldn't go back and play first-class cricket. They would just either be on a holiday or not play any cricket when they had the gap. So it's good to see them going, because now it's mandatory for them to go out there and play first class.
Joe Root slings one in wide of the crease. And we're going to see a little bit of off spin from Root. Well, we'll see what we see with Root. He might bowl a bouncer.
Is it just on that one, right, when he's going to go back and play now, is that a Gambia decision?
I think it's a management, yeah. So Gambhir had a lot of influence in that decision being made. And I think it's a good thing for Indian cricket as well, because that raises the standard of first-class cricket massively when we've got these guys involved.
Yeah, quite a few of them. Surya Kumar Yadav, I think, was
Everyone's
play.
playing
Rohit
the next round.
Sharma. Virat Kohli plays. Obviously Shubman Gill. As Root is in, and this turns into Gill. Just a fraction, who's hurried up. Round the wicket, Root, but this time to the right-handed Gill. Pushed out to cover, no run. 180 for 3, 69 needed from 136. This is tossed up by Root on the pads, and simple single to mid-wicket.
I'm going to put you under pressure here then. So, okay, this series goes by. Say India win the series, but Sharma don't get a run. Would they drop him from the Champions Trophy starting 11 or not?
I think that decision has been made. He's going to be the captain.
Root continuing that round arm style of his. Flat delivery, single taken to the leg side. 182 for 3 India.
I wouldn't be surprised. Shubman Gill, he's the vice captain, and we know that he's going to be the captain going forward. So I wouldn't be surprised that that decision is being taken after the series if he doesn't score any runs in all 3 matches, because it's just then you're carrying an extra weight.
Again, Joe Root, that's slingy action. Fields from his own bowling. No pressure on India. Don't need to do anything untoward now. Axar Patel promoted up the order. 36. He's going at a strike rate of 112. And Shubman Gill playing the anchor knock. Remember those? Clipped away for a single. He moves to 61.
It's just shown a clip on it. McCullum and Collingwood, they're like ant and deck now, aren't they, them two? They just go everywhere together. Golf together, coach together. Looks like Colley's going to be part of the one-day coaching set as well as the test setup now, so But for India, yeah, just on back to the cricket, 184 for 3. I mean, well ahead of where England were. Similar stage, 153 for 4 England were, India, and 184 for 3. So comfortable position, a nice position to be in.
Well, England managed to have 2 collapses, didn't they? They lost 3 runs for 2. They lost 3 wickets for 2 runs. 75 without loss became 77 for 3, and then they were 170 for 4, bowled out for 248. So they lost their last 6 wickets for 78. Brydon Carse, who scored 10 of those runs, is going to have another bowl. Now, if you were with us earlier, you'll remember he was in and out the attack very quickly. His 2 overs went for 21. He's going to bowl round the wicket to Axar Patel. And first ball is driven on the up. Hold the pose, Axar. And Josh Buttler can go and fetch that from the boundary. It's not getting any better for England or Brydon Carse. India 188 for 3.
I wasn't wrong when I said he's got a lot of talent with the bat, and he's now, in the last year or so, he's come good. On most occasions he's been a floater, been sent top of the order wherever India needed him, and he's delivered on most occasions. And look at that for a shot on the rise. Not a poor delivery really, just a bit of room outside the off stump.
Carse again wide of the crease. Axar Patel loses his shape a little there on the pull. No real timing, fielded at mid-on.
Well, we first saw him, didn't we? Not the last series, the one before.
2021.
Oh, unbelievable. He came in, he played a couple of nice innings with a bat in that series, as well as bowling well as well. And I always thought then, well, what a cricketer. And he wasn't surprised when counties now are picking him up as an overseas pro, you know. Such a good player.
Carse again, continuing round the wicket. Short delivery. And Axar Patel just leans back and uses the pace so well. Flicks the ball up and over and away for another boundary. Pretty risk-free shot. There's no slips in place. Just the keeper, Phil Salt. And he was just a spectator.
It's just the game awareness. Just the reading of the game and being open, having the shots in back of the mind is very important. He had it. And also, as a batter, when you're not that confident of pulling, this is a very good option against quicks. Really nicely executed by Axar Patel, now on 44 of just 35.
Carse again, short again, pulled this time by Axar, no timing, and it just gets up and over the infield. There was a short cover as well as a mid-on, and another day that may have gone aerial and it's caught comfortably, but luck just gained the way of the batter on this occasion.
Not meant to be for Brydon Carse. He's tried everything, hasn't he? No matter what he bowls, tends to go for runs. Did him for pace, bit of extra effort into that last delivery to Axar Patel, but managed to sneak it away for 1 and miss it pull shot. You see the difference though between Axar Patel, really puts everything into a pull shot, trying to almost hit a maximum, as you look at the other end and Shubman Gill just tries to just hit it in the gap for 4. There's the difference from an out-and-out batter and an all-rounder. You know, mainly a bowler who can handle himself with a bat very, very well and getting better all the time.
But what was interesting to my mind is that Axar Patel was sent out with a very definite plan. That first sweep, was it to Bethel, that we thought was a bit top edgy and a bit, was it Rashid? And we thought, oh, that went in the air, and you think, oh, hang on. He went for exactly the same shot 2 balls later. He was clearly targeting an area without a fielder. It was premeditated. He went out there and had been told, you know, go out there and hit some shots.
And it is, and also they'll carry on with the left-right.
Yeah.
They didn't want to send Jadeja in so early. Jadeja's better at the back end. So I think the choice was either he goes up and then Jadeja's still got that left-handed down the order. As I said, you do all this research, they do it all with matchups, left-handed, right-handed, depends who's bowling.
Carse over the wicket now, full delivery, and there's going to be another boundary, I think, from the bat of Shubman Gill. All the time in the world again. Just hits this into the turf, it bounces up over backward point, and third can't run round to stop the ball. And Brydon Carse, third over, is going much the same way as overs number 1 and 2.
Well, surrender. Got to make a change. It's not working for Cass. It really isn't. He's tried everything. Had a decent T20 series as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Wickets, runs, good in the field, good competitor, but this is the real deal now, 50 overs.
Last ball of the over, shorter and pulled, and it's going to be another boundary from the bat of Shubman Gill. Started a touch slowly, but now he's caught up. 70 from 73. Partnership of 88. And the 200 up for India inside 29 overs. 201 for 3 on talkSPORT 2.
That's exactly what Guffey was mentioning, that when he pulls the ball, he gets on top of the ball and rolls his wrist nicely and controls it beautifully. You hardly ever see a ball in the air when Shubman Gill pulls it. And again, just timing, placement, perfect. This has been a very measured knock from Shubman Gill. Just taking his time. It just reminds me of those old days, perfect 50-over innings.
48 needed from 21 overs, 7 wickets in hand. Shubman Gill will be eyeing 100. Axar Patel, 5 away from 50. And Joe Root continuing, once again slinging this ball in on the stumps. And Axar Patel can't beat the infield, no run.
It's a good job they're not setting a score here. They'd have been looking at 400. The way they're scoring now, and like I say, after 29 overs, 201.
Cut away, square of the wicket by Axar Patel. Certainly one there, fielded by Livingston on the boundary. That brings Gill back on strike. Yeah, I mean, looking at 450.
They've had to taking a risk, but this is what we're talking about. You can still score at an amazing rate by playing proper cricket shots, you know? And I think that's what we've just got to... We're a good side, England, but you've just got to look. If you want to be the best, consistently the best, you've got to, you know, play the game. And India, that's all they've done today.
Tossed up, a bit more flight this time from Root, defended by Gill. Yeah, to break the rules, you've got to learn the rules, right? You've got to get the basics completely set. And this team isn't experienced enough. Clip to the leg side, no run. But Root's being tidy again.
They've got a platform, though, now, Johnny, as well, because, like Nat said, they were chasing 350 now. Look at the platform, 3 down, 202.
On the sweep, goes aerial. There's a couple of bounces. And another boundary from the bat of Shubman Gill. He knows where the fielders are. And square leg is up inside the circle, so relatively risk-free. Once you get up over that fielder, then it's going to be sailing away to the boundary. That's exactly what's happened.
But they're just toying with the bowling. They're getting boundaries whenever they want, wherever they want, really.
Playing round the pad and clipping to mid-wicket is Shubman Gill. 74 not out. That's the end of Joe Root's over and the end of the 30th over, with India in a commanding position. 206 for 3, chasing 249.
Without looking at the stats, and I ain't got them in front of me, but what I'd be interested to see is, I look at the batting of both sides. What I do know from India is, but most of them, when you look down the one day as they've played, would have scored a lot of hundreds. When an Indian player gets in, they tend to get 100, right? You look at Rohit, Kohli, Rahul, all these guys would have got hundreds, and plenty of them, when they play these one-day internationals. It'd be interesting to compare it to some of the England players, you know, and how many hundreds they've got, and the way they go about it. And that's what makes them so special. When they get in, they go big.
Yeah, also, I think there's a lot of pressure on them as well. If they don't get 100, they've got somebody replacing them very quickly.
Cast is to continue. This is a good short delivery. It beats the outside edge of Axar Patel's bat. Kind of comes forward and plays a bit of a nothing shot, really. He was only ever going to get a single for that. Beats the outside edge, no run.
If you look at Indian cricket, majority of the time, they're only measured by how many hundreds they got. It's not about the average, it's not about the strike rate, it's all about hundreds. And that's how it was when we were growing up playing first-class cricket and all the other matches, different leagues. It's just that, yeah, you've got to go out there and score big.
Axar Patel, 4 away from 50. That's a better looking shot from the batter. That comes into him on his toes, pushing to the offside, won't get a run. remains on strike.
Well, if I were Brydon Cass, I'd be making sure I'm bowling at Axar Patel and not Shubman Gill, because he's the one who's taken a liking to Brydon Cass.
Unfortunately for Brydon, a couple of the batters earlier on took a liking as well, didn't they? A couple of the openers. There's short delivery, and Axar Patel discomforted here. He takes his eye off the ball as he attempts a hook shot. And has that just hit his shoulder or his helmet? Either way, it's gone down. It's fielded inside the boundary. Does it come off the bat? It's given us a single.
Yeah, maybe just the toe end of the bat, but you see the field. There is a very fine third. Yes, it came off the toe end of the bat. And there's a very fine third for that uppercut or a lap shot, and hence has to change his plan now and try and go for the pull.
Oh, well, you remember the shot that Liam Livingstone got out to earlier today. Now, there wasn't a slip in place. There was no short third. That's the kind of shot that he should have tried to play. We saw Rinku Singh play a lot of those kind of shots, but he wasn't running down the track. And the top edge would actually fly back over the keeper and away for a 4 or 6. And this is pulled straight to square leg. No run. So good comeback over from Brydon Cass. Just a 1 run from it, but the damage has been done.
He's got a good point here. We're talking about hundreds. You can tell here he's wanting 100. He's not wanting not out 85. You could tell just by the way he's setting up. He's looking to get runs. He tried to get one off that last ball of the last over, and he failed. He wasn't happy, hitting it to mid-wicket off Joe Root. And there, he's just back to trying to launch that into the leg side.
Steps away towards the offside, and for the second time in the over, that's a ball that could have gone to a fielder, could have gone to Cass actually, just looped up and then dropped a couple of metres in front of the bowler. So decent over from Brydon Cass. Shubman Gill, I think you're right, he's got an eye on 100, hasn't he? He wants to get off strike and facing the next over against Joe Root.
But just carry on doing what you were doing. He's played so well. He stood still at the crease and played proper cricket shots. The last two, he's got himself in trouble because he's trying to create something that's not there. He's backed away, tried to smash it through the leg side, and then he's walked across his off stump, and a short ball came and tied himself up. Play normal.
On the pull is Shubman Gill. All the fielders on the boundary. 3 of them square of the wicket. Duckett fields. It's a single added to the score. India 208 for 3. With Shubman Gill 75, India need 41, so he could still get there. Axar Patel, this is his highest score as a number 5 for India. He is 47 not out.
Yeah, I think you can sense either he's going to go big against Joe Root, take a few chances, hit a few 4s and 6s, or there might be a wicket. So he's getting a bit restless because he knows 41 required. He needs 25 to get to his 100, and yeah, would like to get there.
Well, he's took the strike.
Yeah.
He got the one.
Come on then, Gough, and Abhishek, what positives can England take from this? Because unless something truly extraordinary happens in the course of the next 20 minutes or so, it does look almost certain that England will be travelling.
What positives? Well, Jacob Bethel and Josh Butler getting some runs. Always a positive.
Gill facing Adil Rashid, and clubs us back to the bowler, no run.
He's one of our best players, Josh Butler, and he's been out of form. I say you want him to score runs, right? He's had an injury as well, so, well, if he gets in form, this series is important, but the next one's the big one, isn't it?
Yeah, he scored a few runs, tossed up and left alone by Adil Rashid. Left alone by Shubman Gill, who's trusting the spin on that delivery. If that was going straight on, it would have just knocked over off stump.
Well, I wouldn't have been leaving it, because I wouldn't have had a clue which way it was going. But that's the confidence of Shubman Gill. He's picking, they're having a bit of a joke about it now, but he's obviously picking Adil Rashid's deliveries.
Here's Rashid again. This time Shubman Gill does play, and he's right to. Back to the bowler, no run.
Have they been instructed to play 50 overs? Suddenly there's a shift in the gear in the last couple of overs.
It must be the 100, right?
Yeah, it must be the 100.
I mean, he's still 25 away. The game within the game. He's late to play, is Gill, but does so, coming forward opening the face, but sending his non-striker back. No run. But yeah, it just seems to have slowed down a touch, doesn't it?
I actually think they actually do think Adil Rashid is a high-quality bowler.
This is drifting onto the pads. Can't beat mid-wicket though, Gill. Could be about to deliver a maiden here. Adil Rashid has not taken a wicket, but he's been relatively inexpensive. So Jacob Bethel with his 51 and Jos Buttler with his 52. It was a good opening partnership as Shubman Gill, last ball of the over, attempts a standing pull, but can't beat backward point. Maiden over then, and India remain 208 for 3. To talk you through the final stages of this first ODI, possibly. We shall see. Following on podcast will follow, of course. It'll be Chetan, Narula, Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed to John and to Abby and to Coffey. Certainly will bet you £5 that you won't be needed again until following on. Around the wicket comes Bryden Cast now. He's endured a pretty torrid game, 4 overs for 40. That one is steered away off the back foot into the covers. I think Harmy and I are both a little bit off the money. We thought that the run chase would probably end somewhere between 38 and 40th over, and it doesn't look like we'll get close to that. It's going to end before then, you would imagine, with exactly 40 required now from 107 balls, so not much doubt about the result, only about when it will happen. And I have to say, India have been far and away the superior team today. That's short and pulled powerfully, magnificently through mid-wicket. Shubman Gill, wow. Well, he was measured, he was calm, he was always in control, he was as interested in singles. We talked about whether he might have a ruthless streak as a potential captain, but he's showing a ruthless streak as a batsman.
Yeah, he's hit it that hard, his bat's broken. There's a new bat's coming out, and it's talk about being ruthless. India have been ruthless from the start of this game. Well, not from the start of this game, but from the minute Phil Salt ran himself out, India have been ruthless ever since. And that was just dismissive from Shubman Gill. Yes, he's got an idea that Bryden Cast is going to the short ball. You've got a square leg. A mid-wicket on the ring, just a little bit straighter, and 2 men on the leg side boundary in the deep for the short ball, and Bryden Cast is now going to go around the wicket, so he's signalling even more so to Shubman Gill where he's going to bowl.
Yeah, and this is very much a double bluff. It is short and it's pulled away again by Shubman Gill past a prone Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket. He's dived out, Liam Livingstone I should say, out towards Jofra Archer, who's patrolling on the leg side boundary. It's a no ball from Bryden Cast. It goes from bad to worse for Bryden Cast. He's enduring a torrid time of it, and now he's overstepped. Marginal, but his foot was on the line, nothing behind it.
Yeah, and that's all that is a bowler getting frustrated with himself, bowling over the wicket. Probably hasn't marked his run up from around the wicket, just throwing his marker to the side, not taking off in a consistent place like he has done over the wicket, and he's just overstrided, and he's now got a free hit.
Here is Cast, then bowls, and Akshar Patel can't cash in. He just bowled a slow ball bouncer.
Yeah, slow ball bouncer.
Well done. And it's too good for Akshar Patel, who's tried to heave it and through the leg side, and it's just into the shot way too early because it was extremely well disguised. That's terrific piece of bowling from Bryden Cast, but all it's done is produce a dot ball off a free hit, which is a very, very minor triumph in the big scheme of things, in which he's gone for 47 in 4.5 overs. Bouncer at full pace this time, and a good one too, and Akshar Patel sways and ducks out of the way of it. Chetan, Narula, there will of course be much dissection taking place amongst England supporters and followers, and we, in fact, will no doubt be dissecting England's performance, looking at the game from England's perspective. But it is really important in heavy defeats like this to remember just how well India have played. I mean, where's their weak spot been today?
At the top of the order.
Oh, yes, okay. Well, yeah, fair enough. Hasn't been immaterial, though, hasn't it? Punched off the back foot now to mid-off, no run.
Well, at the moment, you can only identify that one weak spot, can't you? I mean, the way Shreyas Iyer batted, he was looking so good. He's brought in form in this series. Yashasvi Jaiswal on debut, we know at some point he will come good. Just the first outing for him today. Shubman Gill, look at that. He's batting at number 3. This format is bread and butter for him. He averages 58. Last year was a blip. Just the 3 ODIs for India. He played on those pitches in Sri Lanka. Couldn't produce the goods as India lost, but well.
Here's Cast once again, bouncer. I think he's slightly lucky to get away with that one. Oh no, he hasn't got away with it. I thought that looked like a wide, and it is a wide. It was just the 2 umpires waiting for confirmation from each other, and square leg umpire Anantapadman confirms to Shafadullah. That was a poor attempt, I know, but at least it was an attempt.
Well, he'll be around for the entire series, so I'm sure you'll get it right. Look, talking
no, really?
Hopefully he'll be doing TV or carrying a drink.
It's Brydon Cast again, and that's driven in the air, and it's been one of those days for England. Not only is it not carried to mid-off, but it's going to run all the way underneath the dive from the frustrated fielder to the boundary at long off, and it's 50 for Akshar Patel. Beautifully done, Akshar Patel. Akshar, get the pads on. You're not going in 8, mate. You're going in at 5. Sorry, it's late notice. And his response: 52 not out from 46 balls. India 220 for 3.
And you asked what India have done right. I mean, that is another tick box for them, because you go into the Champions Trophy thinking that you don't have a left-hander in your middle order. Surprise, surprise, is Akshar Patel, who also doubles up as a left-arm spinner, as a first change in the power play in the first 10 overs. So all round, it's been a superb outing for India. So many positives. Mohammad Shami with his rhythm today. Harshit Rana on debut. Good comeback in the second spell. You have got 3 wickets from Jadeja. Akshar Patel taken for runs, but an all-round bowling performance from India, restricting England. And then, of course, apart from Rohit Sharma's cheap dismissal, otherwise Shreyas Iyer, who's returning to the game after a bit of a period. He was out of the Indian side for a while. He was benched, really. From that perspective, it's been on the money for India. They'll be very happy with what they have put on today in the first ODI, because technically these 3 ODIs are the warm-up to the Champions Trophy.
Yeah, I think India have been fantastic. You look at the 2 low scores at the top of the order. Jaiswal with 15 and Rohit Sharma with just 2. And you're right, Cheats. I think Jaiswal will come good. He's been given his debut. He's been given some responsibility to go in at the top of the order, and I'm sure he will repair the Indian selectors with a weight of runs in the if not in the coming games, certainly in the coming years. And Rohit Sharma, I thought Rohit Sharma captained the team very well in that first innings. Bowling changes, field positions were right on the money, and he actually, to be fair to him, he fielded very, very well himself, diving about in the field, made 2 or 3 very, very good stops. I know his currency is runs, and that'll be a slight concern. I'm going to sound like an old man again, Manners. I really am. India need 29 to win off 102, and we've got a drinks break.
Massive drinks break.
Oh my word, it's not a case of wanting to go home early, it's just a case of just read the room. They're going well. Shubman Gill's going well. Akshar Patel's going well. India need 29 from 102
The only thing
balls.
missing from this drinks break is a table and chairs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, everybody's on. We've got the 15th man. The India have got a 17-man squad. We've got some physiotherapy going on now for Shubman Gill. Yeah, 29 runs from 102 balls. I suppose it's an opportunity for the crowd who've made their way out to Jamta and the outskirts of Nagpur to enjoy the moment, to enjoy the occasion. And I don't think too many of them have left early. I mean, it looks still very, very well packed. And as far as England are concerned, not a great deal of time to lick wounds or change much. I mean, I wonder whether, I suppose Mark Wood he'll be rotated with Jofra Archer for the next game. It's a bit early to look ahead, but just thinking about their options, there's only one spare batter. That's Jamie Smith, and he's not fit.
Yeah, he's not fit. Then the only place he would fit in would be Liam Livingstone, and then you run the risk of him being in the field or bending down for 50 overs. So yeah, I think you look at going forward. Fast forward 3 days, go to Kotak, and I surmise there's only going to be one change, and that'll be Mark Wood for Jofra Archer, and that is largely down to workload.
And England do need to manage his workload. I mean, I get the demands of international cricket, but when he first burst onto the scene, he was playing every single game.
Adil Rashid, change of ends. He comes on at the north end. That's our commentary end after the drinks break. The first ball is nudged away on the onside, no run.
Yeah, they've got to manage Mark Wood's workload. They've got to manage Saqib Mahmood's workload, because he's got to remember that boy come back from a back injury, and he's done brilliantly. I mean, he really has. Saqib Mahmood done brilliantly to come back from the injuries he's had.
Adil Rashid in again. Gill plays defensively, no run. What about India? They always said that they hoped Jasprit Bumrah would be fit for the third game. Obviously, they want to get Virat Kohli back into the team as long as he recovers from his wonky knee that he injured yesterday evening. Otherwise, I wonder whether they've got a huge squad, 16-man squad, 17 with Bumrah. And that one is driven square of the wicket by Shubman Gill. And they take a walk rather than a run. 221 for 3. Anybody else? Are they going to stick with Rishabh Pant? Get a go. Arshdeep Singh? Not so many options. Washington Sundar?
I think they'll look to play the same 11, barring Virat Kohli's return. If he comes back, then obviously Yashasvi Jaiswal will be sitting out, and Shubman Gill will be back to opening the innings, because you want to give Rohit Sharma, I can't believe I'm saying this, Rohit Sharma as many chances as possible to regain some form. But that's the situation at the moment, isn't it?
Here is Adil Rashid. Bowled him. That's an absolute beauty from Adil Rashid. You wouldn't have thought that there's no celebration from England. Adil Rashid looks like he's been told a joke in Russian. He doesn't understand. And he's just looking blankly because the game's lost. But it's a beautiful, beautiful delivery. And Akshar Patel's bowled for 52. What a ripper.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can do that delivery justice. It's an absolute beauty of a ball. That's pitched probably about 6 stump, even wider than that, into the footholes. The footholes that Adil Rashid has probably created for himself, because he's obviously bowling at the other end. And he's looped it up in the air, and just as it's pitched, it's jagged back sharply and gone straight between the bat and pad of Akshar Patel, who looked off balance. He looked bamboozled by line length, flight. And for the first time, I think for the first time in, what's that? It's 46 balls. It's the first time he looked like a number 8.
Do you know, I think the two most impressed or confused men by that delivery were Akshar Patel and Adil Rashid. I don't think Adil Rashid can believe that he spun that from a foot and a half outside off stump to hit the top and middle. It's just brilliant. They were equally dumbstruck, I think. Magnificent delivery from Adil Rashid. Wowee. Look out for that one on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Fabulous stuff. Jeepers. 221 for 4. India need 28 from the 98 balls. They won't need all of those. It's KL Rahul who's come out at number 6. So still a bit of cricket needed. A bit of batting needed if India with Hardik Pandya and Ravi Jadeja at 7 and 8. First ball, KL Rahul plays defensively, and there's no run. 221 for 4 in the 34th over.
It was a fantastic delivery, one that seen Shane Warne bowl many left-handers in Test match cricket that way.
Rashid in again, last ball of the over. It's clipped away for a single by KL Rahul, is off the mark. Second ball, and 34 overs have now been complete. Double Nelson on the board, 222 for 4. You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. India will go 1-0 up here. We then move, in our case, via Mumbai early tomorrow morning on to Cuttack for the second game on Sunday. And the third and final game at the Narendra Modi Stadium. And it's 118,000 seats on Wednesday in Ahmedabad. And England last won an ODI series. You would have heard colleagues talking about this in London before the series began. Before this match began. Last won a series in India in 1984 and 85. 84-85. Days of Mike Gatting. And since then there have been 10 series between these two countries in India. India have won 8, and there have been 2 drawn series, 2 shared series, as a new over begins from Saqib Mahmood, and he's tumbled at the end of his follow through, and it's driven straight by KL Rahul up towards mid-on and fielded by Jos Buttler. Slight concern now that Saqib Mahmood is okay. It was quite a heavy tumble at the end of his follow through.
Yeah, one of those drawn series was where Andrew Flintoff took off his shirt, and you got that retaliation at the Lord's balcony from Sourav Ganguly later on. Yeah, 84-85.
Did that make you smile? Did that make you laugh when Ganguly did that?
I was stunned.
It made me smile.
I was 20 years old. I didn't know what to make of it, first of all. I mean, can you do that? My first thought was, can you do that at Lord's?
Well, yeah, I would imagine there would have been a letter written towards the BCCI.
Steered away off a thick outside edge down to third man now, and they go through for a single.
I'm not sure Sourav would have took any notice of it whatsoever.
No. A couple of years down the line, I interviewed him. He was like, that wasn't my best moment, but yeah, the situation perhaps called for it, and you know the way India
I thought it was quite funny.
It was quite good. Funny. Yeah. It was funny.
I thought Fred's was emotion. I thought Andrews' was emotion, the winning wicket, and the emotion of especially what he had gone through, because he had gone through some big injuries getting to that point. He had room with me for 6-8 weeks in the academy, and then got brought into that squad. Funny tale, Rod Marsh was one of the selectors. Basically said, yeah, God rest him, Rod Marsh died like a couple of years ago. I think Rod said to Andrew Flintoff, I don't think you're ready, I don't think you're good enough, but you've been picked for England, you're going to India to play in the one days. Put his hand out, said good luck son, and pushed him on the plane.
Honest Aussie.
Very honest Aussie, great man. We loved Rod. He's a great man, but he was very honest with Andrew at the time. Said he didn't think he was quite ready or he was quite good enough.
But good luck anyway. Here's Saqib Mahmood, defended here by Gale, but by Shubman Gill out to mid-off. So no kid gloves, no buff the kid up a little bit. He might not be good enough, but don't tell him that. It's just like give him the best chance.
None whatsoever. He pushed him out, basically pushed him into the swimming pool and said sink or swim, and off you go. At least he said good luck. He shook his hand and said good luck. But that was raw emotion from Andrew when he took his shirt off. That was, and Sourav did the same. That was fine.
Flicked away down the leg side. Lovely shot from Shubman Gill, and he is definitely still struggling with the cramp. It doesn't go away. Some people think you can take a salt tablet and 5 minutes later you're okay. It takes 6 hours for the body to absorb salt tablets.
I think there was a little sort of underlying story. I don't think Sourav Ganguly's time at Lancashire went that well. And Andrew Flintoff was heavily involved in that one. I think that was a year or two earlier with Michael Atherton. And one or two
So there
others.
was a little bit more to it than gentle Mickey taking.
There was just a little bit more to it than gentle Mickey taking. I don't think there was a great deal of love lost between the Lancashire players, members in Sourav Ganguly.
Here's Saqib Mahmood, and that's pushed away out towards mid-wicket. Fielded by Ben Duckett. No run, 224 for 4. Shubman Gill, 82 not out. KL Rahul is 2. For those of you amateur chess players, we're into that stage of the game now where one team's just moving the king around one square at a time, just waiting for the axe to fall.
And the other one's just teasing.
KL Rahul is very particular if his non-striking partner is approaching a century.
Here's Saqib Mahmood, and KL Rahul pushes this one straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Do you think, actually, KL Rahul was involved once before in a similar situation? Either he was the recipient of the 100, or he was also not taking runs. Virat Kohli.
With Virat Kohli during the World Cup, yes. I think it was at Pune against Bangladesh.
KL Rahul played out a maiden, so that India only needed 2. Virat needed, I think, 4 for his 100, and KL Rahul played out a maiden. So you're suggesting that he might just be thinking about the same again. The equation is Shubman Gill needs 18, India need 25.
Yeah, and he's a master of playing out that situation, isn't he, as we've seen in the past. So I'm sure that might be in his mind, but again, still 18 runs to get for Shubman Gill. If he can just come a tad bit closer, then definitely. As of now, KL Rahul doesn't seem to be in a rush to get back to the team hotel.
I think if he was a bit fitter and he wasn't having this cramp problems, I think he might make a dash for it.
Yeah, I think he would have.
Here's Adil Rashid, and it is Shubman Gill on strike, and he plays a beautiful sweep shot behind square on the leg side, but he can't run. He didn't even think about pushing for a second there. All he could do to walk down to the non-striker's end. I think Shubman needs to have a word with KL, saying, "Look, mate, it's all well and good, and thanks for the gesture, but
get on with it."
They have 89 balls to play out.
Shubman Gill's not to get to his 100 in walks. Doesn't work like that, don't think. Quicker one from Adil Rashid. Lovely piece of bowling. Skidded that one, fizzed it past the outside edge as KL Rahul beaten for pace as much as anything else.
I mean, mathematically he can just walk to his 100 if KL Rahul just refuses to take any singles and all, and just keeps on batting at one end. But at what point will they get tired and stop thinking about the 100? Because clearly Shubman Gill is being troubled by a bit of a cramp at the moment, and I wonder, usually these cramps do sort themselves out. Nice ice bath after the game, etc. But I wonder if it might just spoil the next ODI for India as well.
Bit of a review here for a stumper. Phil Salt's asking whether KL lifted his foot. No, I don't think there's anything in that.
Well, it's very hard to tell. I mean, you need some forensic, microscopic 1,000 frames a second. Yeah, not out. That's quite right. I mean, there's a marginal possibility that his toe wasn't actually. He was a foot behind the crease, but it might not have been completely on the ground. That's a ripping leg spinner from Adil Rashid. It was Shubman Gill who said 2 days ago that expect the pitch to dry out quicker than anywhere else in India, even in a one-day game, and in the second innings it will help spin. And boy, oh boy, is it helping spin.
What would England give for an extra 50 runs?
And another frontline spinner. Here's Adil Rashid once again. He's honestly turned that one 2 foot. This one is driven straight back to Adil Rashid, who takes the catch, and KL Rahul is on his way. Again, absolutely no celebration. The Indian crowd goes silent rather than cheer or even boo. There's just an eerie silence descends around the ground. But Adil Rashid is looking really, really ominous. He caught that in the manner that you catch a wet bar of soap in a shower. It slipped out of his fingers twice before clutching it to his chest at the third attempt. But clutch he did, and Rahul is gone for 2, and India are 225 for 5. India will win, but maybe it won't be quite as slick as it looked like it might be 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm having a go at the drinks break, saying you need 29 of 100, and since then England have not looked back. But I mean, I think Adil Rashid there just throwing the ball above the eye line. He tempted Rahul to play the big shot, and he did nothing or something really. He looked as though he shaped to hit it over the top. He looked as though he shaped to open up the offside, and then all of a sudden he's just chipped it back to Rashid. And I think he's, like you say, the wet bar of soap in the shower, because he couldn't believe his eyes that the ball come flying. Well, it didn't fly back at him, it looped back at him. And Hardik Pandya coming in now at number 7, leading 1.5 and over, 1.6 and over to win this contest. He might have come in with a message from a dressing room, play a few shots and let's get this game done with.
And now 2 slips in position for the new batter, Hardik Pandya. 24 of 86. That's not the version of KL Rahul I like best, when he's just trying to fiddle around, doesn't have that clarity in his mind. Anyway, it's Rashid to Hardik. Bit of turn, but stands tall in his crease and plays it down very, very easily. But there is a bit of turn in the surface now, especially that we are just 15 overs away from the end. The pitch is worn down properly, was a bit short and pulled this time from Hardik Pandya over mid-wicket. He's not going to waste any time getting into the English bowling. Finishes off that over with a 6. A wicket came off it as well. 231 for 5. Hardik Pandya is off the mark with a 6 here. India need now 18 runs to win of 84 deliveries.
Yeah, the game's been done, just not quite dusted for some time now. But it's been wonderful to see Adil Rashid bowl those 2 deliveries. He has now finished his 10 overs, so his work is done for the evening. But 2 for 49, 2 absolute ripping deliveries. And I mean, he'd be the first to say it's a helpful pitch, he should bowl well. Down the wicket now comes Shubman Gill, driving through extra cover for 4. Delightful shot. Obviously that cramp's eased up a little bit, because he was able to take a little 2-step down the pitch, get to the half volley against Saqib Mahmood and stroke it away. Absolute delight through extra cover. And it brings India's target down to just 14 now from 83 balls. England have got a man on the catching a very short mid-on. A little too late, you would think, too little too late. Short, pulled out towards mid-on. Butler takes the catch. Gill has now gone. Well, consolation gifts coming plentifully from India as this game is closed out with a wobble. This time it's Shubman Gill attempting to hit what turned out to be a slower ball, nicely bowled by Saqib Mahmood. Not the cross-seam one, but maybe it wasn't a slow ball. Maybe actually it's just come off. It did come off the splice of the bat. Very good catch from Jos Buttler. Let's concentrate on the good here. But India have now lost 3 quick wickets. It's like stumbling and falling over 10 metres from the finish of a marathon. Come on, what are you
looking at me for? I struggle to do 100 metres in a marathon. That looked as though he hit it twice. It looked as though he hit the splice of his bat, then he's caught it up. Just lollipopped up in the air.
Yeah, the one before this one that he smacked through covers, well, the pace of the ball was really helping him, especially now that he was cramping up. But this time it was just back of length, rising a tad too much for his comfort, and he was cramped up. And as you mentioned rightly, almost didn't read the pace of the delivery, just didn't really time it properly. and the ball looped up for a catch.
All right, guys, I'm going to say it, all right? This is where Josh Buttler says to everybody, 15 minutes ago, we had 0 chance. Now we have 0.5% chance. Never mind the 80 balls that's left. We need 4 wickets. Let's bowl 4 magic balls. Let's bowl 4 magic balls. We've got 2 new men at the crease. Okay, I said it. I'm nuts. Here's Saqib Mahmood, and that's what Buttler's doing. He's got 3 men on the drive. Love it. Saqib Mahmood, that's beautiful. He's left alone by Jadeja outside the off stump. But that's great now. Honestly, you're down to your last chip at the roulette wheel. You just put it on naught.
Yeah, put it on naught and hope for the best. He's got 3 men in a line, a little bit like Ben Stokes would do for the short ball tactic at square leg. You'd have 1 at square leg, 1 50 yards from the boundary and 50 yards from the bat, and then 1 on the boundary, smack bang in a line. These are at sort of cover.
I love it. It's a crazy field. It's crazy, but England have suddenly got 0.1% of a chance. So do something crazy. I love it. It's a crazy looking field, and it's unusual. It's weird. Next delivery again is played out on the onside, and look, India are going to win this game comfortably, but they might just be a little bit cross with themselves. I think, I won't go so far as to say sour taste in the mouth, but almost.
Yeah, they should be. They should be a bit cross with themselves. They were really coasting through.
Here's Saqib Mahmood once again, and you know what? It takes him to bowl the ball in the right place, and he's doing that. 3 catches on the drive, 2 short mid-ons and a short mid-offs and an extra cover, and Jofra Archer behind them at orthodox mid-off, which means he's got to bowl full and straight on off-stump and make the batsman drive, which is what he did. It takes skill from the bowler as well. It did beat the 3 catches, fielded by Archer at mid-off. They have gone through for a single. Jadeja is off the mark, and Hardik Pandya comes down on strike. He's got 6 off 2. 236 for 6, just 13 runs needed. Never mind the balls. We're only in the 37th over, so there's 78 balls after this one. Not about that. It's just about India nudging their way now. There'll be no blaze of glory. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll hit the last ball for 6. But 2 of the last 3 batsmen have perished attempting a blaze of glory finish, and it hasn't happened for them. 12 runs needed off 78 balls.
Yeah, there might be a blaze of glory because Adil Rashid's finished his overs. 10 overs, 1 mid, 2 for 49 from Adil Rashid. Another excellent performance from the Yorkshire leg spinner, and Liam Livingstone is coming on. Josh Buttler's turned to Liam Livingstone. I thought he might have turned to Jofra Archer. Like you say, 4. If you're going to win the game, it was 4 magic balls. Archer's probably your best option from that point of view, but he's bowled 7 so far. And Josh Buttler's turned to Liam Livingstone, who first 2 overs went for 9 apiece. It wouldn't surprise me if Hardik Pandya, when this ball's let go, is a little bit closer to Liam Livingstone than when he started, i.e. he's coming down the wicket here.
Let's see, Liam Livingstone in. Not this time. He took a step down, but only to play defensively.
Took a step and he seemed to stop, which got him in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, talking about those dismissals, I mean, you look at Akshar Patel's dismissal. That was a peach of a delivery from Adil Rashid, using the rough outside the left-handers off stump. Then, of course, Shubman Gill, he was cramped for space. But what was KL Rahul doing? I think that's the major one. As Livingstone bowls, as this looped up almost over the back of the bowler.
You know what happened there? Hardik Pandya was winding up for the huge swing and then stopped and checked, and it just looped off the bat over the bowler's head.
It just dipped on him. It was a little bit quicker, a little bit quicker, and he's got himself into an almighty tangle where he's trying to sweep it, realizing it's too full, and then just thought, right, I'm 2 eggs in, I've got to go for the whole basket, and bang, and he's just looped it over the top of Livingstone. That could have been straight up in the air, and India in a bit of trouble. Tail coming in with 11 runs to win, 7 down.
Yeah, Harshit, Kuldeep and Mohammad Shami. But you know what, I love the way Kuldeep has transformed himself into a batsman of sorts. I mean, he used to be absolutely hopeless, a genuine number 11 and a half. But certainly at test level, he doesn't have a lot of shots, but he can hold an end up for a long time. He's been involved in some big partnerships down at number 9, 8 or 9. This time Livingston is in once again, and it's played away defensively by Jadeja up towards mid-on, but Livingston intercepts it before it gets there. 2:38 for 6. India need 11 to win from 75 balls. This one from Livingston hits the pads of Jadeja. They will scurry through well, they don't need to scurry. They saunter through for a leg by. India have just decided now to get them in ones. Maybe when there's 5 or 6 needed, they might have a swing.
Yeah, and as Livingston comes into bowl once again, slip in position is Hardik Pandya, just again hurrying him through, flatter than the last time, smacks it towards deep cover for a single. And this is my question to KL Rahul. I mean, I spoke earlier that if he's free of thought, he knows what he needs to do, and that situation called precisely that, but he was content with playing out dot deliveries for Shubman Gill's benefit. Livingston this time bowling to Jadeja, and he's smacked it down the ground but doesn't get too much bat on it. And look at that, they were hesitant running that single, they were walking it, but they had to hurry through for that run.
8 required. Just a reminder for those of you who are joining us and missed the story of the day. England won the toss, batted first, bowled out for 248. The 4th time in the last 5 ODIs that haven't been affected by rain that they've been bowled out. They haven't managed to bat the 50 overs. So 50s for Jos Buttler and Jacob Bethel, and India were gallivanting towards victory. Shreyas Iyer made a magnificent 59 from 36 balls, 87 from Shubman Gill. There's been a awkward clattering of wickets with the finish line in sight, but let's see whether it may end in this over. 38 overs gone. Well, Harmy and I are both going to be bang on the money here. We said before the run chase began we thought it would finish between the 38th and 40th overs, and these late wickets have brought us back into the game. I think we're going to get our money back at least. Pushed away firmly out towards Liam Livingston at cover, running around from cover to long off, and they've run through for. Did they come back for a third there?
No, they had 2. It was poor running. I think if this was first innings of the contest, I'm sure there'd have been a little bit more intensity than that. Wasn't great running, but when you only need 6 to win off 71 balls, you can't really have a go at that. Looking at it here, Hardik Pandya is on the wrong side. He's on the same side as Saki Mahmood is going to bowl because of the way England's field is.
Swung down the ground through mid-on for 4 by Ravindra Jadeja. It's really interesting that, because 2 runs to win. Just to explain a little bit more, England have a very straight mid-off, which is where the batsman would ordinarily be at the non-striker's end running, and the fielders get the prerogative. They get first dibs.
And I think Hardik Pandya is doing it on that side because Liam Livingston's on the edge of the circle, splitting the 2 fielders, and if he went from wider, he'd be in the batter's line. So fair play to Hardik for doing that.
2 required, 2:47 for 6. The crowd in front of us rise with their phones to record this momentous victory. Not many games in Nagpur, international bilateral games, and this is a Yorker, and they're all booing because Jadeja plays over the top of it. They all thought the game was going to end then. There are literally tens of thousands of people standing up with their mobile phones recording the moment of victory in this game. They're blocking our view from our radio commentary box, but good on them. They deserve to have the best view. Been a fabulous performance from India today, this afternoon, and tonight. Jadeja tries to run this down towards third man, and he's edged it, and it's gone through Phil Salt's gloves down to the boundary, and it is at 4. Not where Jadeja was looking to hit it, but it doesn't matter. It's reached the boundary. Jadeja finishes unbeaten on 12 from 10 balls. Hardik Pandya has 9. India won by 4 wickets. That might look a wee bit closer than than it was, particularly when you look at the number of balls remaining, because they've won it in 38.4 overs. 68 balls remaining, and at 251 for 6, I think it's fair to say, with 68 balls remaining, that it has been an overwhelmingly convincing victory, and not one that England could ever honestly claim. Apart from when they batted first, they won the toss, batted first, and they put India under pressure. They were scoring really well. Opening partnership of 75 inside the first 9 overs. Sultan and Duckett were going beautifully. That partnership was ended with a run out, and in all honesty, England have been behind the game ever since the first 10 overs. There was never a point where you even sensed that parity was at play. Once that opening partnership ended, India got their noses in front, and before you knew it, they were lengths ahead, and England were always chasing. 251 for 6 they finish in reply to England's 248 all out. You'll be summing up and reviewing the game in the following on podcast with Jon Norman and the rest of the crew, Harmy, in just a couple of minutes' time. But before we hand over to Jon for the following on podcast, just a brief reflection on what now for England, apart from getting a shower and getting back to the hotel and packing for tomorrow morning.
Yeah, India for me, about half an hour ago, it was a professional, ruthless performance. And England, again on this tour, we've not scored enough runs. 6 times now in 6 games where our number 11 has had to walk out to the middle and put pads on. That tells you we are 20, 30, 40, and even Gough is right, 50 runs short. So England long way behind. India just let their foot slip off the gas at the end, and I'm sure that would concern the Indian dressing room. But for me, no, a thoroughly professional performance and a good performance by India. Some positives for England. Well, we got off to a good start in Salt and Duckett. I thought Mahmood bowled up nicely. He looks expensive, 2 for 47, but I thought he bowled all right. I do believe he bowled all right. Archer was good, and like Gough said, Jacob Bethel is probably the standout performer for England in this contest, along with good to see the captain getting a start at 50, but not going on. But all in all, a must-do better performance needed if they want to get back into this series in Cuttack in a couple of days' time.
Right, well, if you have missed any of the action today, once again, as always, there'll be a following on podcast in which Jon Norman and the boys will sum up the day's action. But just a reminder that every ball of this series continues live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel on Sunday. That's the second game in Cuttack before we move on to Ahmedabad on Wednesday for what we hope will be a decider, but England will have to up their game considerably. So it's time for the following on podcast, and it's brought to you with the generous support of Village Hotels.
Everything under one roof for a great break away. Visit villagehotels.com.
Hello and welcome to Following On. I'm Jon Norman alongside Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, Darren Gough, and I think Steve Harmison for the course of the next 20 minutes or so. We will hopefully hear from Jos Buttler, the beaten captain after India comprehensively beat England by 4 wickets. It sounds like it might have been a lot closer than it actually was. England bowled out for 248 and India chasing down those runs inside 39 overs. There were runs for Shreyas Iyer as well as Axar Patel, 250s there, and 87 from Shubman Gill, who fell just short of what would have been a deserved century, fighting a cramp as much as the England bowlers. When England batted, well, they got off to a terrific start, 75 without loss, with both Phil Salt and Ben Duckett laying waste to the Indian opening bowlers. But you're never too far away from a little collapse when England are batting, and so it proved. Not once but twice 3 wickets falling for 2 runs. And then later in the day, when Jos Buttler and Jacob Bethel are combined with good effect, England subsiding 170 for 4, bowled out for 248. They did not bat their full 50. When India came out to bat, they lost 2 quick wickets themselves. Both openers gone with a score on 19, but from there on in, it was a little bit of a procession. Goughy, let's start with you. For the first 8 overs or so, we were thinking flat track, 300 on the board. This is looking good for England. Good toss to win. And then it all went horribly wrong.
Well, it did, but to be fair, even at 30 overs down, 4 wickets down as well for England, I thought even then could get around that 290, 300 mark and would have been a more than competitive score for India to chase. But again, England patchy, got off to a good start, a run out, which was a disaster, by the way, and then the 3 quick wickets, and we just never recovered. We tried with Buttler at the crease and Jacob Bethel, who were fantastic, both of them, but neither one of them went on, did they? Neither one went on and got that 80, 85 not out that would give us that another 20, 30, even 40 runs.
Look, England are coming up against a team that on a 9 times out of 10 would have won the World Cup final on home soil, and they would have gone through the entire tournament undefeated. They are a brilliant side. They're actually missing Virat Kohli, who was going to play until he picked up a little knee injury yesterday. And there's no Jasprit Bumrah either. Arshdeep Singh didn't even make the side, nor did Abhishek Sharma. I mean, this is a ridiculous side. But England seem to be making the same mistakes that we commentated on in the T20 series, didn't they, Abhishek?
Yeah, it's been the same story. Again, as we discussed earlier, there's no dearth of talent. There's plenty of talent in that batting order. It's just that they're not learning from the same mistake. They're repeating it over and over again. And by the 5th game, you would hope that someone, at least one of the batters, would do something different. But they haven't.
I think Steve Harmison is going to be joining us as well. Harmy, who was wearing a Newcastle United shirt for the first 10 overs or so. Harmy, more than happy to talk football with you. Big result of the weekend. He took it off after 10 overs. I'm not sure why, but at least he has something to celebrate in the last 24 hours, Harmy, because look, it's always going to be a big test playing India in India. But after that start that England had, you just hoped that they would have gone on and at least made a little bit more of a contest than they actually did.
So far, and 6 times number 11 has had to walk out and face a cricket ball. In 20 over cricket, that's criminal. You can possibly get away with it in 50 over cricket by losing a few wickets at the end of a day, having a thrash, trying to get that little bit extra on your score. But we are making the same mistakes. We have been doing it in test matches. We are doing it now in one-day cricket. And where we go from here, I'm not so sure, because, Joe Root's been brought in, Harry Brook, a wonderful, wonderful player. Jos Buttler himself, I'm still questioning. I still haven't got a clue what Liam Livingstone was trying to do. Jacob Bethel, will give him a day off, because I thought he sort of fire fought very, very well. And then he was obviously the 8th wicket to fall, so he was running out of partners himself. this could be a dangerous and bleak few weeks for this white ball cricket team if they don't start playing a little bit smarter, if they don't think in a little bit of the situation rather than actually they bowled 5 good balls at me. So what I should do is listen to what Brendan McCullum's saying, run down the wicket and be positive. That's not being positive. That's being reckless. And I mean that, and being reckless, sometimes you look very, very silly. And I think some of the dismissals today were that.
It is. I think that's what we're all saying. We've all been in these situations and played in games, and we know enough about it. And I love watching England play. I do. But to get consistency, especially in the longer format, Test cricket and 50-over cricket, you still need cricket intelligence. Today, when Shubman Gill and Shreyas were going, they weren't slogging. They weren't running and being reckless. They were playing proper cricket shots on the floor. When they required to hit it aerial, they did. He got a wide short ball, hit it over third man for 6. The short boundary, no problem. But we are reckless on too many occasions in 50 over and Test cricket. Don't mind it T20, you can be reckless. It's 20 overs, you very rarely get bowled out, as Army says. But 50 over in Test cricket, we've just got to use our cricketing brains a bit more. And that's why Root's been brought back, we know that. But what that means is that we're relying heavily on Joe Root batting for 42 overs of a game. And if he does that very well in the rest of this series and the Champions Trophy, England can still win, right? Still win it. Same as New Zealand need Kane Williamson to get 80s and 90s and the team can play around him. We're just relying heavily on him.
I mean, when you look at the changes that could be brought in, you could say that Mark Wood could play, possibly. Gus Atkinson, although he had a torturous time in the first T20 against India. I do look at this side and I wonder how Sam Curran could have fallen so out of favour. But I also wonder why it is that every time I turn on my TV, whether it's the SA20 or the IT20, ILT20, or the PSL, or the Bangladeshi League, or the Big Bash.
James Vince.
I'm not talking about James Vince necessarily.
I still think he's our best player.
I can't stop for watching Will Jacks or James Vince or Liam Dawson or Richard Gleeson. Or I mean, there's a lot of players out there who seem to be Craig Overton. There's a lot of English players out there who are succeeding in these domestic leagues, and yet when it comes to the England side, it's like, well, where are these guys? Anyway, go on, Homie.
No, I get that, and I do get that. But like Joe Root said when he was out, I think Mark Butcher interviewed him out in the SA20, and it's about you're a better player when you're not in the team. That happens across the board. Gough knows that more than anybody else when he's been involved with selection, and you're trying to pick teams and you're trying to look at formulas and the way it's gone. I don't think this is a personnel problem. I just think I think it's a game plan problem. I really think it's a game plan problem. I think we riding this crest of a wave of Brendan McCullum coming in, footloose, fancy free, and being ultra aggressive. Brendan McCullum's not batting, and we're not batting smart enough. These players, for me, all them names you've just mentioned, John, and I'll throw, and I mean, Gough, you can throw James Vince at me. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not saying I wouldn't swap any of them for a lot of them names being mentioned, but they're not better than what we've got, and I'm really passionate about this. The 1 to 11 we've got out here are good players in their own right. I just think we're making bad decisions, and I sometimes look at some of our rhetoric where we talk about the game and the way we go about trying to portray this larger than life, free spirited, fantastic, expansive cricket. We're not producing it because we're making bad decisions at times against good bowlers in international cricket. These lads aren't in the Caribbean now whacking Matt Ford or Jaden Seals, Shafeen Rutherford. They're trying to hit Mohammed Shami. Bumrah's not started yet. You look at the 3 or 4 spinners that are on here. We are trying to hit 6s and 4s like we were in the Caribbean against tin pot bowlers. These are not tin pot bowlers. And we're going into a tournament we're going into a tournament where I look at this and go, right, just keep the ball on the ground going old school style, but for God's sake, just think about what you're trying to do in your decision making you're trying to have, and earn the right to score expansively. Don't just think, right, the ball 3 or 4 good balls, I'm going to run down a wicket and belt it, and hopefully it goes up. Hopefully it goes out the ground. At the minute, it's gone up in the air.
Because, Ben Duckett's only played 16 ODIs. Phil Salt and a wedge of those was back in 2016.
They've been around a long time, John.
Yeah,
Ben
but
Duckett's been playing. He's been playing the game now 12 years.
Well, he hasn't been playing international cricket for 12 years.
Oh, he's played a
Phil
lot of cricket.
27 ODIs.
We can't,
Harry Brook, 20 ODIs.
We can't use that excuse.
No. Sorry to jump in. All these players we're talking about, if they weren't in the team, John, there would have been the names you just mentioned in the IL20 and the SA20 in the Bangladesh Premier League and the whatever tin pot league is around the world. I'm sorry, I've used that word twice now. But all these players that you would leave out and bring in, that you're saying as inexperienced here, they're the names you'd have been mentioning if the shoe was on the other foot and we weren't performing again. So again, I come back. It's not I don't think it's the player. I think it's it's the game plans we are trying to fulfill.
We know from Brendan McCullum that very little changes mid-series. The changes that come in, and limited over cricket affords this slightly better than Test cricket because you're on tour and you have your squad, and that's it, right? But there's no doubt at all that Brendan McCullum will be looking impassionately at every single member of this team, won't he? And he will be making big decisions beyond the Champions Trophy. There's not actually a lot of worthwhile limited overs cricket to come. There's a T20 World Cup back here in India next year, but they come every couple of years. There's no 50 over World Cup now till 2027. Who knows what cricket is going to look like in 2027? But I suppose that what he's looking for are players that can actually go out there and implement the plans that he wants. So when you look down that side, who are the players that you think are going to be able to go out and play the kind of cricket that Brendan McCullum wants to see?
Well, if you're asking me, I think Army's right. Look, James Vince is a good quality player, and I like him. I've always been a fan of him for many, many years. And he just keeps producing. Every league he goes to, he's one of the first players on the list teams are picking because the consistency is there. But I look down this side, and as I said at the start of the show, 6-7 hours ago, I look at that England team, and I think it's got quality throughout. It's got one of the best spinners in the world. It's got Mark Wood, one of the fastest bowlers in the world. Jofra Archer, one of the most sought-after fast bowlers in the world. It's got all-rounders. It's got batting that are dynamic at the top with Phil Salt, and Ben Duckett's proved it in all formats. Jacob Bethel, we're talking about young players. We know India have got, 50 of them, right? But we have got a special young talent there who's 21 and became the youngest player to get a 50 in India in one-day cricket, right? 50 over cricket. So we've got a very talented team there, but he's right, and we've said it all along. Cricketing intelligence is not there for some reason. We've got too many players trying to play like Brendan McCullum. Play their way, be positive, I'm all for it, but remember, it's 50 overs and you're batting against quality. Kuldeep Yadav goes for 5 and over, under 5 and over in one-day international cricket. Right? You can't go trying to score 15 and over off him. You got Bumrah to go in there. Shami's done the same for many, many years. And when they're batting, just look down that batting order and how many hundreds they've got, this Indian side. You've got to be on it. You've got to have a game plan. And you've got to have a plan 1, plan 2, and plan 3. Because if they get you at 1 and 2, where are you going? If you haven't got a third one.
Well, India have got 3 bowlers inside the top 10 in ODI cricket. And Chris Wokes is England's best bowler, according to the ODI rankings. And 2 of those bowlers weren't playing today. And one of them isn't even in the squad. Mohammad Siraj and Jasprit Bumrah. Jos Buttler has been speaking. The England skipper has caught up with talkSPORT's Scott Taylor. Let's hear what he had to say.
So Jos, thanks for joining us. A 4-wicket defeat in this first ODI. How would you sum up the game?
Yeah, I think we got off to an amazing start with Duckett and Salt. That was exactly what we wanted from the two of them, and then we lost a few wickets in the cluster there, which just set us back and having to rebuild. But yeah, I think you look at the result, another 40 or 50 runs, getting up to around 300 would have been a really good score.
And how big a turning point was that run out of Phil Salt and the Ben Duckett incident? You were going well at the start there.
Yeah, they were going great, weren't they? Yeah, it's obviously a gift there to lose a wicket in that fashion, hand back the momentum. But yeah, I thought they played really well. I think that's exactly what we wanted to do in the first 10, try and put the pressure on the opposition and bar a run out. That was a really good partnership.
And there was another sort of batting collapse in the middle. When does it become a concern? Because throughout the series we've seen 9, 10, 11 having to bat in this series.
Yeah, obviously you want all our batters facing the majority of their balls. So yeah, disappointed that we losing those wickets in clusters, but we've got to keep the guys trying to play the right way, always trying to do the right things, and you always got to try and execute well.
And does it help that there's so little time between games that players don't actually process what's happened, so their confidence isn't knocked as much because they've got a game in a couple of days' time?
Yeah, I think that's part of the coaching staff and the senior players, obviously trying to keep the momentum and the energy and positivity around the group, and like you say, learning quickly. Some of the guys haven't played loads of cricket out here, take a lot from it. Even someone like Jacob Bethel gained so much experience from an innings like that. I thought he was really mature and worked his way through it, and like you say, get another chance in a few days.
Yeah, and how big a learning curve was this to a lot of people who are slowly getting back into playing ODI cricket, as you say?
Yeah, exactly. A few of us not played it for a while, but yeah, I think it's a good format, like you say, as batters you can set your stall out to get some really big scores, so that's exciting.
And just a couple more to end. Let's end on a positive note. Jacob Bethel, fantastic with the bat today, and in his first time in playing in India.
Yeah, really pleased for him. Obviously he's a really talented lad. You have to remember sometimes he's only 21 years of age, and I thought he worked his way through the innings really maturely. He was felt a little bit stuck to start with, but never panicked. And you bring up 50 off 60 odd balls, so he's got a lot of talent. He's obviously handy with the ball as well, picking up a wicket, so bright future.
And what's it say about the group that you still kept fighting until the very end and took those few wickets at the end there?
Yeah, we do. I think that whatever score you get, you have to try and believe it's enough and try and create opportunities and try and make it happen. So yeah, we tried. We had had them 20 for 2. That would have been a really good chance if we could find one more wicket there and put them under pressure. But credit to Shreyas and Shubman Gill. They put together a good partnership at that stage.
Jos Buttler speaking with talkSPORT reporter producer Scott Taylor on the outfield after a 4-wicket defeat to India. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala alongside us. I mean, look, we can wring our hands all we like, but India again just showed what a team they are. They've got three bowlers in the top 10. They've got 3 batters in the top 10. Kohli didn't play. Shubman Gill's in the top 10. Shreyas Iyer is number 11. KL Rahul's number 13. England have just come up against a really good side in home conditions. When you do so, you need everything to go your way, and of course, pretty much, well, not everything went against England, but not enough. There wasn't enough from England today, and if you're not going to perform with the bat, only 2 players going past 50, you are not going to beat India in India.
Well, absolutely not. You need at least 1 or 2 from the top 6 to go out there. At least one guy gets 100 and another guy gets a good 70, 80, and then you push that 300 mark. And on these conditions, on these pitches, you've got to get 300 if you're batting first. I think it was a good toss for England to win, and then to put up a score of 248 is just never going to be good enough against a very strong batting order. Yeah, the scorecard looks different. India's lost 6 wickets, but people who have watched the game knows that it was not even close. That game was far from close. India won it more comfortably than they should have.
Way more comfortably. Yeah. I totally agree. We're going to hear from Rohit Sharma very shortly, but there is something Jos was asked about, and it's this. How important is it that England have played so little ODI cricket? Jos Buttler hasn't played an ODI match since 2023. Joe Root hasn't played a 50-over game. Is there that much of a difference between 20-over and 50-over cricket?
Well, I think that the thing is, though, the way England, they're trying to play 50 over like they play T20, and that's the issue in my mind. You need proper players because it's a proper test. It's the ultimate one-day game. T20 is entertainment. It's where the money is. But as I've always said, you judge how good a player is by his test record. And you judge how good a white ball player is, for me, on his 50-over record. Because you have to bat properly and still hit boundaries. And when you're bowling, if you don't get it right, you're getting it out of the park. If you've got pace, you can take wickets. We saw today from Harshit Rana. Pure pace. Went for runs, but look at the pace. Caused problems. Harry Brook dismissal is a proper test match dismissal. Yeah. You can knock people over the new ball. When Mark Wood plays and he gets it right with the new ball, he knocks over the top order. Joffrey Archer does exactly the same thing. In T20, we've seen him. You can get 3 wickets in the first over, caught out on the boundary. You don't do that in a 50-over game, do you?
Let's hear from Rohit Sharma, who's been speaking with TV.
Always a popular welcome, Rohit, wherever you go, but very happy with the way you guys played today?
Yeah, pretty happy because we all knew that we're coming off from a long time playing this format, so it was important for us to just regroup as quickly as possible and understand what is supposed to be done. And I thought right from the beginning, we were very much what we expected of, but obviously, it didn't start off well with their openers putting on that pressure on us. But I mean, the way we came back from that was superb.
Yeah, 100%. I think when you look at sides and they're such a strong side, it's about rallying back, isn't it? And that's what India did really well today.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, this is a slightly longest format, where you have a time to come back into the game. When things start to go slightly away from you, it doesn't mean that it's going to keep going away. You have to try and pull things back, and that is exactly what we did. A lot of credit to all the bowlers there. Everyone chipped in with that performance, and it was important and necessary for us, to keep that, keep that going. It was important for us. We took wicket at the crucial times as well, and the energy on the field was brilliant as well.
Rohit Sharma speaking there. One of the questions we asked about Jos Buttler and the captaincy is, if not Jos, then who? Harry Brook is the vice-captain, and it's felt that he will be the man that will step up and take the captaincy once Jos calls it a day. Aside from that, there's not a lot there. You struggle to find a captain. If you look at the India side, it's very different, isn't it? Because you've got Shubman Gill, who's vice-captain. You've got Axar Patel, who's vice-captain of the T20 side. You've got Hardik Pandya, who captains in the IPL and has captained India as well. You've got Jasprit Bumrah, who'll come back into the side, who's skippered the Test side. There is so much experience there. Of course, there's a certain guy called Virat Kohli as well, who's got a little bit of captaincy experience.
Yeah, I think, and don't forget Rishabh Pant, because he's been looked at the next Test captain for India. That happens or not, that's a topic to discuss later, but there is a lot of potential. But I think, to be honest, being in the IPL and leading IPL sides helped them massively. So all of these guys, they get to captain their respective IPL sides, which does introduce them to that job and the pressure they have to face when they get the captaincy for India. Again, it's a very different ballgame when it becomes India, because the expectation of 1.5 billion is not there when you're leading IPL teams. But still, it just gets you ready. And see, if you're playing cricket in India, you know how to take pressure. Doesn't matter if you're a captain or not. Just to be in the side and keep performing and keep your place takes a lot. And you have to fight through the ranks as well. From your under 13 days, there's so much competition in terms of getting selected in those sides. It makes you really tough as an individual, which does help you when you go out there later on in your career and given the responsibility.
You had to be tough being an England cricketer in the 90s, because didn't you? It was a very different world back then.
Tough.
I'm not in any way going to suggest that you don't have to be tough to be an England cricketer, because there's a lot of pressure, a lot of competition. But do you think it's quite as tough?
Well, no, 2 bad games and you're out, and you didn't have the fallback of central contracts. Now you've got
all domestic TV tournaments to play in.
Exactly. Now you've got domestic cricket. They're all, franchise cricket. You've got professional contracts paid for by England. They're all millionaires. And it does make a difference to where you go out there and play. Sometimes you can take the eye off the ball. I think it happens to anybody. It happened to us in the 90s. I took my eye off the ball. And you get found out at the ice level. And you do it in these sort of games against high quality like India, and you'll get found out. And you've got to perform. But I agree with Army and what he said. These players, probably, we might be missing someone, but if you look at them, they are the best kind of 14. You could argue a couple of places, but other than that, you would say they're just about the best 14. Because even at India now, look at the changes they have made from T20 side to the 50-over side. They've made a lot of changes too, you know. So that's the way the game's going. It really is. But T20 is a totally different game to 50-over. But we've got to remember that as well.
Okay, the TalkSPORT team are going to be packing they're packing up right now, and they're going to be getting up very early tomorrow to crisscross across India because they don't have a direct flight to Cuttack. But what can we expect, Abhishek, in that second test? It's second ODI. It's changed a bit since you were there, Goughy. The journey time might not have. And what would you like to see a little bit more of from England and possibly from India as well?
I think from India they're playing pretty good cricket in the last 5 matches or 6 matches, including this one day. From England, you just want to see them fight. You just want to see a bit of game plan and a bit of sense when they're out there batting, more than anything else. Just apply themselves. They've all got the talent. We've been saying that constantly, that there is no dearth of talent in that squad. It's just the application part they're missing. And it's just about doing it once. And once they get the hang of it, I'm sure they can do it repeatedly. It's just finding a way to apply themselves and what the situation demands. Because at the moment, they're doing exactly what they've been probably asked by the team management to play a certain brand of cricket. But even in that brand of cricket, as a cricketer, as a batter, once you're out there, McCullum or somebody else is not batting for you, you got to find your own game that suits the brand of cricket you've been asked to play, but also at the same time, make it low risk, where you cut down the chances of getting out.
Goughy, same question.
From England, just cricketing intelligence, like I said, the talent's there. We've got everything you need to win 50-over cricket matches. Don't get too disheartened. You are playing high quality. But if you want to win Champions Trophy, you want to win World Cups, you have to beat India. Simple. From India, I was blown away by some of the shots I saw today from some of those batters. They'll be a bit disappointed they finished 6 down. Like I said, it didn't. If you were to turn it on now, England got close there. It was an absolute cakewalk for India, that game. They'll want to carry on being ruthless. I think they'll change their side the next game. I think they'll want to give everybody a game, and for them it's just keeping winning, keeping confidence going into a major tournament that's just round the corner.
Brilliant stuff. Well, TalkSPORT will be back on Sunday for that second ODI. We get underway at the same time that we did today, 7 a.m. in the UK. Teams and toss at 7:30. The match getting underway at 8 o'clock. Big thanks to Abhishek for the 11th hour call. Great to have Goughy back in the comms box, and go well, our team in India. Scott Taylor leading from the front, Chetan, Narula, Steve Harmison, and also Neil Manthorp. I'm Jon Norman. Big thanks to the production back here in the UK as well. We will be back on Sunday. That was a look back at the action, thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
On the offside for the right-handed Phil Salt now, as Harshad Rana is in once again and cut away in the air between backward point and cover.